exit poll says of Joe Biden's approval rating as well, Jake.
All right, fascinating stuff, David Chalian. Let's go big picture for a second, Chris. How important is Georgia for the Harris campaign, for the Trump campaign?
I think it's more important for the Trump campaign than it is for the Harris campaign, just because there are other ways. There are other ways for both of them to get to 270. But you know, Georgia as a state, it was kind of a shock when Joe Biden won it in 2020. I think it was the first time since Jimmy Carter back in 1980 that a Democrat had taken the state of Georgia.
It was a shock to Donald Trump, too.
Yeah. And so the idea that Georgia was even in play, most people didn't think, including me, that it was a swing state. So I think were Harris to repeat Biden's victory, that would be a big problem for Trump. Not as big a problem for Harris if Trump takes it.
Although we should note, Dan Avash, I mean, if you look at this exit poll information from Georgia, it does suggest an electorate in that one state that seems inclined to hear what Donald Trump has to say. You look at that number about who would you rather trust in a crisis, 51% Trump, 47% Kamala Harris. And then more voters in Georgia say that hurricane aid is not going to the people who need it the most. That was a message that Donald Trump was putting out there after the hurricane, that too many migrants were getting that aid from FEMA instead of the people who need it. I mean, FEMA pushed back, said that was not true. It was a lie. And still that was a Trump message.
It was. I'll just add to that, the numbers that David showed us on the economy. Huge, huge issue for people in Georgia as they go to the polls, as it has been across the board. And Georgia is really interesting to me because, first of all, you were just hearing from our reporters. I mean, right now there are bomb threats that are shutting down polling stations, threats in Georgia. That on top of the fact that residents of Georgia lived through the fight over 2020 and the misinformation that Donald Trump put into the sort of information stream like almost nobody else, maybe other than Arizona in this country. And it was Republican versus Republican on that. And yet you still have a slim majority saying that they trust Donald Trump more in a crisis than Kamala Harris, which makes me think, we're going to see the numbers, but it makes me think what you do, which is that Georgia is looking better for Donald Trump than Kamala
Harris.
Harris.
It sounds like a paradox, but Georgia's the state that's the home to Marjorie Taylor Greene and Raphael Warnock. It's always had this moment, and we saw with Biden, of like, is it transitioning? Does it represent the quote unquote new South? And it has such a diversifying suburban community that I think this will be sort of an interesting election to see, are Democrats on the path to doing something sustainable there?
You know, one other thing, yes, economy, the biggest issue by 40%. We tend to think that favors Trump over Harris. But democracy, 28%, abortion, 14% as the second and third issues. So cumulatively, that adds up to 42%. I mean, the issue set is not terrible for Kamala Harris in terms of what people think the most important issue is out there.
Yeah, but also one of the things that the Trump campaign has been doing in its own way is giving people who are Republicans but not a fan of Donald Trump's behavior kind of a permission structure to vote for him because of the issues that they support him on. And you really can't find a better example of that than the governor who Donald Trump has insulted. Donald Trump's even gone after his wife. And yet it's very clear that Governor Kemp, Brian Kemp, is supporting Trump and letting Trump use his sophisticated political machine.
I'm also glad you're bringing up this point because both campaigns have tried to look to the voter and say, it's okay, your vote is private. You may not feel so confident about this, but it's okay to vote for me.
Let's go to Aaron Burnett now, who's giving us updates from the battleground states throughout the night. Aaron.
All right, Jake, and here we are, as you can see, battleground states across the country getting ready for polls to start closing. Still lines across the country. Voting is about to end, though, in Georgia. Victor Blackwell, that's where you are, and I know you've been talking to officials there. We're getting ready for things to close, just watching some of the action behind you. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we are just minutes away from the polls closing here in Georgia, with the exception of those 10 precincts across the state where there have been extensions granted to compensate for the evacuations and the voting stop down because of those non-credible bomb threats that were called in throughout the day. 2 precincts in Cobb County, the latest they're closing at 7:20. 5 in Fulton County, the latest they're closing at 7:45. 2 here in Gwinnett County, the latest closing at 7:58. Now, those are all in the Atlanta metro area. There's also 1 precinct in Glenn County in southern Georgia near the Florida line. That will be closing at 7:35. For all other precincts across the state, voters have to be in line by 7 p.m. So as long as they are in line, they will be allowed to cast their vote. And then once the voting is done, the memory cards from the scanners will go in one vehicle, speaking specifically here in Gwinnett County, to the voters' elections office, and then the ballots will be sent in a separate vehicle. So you'll have hundreds of cars, 2 from each of the 156 precincts, in a caravan off to the office, and then they can begin to be tallied.
Caravan of great. So important is how transparent it is. The Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, Victor, just the other day, telling, by every 15-minute period
live
what they
election
expect.
night coverage on NBC.
Look out, 'cause here I come.
Have you always had trouble with your weight? Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46
You've been blessed
pounds.
by America, which I do. If you believe America's in trouble, economically, spiritually, in terms of our security, and you believe you can do something about it, you got to get in the ring. And so I believe that if I'm elected senator, I believe I will be elected senator on behalf of the great people of Pennsylvania. I think I can make a real difference, and that's why I'm doing it.
So what do you think are the most important issues that our country's facing right now?
Inflation,
Well, for Pennsylvania,
cost of living, and how things have gone in the last 4 years.
The process, do you trust the voting process? Did it go smoothly for you? There are flare-ups, that a lot of hype and misinformation is out there. Do you trust the voting process here?
I do. I've lived here for a while, and everything's always been very smooth.
Okay. Thanks for talking to us, Craig. Good luck. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, back to you as we expect maybe a late surge here in Washington County. 1 hour left till poll closings.
We'll see if there's a surge. And again, another voter there. You see that Trump voter you're talking to talking about the economy, as we have heard from other Trump voters. Brian, thank you. And let's go over to Pamela Brown at the voting desk now. So, Pamela, first round of statewide poll closings coming. Georgia's going to be in that list here in just a few moments. What are you looking for?
Right. This is huge. Polls are closing there in just minutes.
For a special edition of WSB Tonight, we'll have live Team 2 coverage of election night in Georgia, the latest results from the presidential race to congressional seats to issues on the ballot. And this, any breaking news, for example, that bomb threat at a polling place in Tucker, this is just one of a handful of threats we've seen through this afternoon and evening. You just heard the Secretary of State talk about that. We're getting updated information from the Secretary of State's office again on the security response to all of this. Getting results soon. You see the countdown clock to the polls closing. Exactly 5 minutes you just saw there. Our live Team 2 coverage continues throughout the night with updates during ABC News live election night coverage. So keep it right here. Justin Linda.
George, excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you. We're just getting started, by the way, but we just want to say now, thank you for counting on Channel 2 Action News.
Stay close for all those updates. Remember, you can get updates throughout the evening on the Channel 2 Action News app. And again, ABC's special election night coverage begins next.
This is local. Channel 2 Action News. We're always live. Breaking the big story.
Right the second here in Winder, we are working multiple sources trying to figure out.
And here in Alpharetta, we have a new angle you need to hear.
We're talking with people who really know the Swanee neighborhood.
What do you want done? In McDonough, you can only get this perspective from Newsroom 2.
Happening now in Powder Springs as we get word of a developing situation.
It's about you, your neighborhood.
See what's new. Channel 2 Action News, live at 4, 5, and 6.
Let's make summer easy with SD Services. Our air conditioning replacement, repair, and maintenance makes it easy to keep cool during the hot summer months. Call or visit our website to make an appointment today. It's that
Big polls
easy.
closing. We'll get to those in a second. I want to look quickly at one thing we have already. The polls have not completely closed. They finished in Indiana. I just want to show you. And again, we're looking at the early results just to see if there are any clues, right? We don't want to overplay things. We also don't want to ignore things that we see, right? So you come right up here. You see one dot of blue in the middle of the Indiana map, right? That's Hamilton County. It's just north of Indianapolis. This, if you went back 20, 30 years ago, you'd see a lot of farms in this county. Now it's much more suburban, especially as you get closer to Indianapolis. Why do I raise that question? It's blue, right? 58% of the vote could flip. Look how close it is. It's 50 to 49. So it could well end up red, as it did in 2020 and 2016. But it's just, is this a signal that Kamala Harris, in the first election, post-Dobbs, in an issue where we know Donald Trump struggled in the suburbs in the 2018 midterms, struggled mightily in the suburbs in losing in 2020, is this a sign? I point it out this way. Harris at the moment at 50, Joe Biden was at 46 in this county in 2020, and Hillary Clinton was at 37% in this county in 2016. So the suburbs are critical in key races. Indiana is most likely to stay red. Let's be very clear about that. But as you come back to 2024, again, as you look at these early results that we're getting in some states, you try to seek, is it possible we could look at some other places, look in some of the battleground states and the close-in suburbs. So something to keep an eye on as we go. A quick look at Kentucky. This one's about to close. Some more results have come in. Let's just see if it's any mass to it. Again, Kentucky is a reliably red state. We expect it to stay that way. But you will look, Scott Jennings was talking about this earlier, Fayette County is Lexington in the suburbs. The vice president was a big early lead there. Frankfort is Franklin County. It's Frankfort in the suburbs. You see it there. So let's just compare. So 54%, if you round that up, 2024 at about 42%, 48% for Joe Biden. So right now, in Indiana and in Kentucky, you see the vice president at the moment overperforming Joe Biden in some suburban areas. Now, they're in red states, so we don't know whether that's going to matter as we get into these states. But we are about to get some clues. I want to move the map a little bit. We're about to get results in Virginia. Virginia has been blue for a while, but it was purple not all that long ago. So here's the question in Virginia tonight, which is going to report results to us very quickly. Do we get a 10-point race, as we had in 2020? Do you get Democrats winning by 10? That tells you the vice president is holding the Biden map in a state that will go blue. Or do you get a 5-point race, as we had in 2016? That would tell you that Donald Trump not only is running up the score in these red rural areas, but that he's improved his standing in the suburbs a little bit. You know, you see in here, it's Northern Virginia and down around the Richmond area there. So we'll get some key clues. And then also coming up moments ago, of course, one of the biggest battlegrounds of all, as Pam Brown was just noting, 11,779 votes. That was the margin when Joe Biden flipped Georgia. The last time it had gone Democrat, Bill Clinton eked it out in 1992, thanks to Ross Perot in part there. But it's been a long time since Georgia. So as Adi noted, is it a state in transition or is it a tug-of-war state? Jake, that's what we're going to find out. Again, 11,000 votes 4 years ago. The results in battleground Georgia to come in just about any second now. And again, you look at Atlanta, you look at the suburbs, and you see all that red is Donald Trump's base coming out to vote.
All right, and we are just moments away from the first big round of poll closings. Voting's about to end in 6 states, 6 with a total of 60 electoral votes at stake. Keep an eye on the pivotal battleground of Georgia, as most voting is ending there right now. And CNN can bring you a projection now. CNN projects that Kentucky goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. And CNN can also project that Vermont will go to Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes. Kamala Harris wins the state of Vermont. It is too early to project in Georgia, Indiana, South Carolina, and Virginia. Let's take a look at the electoral map now to see where the candidates stand. 270 electoral votes are needed to win.
Tabulation machines when officials made the decision to run them all through the tabulators again because the doors on the machines were not properly secured. Here's a look at those ballots getting re-tabulated. Each absentee and early in-person ballot that had already been counted going through the machine again. The doors on all 13 tabulation machines the city has should have been locked and sealed, but senior election officials did not do so properly. Election officials called it human error and say the machines and those results were still sealed and protected behind the door.
I know for a fact that these machines here, there was no tampering. We were able to confirm abundance of caution. We are reprocessing.
Whose job is it to seal those doors? Whose job is it to seal those doors?
My team in the morning.
Okay, and how did you guys become aware of it?
Well, this is why elections are important. One of the observers brought it to me why having observers is important.
Questions in there you got, Kendall. Legally, the city can start processing ballots at polls open, and workers there, though, we under 9.
Right. Plan was to start at 8. Still, things didn't get started until about 8:45 here. Timing delay coupled with having to reprocess of ballots here, it's going to make for a late night or early morning tomorrow until we have those results, Derek.
And we will keep our viewers informed from the Baird Center in downtown Milwaukee.
Let's try
Moments ago.
Responding to go with 12 News, this was a bipartisan decision brought to the attention of Republicans and the Baird Center. The RNC, though, coming out with what has happened, calling it an unacceptable example of. We brought questions to the Trump campaign just moments ago. In terms of these 30,000 absentee ballots being reprocessed, recounted in Milwaukee, is the Trump campaign, is the RNC preparing potential any action in response to this?
Well, so the RNC and the campaign are very aware of it. They're on top of it, and they're working through that. And so I'm going to leave that to the lawyers. I don't have at this point, but what we can do right now is for everyone in your hands. If people go and vote, big enough a win to where it doesn't matter, but we have to make sure that we do the things that we can, which is go and vote. But the RNC and the campaign are on top of this.
Jason Miller, senior advisor to the Trump campaign, just moments ago, as the first results at this hour are now starting to come in. Polls in 6 states closing. Donald Trump with 19 to Kamala Harris's 13. The key state we'll be watching is Georgia. Those results just coming in at this hour. Guys, obviously our polls closing tonight at 8 o'clock, but we're starting to see the first indications, no surprise indications of those results coming in at this hour.
All right, Smith, it'll be a long night. Thank you.
All right, and it is also having an impact on the election.
And Mark, rain and wind, and as long as you're prepared, you should be fine if you have to head out to vote.
Especially because we're on the final phase of getting any kind of rain here anymore in southeastern Wisconsin, and it's still very mild.
Voters vote in person and absentee ahead of today, and so I think that has really helped streamline the process once we actually got to Election Day.
Yeah. We've been outside here since about 3 p.m. I've seen students dancing. I did ask, and they did count. They passed out over 100 boxes of pizza for all the college students. What has been the excitement for students who are in there who are voting for the first time?
It's honestly been amazing. I love getting to work with the students. They're so excited. Many of them, this is their first election they're getting to vote in. They've been incredible. Patient. We often have specificities to go through properly. They're in the right location, but we promise every way you're going to vote. That's why you're here. And they have just been enthusiastic all day.
That's great. Michaela, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And I've been asking voters about the issues that have drawn them to the polls today, everything, but an overall theme is just a lot of pride for people who are out here voting in Ann Arbor. Reporting live in Ann Arbor, Sarah Michaels, 7 News Detroit.
Pizza, the Election Day fare. It is popular. Thank you, Sarah, for that. Tonight, all eyes are on Huntington Place for the vote count.
Yeah, the city changes to prevent the kind of chaos that ensued at the tallying center back in 2020.
We've talked about people who identify as independents. This is a category, right, of a voter that Vice President Harris really extended an olive branch to. She wanted to win them over. But look at this. Based on our exit poll data, it is Donald Trump winning independents, nearly a double-digit margin over Vice President Harris in the state of Georgia. Here's your grain of salt caveat. These are early numbers. They may shift a little bit throughout the night, but this is really interesting here. And if you're wondering, well, how does this compare to 2020? Let me pull that up here because he is overperforming. Donald Trump is overperforming his numbers with independent voters in Georgia this cycle than he did last.
That's consistent with what we're hearing. We've been telling people now for days to expect a lot of participation today. This is Election Day. This is a historic election, but nothing out of the ordinary of what we were anticipating. That's why we've really emphasized for people to go to elections.locations.vote or maricopa.vote is really the best place to go and find out exactly where those shortest lines are. So we do have a few locations, like you said, over an hour, but they can go find out, make a plan now. We know people are getting off work right now, and find the locations with the shortest lines and head out there now.
And a lot of that is because we have that 2-page ballot. I'm curious about printing issues. Are you seeing any of that? I've seen some concerns out there around the ink. I mean, you have to print more ballots out there. You guys are stocked up and we're prepared for this, right?
Yes, we were. At each one of these vote centers, we have 246 vote centers across the county. Each one of those vote centers have multiple printers. And as we're going through the day, like you said, with the 2-page ballot, we're getting the point where the toner is going down on some of those printers. So we're doing, again, this is just your reasonable standard maintenance. Make sure getting those toner levels up. But we're not seeing any widespread issues out there at all. But again, that's why we're suggesting people go to maricopa.vote, find out where the shortest lines are. And as long as you get in line by 7 p.m., you're going to have the opportunity to vote. And so that's why now we're getting into crunch time. It's time to head out there, make a plan, and get ready to vote. Be a part of this historic election.
Thank you so much. You took my closing line, the supervisor emphasizing as long as you are in line by 7 o'clock, stay in line, you are able to vote, and it will count. Reporting live in Phoenix, Nicole Grigg, ABC 15, Arizona.
Early exit polls, Harris obviously winning it big, 86% to 12%. But I want to note here that 86% number, 4 years ago, Joe Biden had 88%, a tick higher of support of the African-American vote. And Trump's 12%, he is a tick higher than he was 4 years ago when that was 11%. But it's roughly the same with the black vote, what we saw here. Look at younger voters under the age of 30. Harris is winning them. They make up 18% of the electorate. Harris is winning them 60% to 39%. She is doing better with young voters in Georgia than Joe Biden was doing against Trump 4 years ago. Trump got 43% of the youth vote in Georgia 4 years ago. He's down to 39% now, so that'll be something to watch. And then non-college white voters. This is obviously Trump's base. 32%, roughly a third of the Georgia electorate, are white, non-college educated voters. Trump's winning 81% of them. That is a bit better than he was doing 4 years ago, though 4 years ago, it was 35% of the electorate. So as a share of the overall electorate, it's come down. Harris is winning 18% of them, a tick under where Biden was 4 years ago. This will be the story of these exit polls in Georgia. Independent voters, they make up 31% of the electorate. That is a slightly larger share than what they made up 4 years ago. Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin from 9-point advantage for on 11 points with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chalian and Dana. That is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing is wild.
It's a huge swing. And I just want to underscore what David said. It is a bigger percentage of the vote share. Last time around, it was 28% independents. I made up 28% of the Georgia vote. And now it is 30%. And, I was right, 31%. And it is a total flip. It's a complete flip. Donald Trump is doing so much better with independents than Kamala Harris. And Joe Biden kind of ran away with independents 4 years ago. And, of course, he won the state.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why, what the reason is that there would be this dramatic flip of double digits in independents. And I am something you don't often hear in election coverage. It's something of a loss as to how you explain that independents would have gone so much more for Trump this time than they did for Biden last time.
Audie, hang on. We're going to go over to Jake for a projection.
Passes, it would create a state constitutional right to an abortion.
We'll be bringing you those results all evening, both on air and online. You can always find the latest updates on abc15.com/election.
We've got a lot to talk about with the election, but another big story locally. We've had 2 deadly shootings involving Phoenix police, the latest in central Phoenix. ABC 15's Josh Cristianto has the very latest information from the department. He's joining us near 7th Street and Indian School
Going into
tonight.
Election Day
Josh?
in North Carolina, and as Rick pointed out, and rightly so, a whole third of the early vote is either independent or unaffiliated voters, and we simply don't know how that's going to break.
Part of this is them knowing just how tight this race is. No Democrat has won the state of North Carolina since 2008. They do not want to give this up. The other half of it, of course, is the fact that Hurricane Helene really ravaged parts of this state. Trump voters in rural counties, they need them to turn out. Now, there have been modifications that have been made, provisional votes that will be cast in some of those counties as well.
Let's talk about where Kamala Harris spent her final 24 hours. He did sort of a blitz of 3 battleground states. She was in 1 state alone.
1 state alone, Pennsylvania. The biggest prize of the night, 19 electoral votes. We're going to keep coming back to all-important Pennsylvania because you heard from Rick just how much her chances increase if she were to win this state. So, David, let me show you where she was campaigning. Part of it was the Latino belt. Allentown and Reading, high Hispanic and Latino voters here. In Allentown, Puerto Rican community, very large here, really seizing on those comments made at Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden rally, a speaker comparing Puerto Rico to an island of garbage, really trying to turn out the vote here. She went door knocking in Scranton, home to President Biden, of course. She also campaigned all the way over here in Pittsburgh, which is really notable, David, because Joe Biden in 2020 got more votes than any other Democrat in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County since LBJ in 1964. And then, of course, she held that final star-studded rally right there in Philadelphia.
It's interesting, in the midterms 2 years ago, Republicans got the most votes out of Allegheny County. Even though it's a Democratic county with Pittsburgh, got the most votes there, too. So the Trump campaign does not want to give up that territory either.
Here in Downey. So as they start to trickle in, we know polls are closing in about 15 minutes, anxious for those results and holding on to hope that Robinson can somehow pull out a win. Polls showing he's trailing behind Josh Stein by 15 points. Now we've talked in both Robinson and Stein. The race is going to come much closer than what's showing. Now, as we wait for the lieutenant governor to get here and address his supporters, address the media, we spoke with his campaign's chief strategist, Matt Hurley, is holding on to optimism as well, of course. He says a good sign for their campaign is in the rural areas of North Carolina.
I think the biggest thing is going to be the breakdown of urban versus rural turnout. So I think what we're seeing right now that's really, really positive. Rural turnout is greatly eclipsing 2020 levels. I haven't seen that same level of enthusiasm in the urban areas. So we'll continue to see where that actual results come in.
So win or lose, Robinson is prepared to accept the results no matter what happens tonight. For now, we're live in Raleigh. Julia.
Here in a moment. Mary, you've covered her day in and day out, the White House. How are they feeling tonight?
Cautiously optimistic. It's been described as nauseously optimistic, which may be my new favorite political descriptor. But they are quick to note tonight that turnout today was high across every key battleground state. They see those long lines that we're all seeing, and they think that's a good sign for them, that it shows that they've been able to reach a broad coalition, and they believe that coalition is coming out for her. They also see in their own data that late-breaking voters, they think, those voters that didn't make up their mind yet, and yes, they do exist, but that they are coming towards Kamala Harris. In part, they think, because they are motivated by Donald Trump's dark closing message. They were turned off by his rhetoric, especially that big Madison Square Garden rally. But we know, and we're going to be talking about this a lot tonight, I suspect, so much of this, they say, is just going to come down to mobilization and the ground game. And they do feel, the Harris campaign, that Donald Trump's ground game can't compete with theirs. When you look at the numbers, I mean, just in the last weekend, 3 million doors knocked. At one point, I was told they were knocking on 2,000 doors a minute in must-win Pennsylvania. And we know Kamala Harris, just a short while ago, was out there working the phones herself, trying to reach every last voter.
One follow-up for you, Mary, because you talk about these late deciders, and I heard from someone within the campaign who was speaking to a national audience who said it's not necessarily, 9 out of 10 late deciders. It might be split, but just slightly favoring the Harris campaign, which also is another reflection of how tight this race is, that even the late deciders, they're dividing them. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They really do think, what is pushing them at this last minute? And it's why you've been seeing the Harris campaign, especially in these last few days and hours, really reaching out to all of those key demographics, making that extra push for Latino.
And these numbers here as we continue throughout the evening on the road to 270. Donald Trump out to the early lead with 19, Harris with 3. Let's look at a couple of races that have uncalled so far. We will start with Virginia, 13 electoral votes, just 1% in there in Virginia, but you can see Donald Trump at a widespread right now in Georgia. That's, of course, the first big prize in the Among the swing states right now, Donald Trump with 90,000 votes, Kamala Harris 86,000, but that's too early to call.
So we had some of our first poll closings. We await Arizona in a couple of hours from now. 11 electoral votes. We've got Gotti Schwartz there in Tempe, home to Arizona State University. Big lines there. A real split that you're seeing, that gender divide, Gotti.
Absolutely. Big lines, big turnout here at ASU. This is the 75-foot line. That's where the line starts. And let's take a walk, because this line is about 77 minutes long if you're looking at the app. But the line extends all the way down, and you're seeing so many of these students turning out. You were just talking about that gender gap, and we've been talking to a lot of the students here, a lot of the female students. They say that they've been driven to the polls by the issue of abortion and the issue of how they think Donald Trump treats women. And then you see a lot of males in this line, young guys here at ASU, many of them wearing those MAGA hats that have been given out along this line from organizers here. And they have been telling us that the reason why they are turning out is because of the economy, because of masculine identity. And they've also said, interestingly enough, people have been talking about the podcast wars here in this line, and Joe Rogan, that Joe Rogan podcast, the appearance. We were talking to a couple of guys just a little while ago. They said that they were open to the possibility of voting for Kamala Harris, but when the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that influenced their vote. So it wasn't necessarily economy for them, but it was the idea that that Harris was not going to sit down, not going to show what they said was her true personality, and so that's why they decided to vote for Trump. Savannah?
All right, Gotti, thank you.
Both candidates have been courting Latino voters, a huge voting bloc, more than 36 million in the U.S.
We have Hallie Jackson here, who's been looking at the exit polls and can drill down on that a little bit.
And the reason we're talking about Georgia here is because that is a state where the polls have closed, so we can report out some of this exit poll data. Again, 600 polling places all across the country. It's early vote, it's mail-in vote, it's in-person day of, but it is early, right? So these numbers could shift a bit. But what we're seeing in Georgia on the Latino vote is interesting. It is Kamala Harris who is winning the Latino vote, 56%, to Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020. He is slightly overperforming with that demographic group. And Jose, you know, and Savannah and Lester and Kristen, this is something the Trump campaign talks a lot about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino voters.
Well, let us bring Jose Diaz-Balart, our colleague, into this conversation because, you know, this effort to try to win over more Latino voters on behalf of the Trump campaign, it's never been about can we win the Latino vote. It's can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference? And are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
Seven, I think the course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona, where 25% of the population, the eligible population to vote is Latino, but we're talking about Georgia, for example. 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania, more than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And then, you know, Tom was just talking about Florida, 3.3 million Latinos are eligible to vote there. I think that it's a situation where it's the Latino population, but 36 million strong, is participating maybe in historic numbers tonight in the American democratic experiment, our American democratic
And what's
experiment.
driving that?
I think what's driving that is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters, each with their own individual American dream, with vicissitudes and barriers into what they see as the best future for their children and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight will have a direct impact on what Latinos come out to say tonight. And in Arizona and Nevada, yes, but also in Georgia and in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's early on, but we're starting to see this flesh out a little bit. Jose, stand by with us. We're moments away now from another round of poll closing. Some big states at stake, including that former battleground, Ohio, and one of the newest battlegrounds, North Carolina.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina.
President Trump has won this state twice.
We're going to win North Carolina. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris.
But this year, North Carolina,
we will win.
Kamala Harris is making a serious run for its 16 Electoral College votes.
North Carolina, it all comes down to this.
Plus 2 major wild cards. Hurricane Helene decimating the western part of the state. And the Trump-supported candidate for governor.
Now to the scandal that's rocked the governor's race in North Carolina and could have national implications.
A possible drag on the Republican ticket.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information for the Tar Heel state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. So that sets us up for nicely. Sam Brock, hard hit Asheville, North Carolina. This was the part of Western Carolina that were really hurt by Hurricane Helene. And you're in Asheville now. What are you seeing there?
Sure, Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or two earlier, there was large applause here because they reached 1,000 people voting in person here at this precinct. And what's so interesting about this particular location is that it wasn't intended to be the voting site. In fact, the church that was supposed to be had helicopters delivering supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about 17 different locations in this county, Savannah, that had to shake things up. And as I talked to residents today, they basically told me they had a lot of confidence that the communication was good. They were able to find their location. And in Buncombe County alone, you had 116,000 people early voting and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers in terms of just the overall presence. And the western part of the state, Savannah, and this is really what I want to drive home, outperformed the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. That was at 56.7% in Buncombe, 58%. But then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% before people even came on Election Day. And I say all of this as you see cases of water over my shoulder, right? People are still doling out supplies. And just to give you a snapshot of what's going on the ground right now, people don't have potable water. You're staying at hotels where families are still displaced and they are just wondering when are they going to get their loans for their businesses? When will their employees be able to have stability? These are all the things that are weighing on folks' mind as they're still voting. Now, we talked about North Carolina as a wild card, as it projects strength in terms of some of the turnout here in the rural communities. You also have a scenario where women, 52% versus 41% for men. There was a big gap so far in early voting of women who are voting. And the conversations I'm having, many of them tell me that they do think abortion is front and center for them. We'll see how that plays out here in the hours to come.
All right, Sam Brock in Asheville, North Carolina, part of the region that has just been through so much, and yet so many people came out to exercise their right to vote. I want to go over to Tom Yamas because this is the battleground in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won, and he wants to try to hold on to it.
Savannah, was the only one that he won in 2020, but it was his closest margin of victory. Let's take a look at North Carolina right now, and I'll take you back to elections past. So as we just mentioned, Trump wins here, but barely, right? He won it in 2016. He had a higher margin there. We go back to Romney. I want to go all the way back to Obama's first race. Obama won North Carolina, right? But since then, Republicans have been able to flip the state, but their margins have come down just slightly. I spoke with Governor Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn out the vote out, and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The 3 places they have to do it. The first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority-minority county, right? Jose was talking about the Latino voters. You have about 16% in Mecklenburg County, about 30% black voters there. They have to drive out those voters. The second place, this is the population center here, which is known as the Research Triangle. The capital, Raleigh, you have schools like NC State in Raleigh. Just next door in Durham, you have Duke. And then right next door to that in Orange County, you have UNC Chapel Hill. And finally, the Triad. A lot of people, if you don't know North Carolina very well, this is sort of the forgotten metro area. You have places like Greensboro and High Point, Winston-Salem, along with those historically black universities. These are the areas, guys, where they have to run up the vote. How does Trump win? Well, look at the state. You see how red it is. And here's the issue. It's one of the most rural battleground states. So Trump has to run up that rural vote. And then you were just talking to Sam Brock about the issue of hurricanes. Those are the hurricane counties right there. A lot of them are Trump country, with the exception of Asheville, Buncombe, where you have Appalachian State over here, where Boone is. Those are Trump countries. Hopefully those people are going to go out and vote for him. That's what they need. Back to you guys over there.
All right, Tom, then the Democrats have put on quite the ground game there in North Carolina to try and flip that state in their direction, which would make their path considerably easier.
I
was born with wings, but psoriasis clipped them until I got clearer skin with Elex. I have a chance to say I'm back. Most people got 100% clear skin, some after the first dose.
Serious side effects, including suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them. Liver problems and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to.
Start to get yourself back with Elex.
Ask your dermatologist today.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience, and get the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be?
At Harbor Freight, we do business differently from the other guys. We design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middleman. No folks in suits telling us to raise prices for the heck of it. Just quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love. Every aisle, every day. That's how we like to do business anyway. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
All eyes are on Pennsylvania. Thank you for joining us on this historic election night. I'm Jacqueline London.
I'm Fred Shropshire. We're seeing unprecedented wait times across our region as voters choose Donald Trump or Kamala Harris for president. The polls are still open for another 30-plus minutes. If you are in line before 8 o'clock, your vote will still be counted.
Here's where all the votes are getting counted in Philadelphia. This is the ballot processing center in Northeast Philadelphia. Workers started counting ballots once the polls opened this morning. We're told it could be late into the night before all the votes in Pennsylvania are counted.
19 Electoral College votes are up for grabs in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia election officials have come out quickly, shutting down Donald Trump's claims of cheating in Philadelphia. And here is a look at the highly contested race for Pennsylvania Senate. Incumbent Bob Casey trying to stay in Washington for another term. He is facing Dave McCormick. We'll check in with the candidates' camp in the next hour.
And people are waiting several hours tonight to exercise their right to vote. Look at this. Skyforce 10 flew over lines wrapped around a Macy Middle School in Marlton tonight. Burlington County polling spots will stay open until the last person in line before 8 o'clock gets a ballot and votes. Quite the turnout. If you want to watch our local coverage of the election results, that's on the NBC Philadelphia streaming channel until 11 o'clock. We have advisors in, and Lauren Make is handling that along with Tracy Davidson, and then we'll be back on NBC 10 News at 11. Thank you for watching this election update. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We'll see you in the next hour.
And welcome back to our NBC News election coverage. It's 7:30 in the East. We've got some new results to show you. West Virginia, Donald Trump is the projected winner in West Virginia with 4 electoral votes. Here's where it puts us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 23-3 for Kamala Harris.
Polls just closed in a handful of states. Here are ones that we cannot call yet: Ohio and the battleground of North Carolina, which we've been talking about. Here's our projections. Are too early to call, just not ready to release any information about that yet. Georgia is also too early to call. Polls closed about a half hour there now.
Hey, Javier, we're still working to learn some details right now. We just got to the scene not very long ago. You mentioned, you can see right now we've got another fire unit coming up, but a really heavy presence here. And we've been looking at some of those images from the sky. And again, we don't want to speculate too much right now as we are still working to get some details, but it sure looked like a plane crash that may have crashed even into a car on the road. It looks like a very scary situation right now. We do know the Mesa Police Department confirming to us earlier that it is a plane crash at Greenfield and McKellips here in Mesa, and this entire area area is going to be closed down. The roads will be closed for a pretty long while here. The public information officer on the way to the scene right now for Mesa Police Department, going to try to give us some more information, but we've seen some urgency here from crews. Things have slowed down a little bit here, but we've seen both fire and police crews come over here right next to the Commemorative Air Force Museum on McKellips and Greenfield at this intersection, just steps away from Falcon Field. And again, we're still working to learn some more details and information about what exactly happened, if anyone is hurt or worse in this crash right now, but a very scary scene out here right now, and we're continuing to try to get details, and we'll bring those to you as we get them throughout the night. Ford Hatchett, ABC 15, Arizona.
All right, thank you, Ford. We want to get back to our election coverage right now. It is 5:30, making just about an hour and a half to go until polls close right here in Arizona.
Yeah, hundreds of thousands of Arizonans have already voted today, but election officials expect now until 7 truly to be the busiest times out there. And we keep saying this because it is
possible. All right, now our police chief from Fulton County, Georgia, Chief Yates.
Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 voting locations that we put. Hold it up. Is that better? Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 polling locations, and we placed an officer at each one. That wouldn't have been possible without the help of every law enforcement agency within Fulton County coming together to make that happen. We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in, and it's a good thing we did, because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations. 32. We were able to clear 27 of them very quickly without the need for an evacuation. 5 of them, the polls were temporarily closed down at the poll manager's request while we conducted the sweep, and they were reopened. We don't know where the threats came from at this point, and it is an active investigation, but we do intend on doing our best to locate who made the threats and prosecute them fully. Thank you.
Now, County Manager Dick Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to wrap up at least 4 questions by telling you how much preparation went into tonight and today and all of the advanced voting. Starting in 2020, we began a whole of government approach. While the tip of the spear is Board of Registration and Election, it involved every aspect of Fulton County with a clear expectation set by our chairman and the rest of the board that we would have a tremendous experience for voters and a free and fair election, which we've obviously accomplished. Everything that went into it, from this building that you stand in, to the technology that was used, to the processes that were planned and practiced, to our leadership. And I want to give a special recognition to Nadine Williams, who has led our efforts and done a terrific job. I also, of course, want to recognize Chief Yates for his efforts working with every municipality and all the police chiefs across Fulton County to provide the safety and security necessary today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts, for being our MC again today. This time we can take a few questions. Yes. Have there been any bomb threats called into this facility?
Say it again.
Have there been any threats called in for this facility?
Not yet.
How concerned are you about that possibility?
Very concerned about it. But the good news is I don't have 177 other locations to worry about. Now we just have this location. And I think you saw when you came in a very heavy law enforcement presence here. We're investigating that possibility. I have not spoken to the Secretary of State today. It's been a very busy day.
So where did he get that it came from Russia?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask him.
Chief, can you give us any more details about the threats? Were they called? Were they emailed? What was said?
Some were called in to 911. Some were called into the location, and some were emailed.
You said something.
And some were emailed. Yes, ma'am.
All right, another question.
Question?
All right.
That's it.
Great, wonderful. Were all 32 polling locations evacuated? No, they were not. 5 were evacuated.
Just for clarification, the 32, that was just Fulton County. That wasn't the entire state.
Yeah, that's just Fulton County, but they weren't all in one location. They were in all but 2 of the different cities within Fulton County, so they were all spread out throughout the county. No, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yes,
So how were the bomb threats discovered? Was it an email? Was it like?
I think he just said that.
Yeah, telephone, email, and telephone, email, and 911 center. The 911 center received some, the locations received some, and some were emailed.
So how soon are these locations? Are you guys having security there throughout the night? Is there heightened security at?
You mean after the election's over?
No, I'm talking about all throughout the night. Since there were bomb threats called into these locations, are you going to heighten the security there throughout the night?
No, ma'am.
I spoke earlier today with Georgia NAACP President Gerald Briggs. He mentioned that it appears that the threats that he's heard from local officials, including some of the Fulton County commissioners, the threats were concentrated in districts and precincts that have higher concentration of black residents. Any thoughts on that? Is that accurate? Do you think that it was targeted towards areas that have a higher concentration of black people?
Happened in every city in Fulton County. I don't know the concentrations or the precincts, what they I just don't know those. Yes, ma'am. One. I'm not answering.
The question was about whether this will delay results. So 5 precincts will be open up to 45 minutes later. So there could be, for those 5 precincts, a slight delay, but we have 177 precincts that were not delayed. CNN, I think you have. Will be the first round of results will be uploaded around 8 p.m. for early voting and absentee ballots. So it's not 8 o'clock on the dot, but those you saw us processing early voting locations this afternoon. Those will still be uploaded this evening. And
which is good news there. Let's go up to Durham County. Kamala Harris right now with 7,000 votes, 84%. That again outperforming how Joe Biden did 4 years ago. And then over in Orange County, College County, a lot of college students there. This is the largest number I've seen so far. 86% of the vote Kamala Harris compared to 75% that Joe Biden got. So with a caveat that these are the very, very early numbers right here, just absentee mail-in ballots, seems like Kamala Harris is overperforming where she needs to. Let's take a look at though some redder counties. Rutherford County, Donald Trump now with 51.7% of the vote compared to that. How he did was 72%. So he will need to perform much higher level than that in the hours to come. And then just north of that, McDowell County. Right now, Donald Trump with 51% of the vote. Back 4 years ago, he won with 73. I would anticipate as the early voting numbers come in and say 30 minutes to an hour, and then with the election day vote to come in about 2 hours after that, that those numbers are going to be drastically going up. One other thing I want to look at is over in Asheville, Buncombe County. The folks there had been through so much in the last month because of Hurricane Helene. Right now, Kamala Harris with 76.9, 77% of the vote compared to 4 years ago, Joe Biden got 59. So I would caution about reading too much into any of these numbers right now, Colin and Vanessa. By what I say, the Harris campaign hopes that these numbers and the overperforming in these blue areas is an indicator of what's to come throughout the night. But again, it is very early.
Yes, and as we've heard, Western North Carolina leading the charge for turnout, getting those people out to the ballot boxes and obviously having their voices heard. In the next hour and a half, we've got more polls to close in 7 battleground states. We've got Arizona at 9, Georgia, which is already closed, Michigan at 8, Nevada will be up at 10, and then Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, 8 and 9 respectively. So a lot's going to happen in this next hour and a half, not just here in North Carolina as we watch these races here. So we got to check in with Miles Harris right now. He's keeping us informed about what's happening election night right now, verifying information that may come across online. And we've seen a lot of misinformation already.
Yeah, so Miles, you're looking into how some of these results come in and how they're looked at.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, guys. I mean, we have been spending a lot of time here, and once the polls actually close, votes will actually start to get counted, and as they do, plenty of sites and accounts, they're going to be able to flood you with that information on the results. But who can you trust the most? Well, let's go ahead and verify some of that information when it comes to this, which sources are the best and which ones are accurately calling the election winners. Now, all signs right now, they are pointing to the Associated Press right now, also known as AP. Now, AP has race callers at every state, including both North and South Carolina. Now, according to their website, the Associated Press and their decision team, they go strictly off of facts and they stay away from any candidate or even campaign when it comes to gathering that information on the results. Now, AP does not make any projections or even name any apparent likely winners. They only call races when they're officially decided. So although they may take the most time when it comes to giving that information, they are accurate. And it also is important to note that in the 2020 U.S. general election, the Associated Press, they declared winners in more than 5,000 contested races. Now, that is something they're going to keep a close eye on as election night continues. Guys.
Yeah, Miles, absolutely. And let's not forget in 2020, many states took until the weekend, that Saturday, to figure out who may have won that state, what electoral votes went where. We could be in that same type of process.
We do forget that sometimes. It did not go quickly in 2020.
Knock on wood.
That's right.
There's been a lot of misinformation as well, obviously. I saw a text, I think, today about polling locations or times changing, so there's a lot of misinformation. If it looks wrong, double check your Board of Elections where you live, and hopefully that information will come up.
Well, we do know that there's some places here that legitimately did have issues getting started and some delays, and we have a team digging into that as well.
That's right. I believe Nate standing by. Nate Morbido joins us. He's here in studio tracking some of the voting issues. Nate?
I mean, you say some, we're talking about two, which to me is just unbelievable. And you think about there's 2,650 polling sites across North Carolina, and so far, just 2 of those sites, 2 precincts have had issues today. You look back in 2020, 10 sites had issues and had to have extended voting. Let me tell you about one of them. In Burke County, the Pilot Mountain Precinct. It took about an hour and a half to get things really moving this morning because there was a laptop issue. The laptop they used to check in voters just wouldn't boot up. We all have that issue with our computers sometimes when you come to the office, and I guess election administrators are no different. There were some people in line at the time. I mean, we're talking about a delay in voting, who apparently left. There were others who got tired as it progressed and left as well. But there was some talk from the election administrator, some may come back, and they decided ultimately, the state election board, we're going to extend voting through 8 o'clock at this one precinct in Burke County. That's really important to point out here because in that case, there was an observer, a person actually running for office who kind of was observing the precinct and saw nobody really moving. And at some point filed an affidavit with the state saying we have an issue here. And you don't want to see voters disenfranchised. You want everybody to be able to vote who wants to vote. So there in Burke County, an extra 30 minutes, which is going to wrap up here pretty soon. The same is true at the Gardner School Precinct. That's in Wilson County. We're talking about east of Raleigh. That opened at 6:30, but they had a printer issue there where they couldn't get the printer to print out the print authorization to vote forms. And unfortunately, this was a new election administrator there in Wilson County. There were some issues of not following up the backup procedures. So once again, you had people, they got tired. I mean, they probably had to go to work and they left. And again, you don't want to see people do that. But in both of these precincts, we're talking about 20 people, maybe a little bit more, who potentially left. So not a huge number. And I do want to point out one more thing that I thought was really interesting when listening to these state board emergency meetings today about these 2 precincts, which each got an extra half an hour. There was a real concerted effort to make sure there was a unified front when voting on these extensions. You know, you have Republicans and you have Democrats on these state boards. And they were desperately trying to get unanimous votes. In one of those precincts, they went 5-0, the other 4-1. So maybe an effort to try to unify and to restore faith and trust in the system that we have here. And I do want to point out, too, I mean, I was out there at the Mecklenburg County election office in 2020. We all were waiting for something to happen. It didn't happen. You know, and so far today, there really hasn't been much that has happened here other than people respecting their fellow voters. I went to vote early on the first day of early voting, and I waited in line a long time. I'm compulsive, so I had to get it done. But I was sitting there with these people, and nobody was getting aggressive. Nobody was getting impatient. I mean, maybe people are acting in good faith and just want to make sure their votes counted and doing what it takes, nothing more, you know, not making a big scene.
Absolutely. Nate, thank you for watching that. I mean, there's a lot of delays, or not many delays that we've been talking about, those two in the precincts, but obviously there's 30,000 votes that need to be recounted in Milwaukee County, which is the largest county in Wisconsin. And obviously there's different rules of how they're going to hand count ballots in Pennsylvania and other states. That is going to be key as we head into the hours tonight. So you may see more of these issues pop up. We're going to bring in our political expert, Chelsea Kaufman. Chelsea, it's great to have you again. Election integrity, it's been on the minds of so many folks. We saw it in 2020, right? We're seeing it again. We saw Donald Trump kind of talk a little bit about some of the results, that if it's a fair election, he will accept those. So how do you navigate around those type of claims when we know so many election officials, so many employees are doing their diligent work to make sure this is a fair election?
Yes, I think that it's very important to actually emphasize that there are so many employees out there that are actually doing this hard work, as well as, you know, just thinking about
voters, your constituency, and that's what I think it gave me 20 points. I mean, I was less. This is the first time that I get 60 points, and that's amazing. It's for a swing district. Oh my Lord, what a country and what a district!
Thank you so much. Again, early victory here for Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar. Back to you in the studio if you have any questions for me.
Laura, I have a question for you to ask the Congresswoman, because I know that immigration has been a big part of her platform, specifically the Dignity Act. Can you ask her for us if this will be something that she will continue to tackle on Capitol Hill?
So Jackie's question is about immigration and the dignity.
I can't sit home and say I didn't do anything.
I'm very concerned that we need everybody out here to vote to make a good choice about the direction of our country.
I was thinking of a number of family members that weren't able to vote from my past. And so I'm representing them, and I always come and vote in person. I don't vote in mail because I think it's a statement to be seen voting.
We're 150 feet away from the main entrance. Now, right behind me, you can see there's a couple that are voting right now, sitting on that picnic table. With them, a couple of elections officials. Why? Because for some kind of medical reason or physical condition, you're not able to go inside. Then literally the polls come out to you, and that's what's happening behind me. They're going to take the ballots, seal them up, and take them right back inside. I'm Patricio Espinosa, ABC 15, Arizona.
Good evening to you. I'm ABC 15's Christelle Bell. America Votes. Our election coverage continues. Joining me tonight, our political roundtable. We'll be hearing from these gentlemen throughout the evening as they're sharing their insight and providing us with some analysts on key races that we're watching tonight. So let's meet them. We'll start with Mike Axelrod here, President and CEO of GPG Strategies, a political consulting group for Democrats, and Reginald Boulding sitting right here next to me, former Arizona House Democratic leader.
But she also is trying to extend an olive branch to men. I would just say this. Two things are true, right? Kamala Harris, let me say it this way. Donald Trump is doing better with men based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women, though that gap exists. But also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors into tonight.
And that's why that moment with former President Obama was so significant when he called on them not to stay at home.
All right. Well, we're just a few minutes away now from a big batch of poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern time, including the one that everybody's been watching, Pennsylvania. And we'll be right back.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack one at closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll
building here at Howard University. It might look empty behind me, but off to my right, it is very packed full of people. people, supporters, donors, fans of Howard, all he's getting to build up that energy. DJ that's playing right now, part of the pre-show entertainment, he is a Howard alum. We're hearing also confidence from the Harris and Walz campaign. They're pointing to high numbers of Puerto Ricans voting in Philadelphia, high college student turnout at campuses across Pennsylvania, and they think that is good news for them. Pennsylvania is, of course, the biggest battleground prize up for grabs tonight, most electoral votes, and it's a state that really both campaigns think that this needs to be a must-win for them. Governor Tim Walz, Kamala Harris is running. Made Pennsylvania his last.
Come out in a more robust way after Madison Square Garden.
Because one of the thing about those comments is that it draws attention to the campaign and not the way they want. Kamala Harris tried to take advantage of that. She had Fat Joe. She had Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez campaigning in Puerto Rican areas of Pennsylvania. It's not just about the mistake. It's about being able to draw attention to it and then use that as an opportunity to wake up maybe low propensity voters.
Yeah, Pennsylvania with the third biggest Puerto Rican population in the mainland, behind only Florida and New York. Back to Aaron Burnett following the action in the battleground states.
Right, of course, chief among them right now, you're talking about it, Pennsylvania. So let's go to Kate Baldwin in Bensalem, where you have been throughout the day, Kate. And now, we're seeing these exit polls. Polls are going to close. This could truly become, as so many thought it would, the must-win state for Kamala Harris.
Absolutely. And since we last spoke to you, Aaron, we have moved to Philadelphia. This is the warehouse where all of the counting is happening. This is where the action is. And we've just learned from a source close to the counting process inside that Philadelphia will be posting, when it posts its first votes at 8:01 p.m., they will be posting just over 110,000 ballots. These are mail ballots. This is the long-awaited first batch of mail ballots to be posted, and it represents, I'm told by this source, more than 50% of all mail ballots that they have received. This also, for context, puts Philadelphia well ahead of the pace, their counting pace from 2020, which we've all become so familiar with. But this is a big moment that we're learning first here on CNN. They'll be posting just over 110,000 ballots, and we'll see the results of that when it posts online.
It's so crucial, Kate, as you say, faster than we had seen last time, and the context that Kate just gave around that number, that would be more than 50% of the mail-in ballots from Philadelphia. It's a start, but it's a better start than we've seen before. Pamela Brown is at the voting desk. And Pamela, with the spotlight on Pennsylvania right now, what are you looking for in the context of those numbers that Kate just shared with us?
So you have the early votes that are about to be reported shortly after 8 o'clock, and then you have the overall turnout. And sources I'm speaking with there in Pennsylvania and on the ground in Philly say that turnout in Philadelphia and some other places across the Commonwealth have exceeded expectations. So let's talk about that Democratic stronghold of Philadelphia and what I'm being told there. An official there tells me at Temple University the line was around the block today. I'm told they had to bring in extra machines to tabulate the votes, 6 total compared to the 2 that is typical per this official. The Philly official also tells me while they don't have an exact number for voter turnout today, they just don't have that data right now, that turnout has certainly exceeded expectations. 2 sources at the state and local level in Philly tell me ballots had to be replenished today in several polling places there in this Democratic stronghold. Overall, one state source speaking to election officials in Philly said it seems the turnout there was, quote, quite high and seems through the roof. Let's look at the swing county here of Northampton. The state official also tells me at Lehigh University their lines were up to 4 hours long. I'm told this is not because of any glitches in the system or issues, just that the turnout there was stronger than they had anticipated at this university where there are a lot more younger voters. Now, I'm told right now as it stands across the Commonwealth, there are 600,000 fewer mail-in ballots compared to 2020, but officials aren't done counting the total number. And they tell me it's actually more mail-in ballots than they were expecting. So we're about to get our first big look at those mail-in ballot numbers right there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at 8 p.m. A lot coming our way this hour, Aaron.
That's right. Absolutely. As Kate said, more than 100,000 of them. Could be more than 50% of the outstanding for Philadelphia. John King, amazing, though, when you hear about 4 hours of lines. And we have heard that from Pennsylvania to Nevada, that young people have turned out.
hopefully everyone's turning out.
I will point out, for some reason, the Harris campaign seemed to know this was coming, maybe not this extreme, and they said don't look at Florida to extrapolate much, but it's got to be a little alarming when they see that the margin is far wider than Joe Biden just 4 years ago in the state of Florida. It's now coming up 5 minutes before 8 o'clock here. The key state of Pennsylvania closes at 8 p.m. 16 states about to begin reporting, including the Keystone State. 19 electoral votes up for grabs there. Just to bring you up to speed, Georgia, North Carolina have already closed. Also key battleground states. I see Rick over at the board. New numbers coming in. Top of the hour, we'll tell you where this race stands. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential race 2024 continues from election night headquarters in a moment.
Moments from now, we're live across the country as results come in. Polls are already closed in 9 states. They're about to close in 16 more states, including the pivotal state of
We have got Tom Yamas over at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia and North Carolina, 2 big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Georgia right now because North Carolina, there's still only about 2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening here when we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances, she's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way because I'm going to bounce around. Here on this side, the right side, this is where Biden was at 2020. Here's where Harris is tonight, 76% in. You can see she's overperforming there. We come to this other county, Clayton County. Again, these are the suburbs of Atlanta, those ring counties around Atlanta. 84% for Biden, 85% for her, so she's holding that high watermark. We move over to Rockdale. Look at this, 69% for Biden, 75% tonight for Harris. They're looking at these numbers tonight, and again, there's still a lot of vote out, but they're looking at these numbers tonight, and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night. Only 25% of the vote is in. Trump is way on top, but again, 25% of the vote is in. Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out. These giant bubbles, the bigger the bubble, that's how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some in the rural county that are out, but the big area, remember, 50% of the vote is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's also talk about Pennsylvania, guys, because we're getting close to getting some information in Pennsylvania. And remember this, 2020, Joe Biden wins the state. It is going to be the Keystone State and the key to the election tonight. Trump won it in 2016. The difference, about 40,000 votes. In 2020, he wins by about 80,000 votes. Biden does. The interesting that has happened, and we've learned a lot about Philadelphia, the counties around Philadelphia, places like Chester, places like Montgomery County. Those people in the know call it Munco. We'll talk to Hallie about that, as well as Kristen Welker as well. Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So we'll be watching what happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, part of the Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics there. We're going to see what happens. And we are so honored to have both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa. They know about Eagles fans. They know about steaks. Come on. Yeah. How good is Wawa?
Phillies. Always, the best. Always.
But Tom, you forgot to ask them cheesesteaks, wit or wit out?
Wit.
Okay.
Whiz without, babe.
Okay.
Whiz without.
All right. Well, we have a lot of time just to do Philly talk. We won't leave Pittsburgh out, but we're coming up on a poll close.
Yeah,
here.
21 seconds until the top of the hour. Another poll close, and we're going to hear from about 17 states here coming up at the top of the hour, and there's a
Kristen Welker as well. Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So we'll be watching what happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, part of the Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics there. We're going to see what happens. And we are so honored to have both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa. They know about Eagles fans. They know about steaks. Come on. Yeah. How good is Wawa?
Phillies. Always. The best. Always.
But Tom, you forgot to ask them cheesesteaks, wit or wit out?
Wit.
Okay.
Whiz without, babe.
Okay.
Whiz without.
All right. Well, we have a lot of time just to do Philly talk. We won't leave Pittsburgh out, but we're coming up on a poll close.
Yeah,
here.
21 seconds until the top of the hour. Another poll close, and we're going to hear from about 17 states here coming up at the top of the hour, and there's a
Kristen Welker as well, Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So we'll be watching what happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, part of the Poconos,
outside the metro Atlanta area or outside middle Georgia. So that's really interesting to me, and I'm wondering if this is part of the strategy to turn out low propensity voters or...
Jen, I'm so sorry. I want to cut in here for just a second. We have some breaking news. NBC is now calling Florida for former President Donald Trump. Again, NBC now projecting Florida will go for Donald Trump, as well as the states of Tennessee, Missouri, Alabama, and Oklahoma, all being called by NBC for former President Donald Trump. And I want to take us out to the full electoral map here. Take a look now. This is starting to get shaded in. A lot of states still early, a lot of states tipping for the former president here. I know we're talking about a lot of Georgia numbers here, but this is a good juncture to talk about the macro picture. Fred, are there any surprises here yet, or are these sort of the easy ones to fill in on the electoral map?
Yeah, these are the easy ones. There are no surprises so far. In a place like Florida, the goal was just to try to keep it at single digits or less, because that's the state that Ron DeSantis won by close to 20 points just 2 years ago, and so. But
it was much tighter in his first campaign, right?
Well, it
4
was.
years before that.
It was. I was
on
the opposite side of him in that one in 2018. We lost that one by 32,000 votes, and then in 2022 we saw a big change, and then it looks like Florida's holding. So a state that, remember, in 2000 there was a 537 vote margin between Al Gore and George Bush. So yeah, so no surprises there.
And keep in mind that these were not the swing states that we were looking at, like Fred was saying.
Which is a good time. Let me, Faith, you go ahead. I'm going to drive us back to our swing state here.
Bring us back to Georgia here. It looks like we are still waiting. Basically, you want to look at that total vote number. At some point, it's expected to tick up by about 4 million. So that is what we're expecting for those votes to come in, those early voting numbers. And that was part of, I believe, SB
202 or 189.
189.
And even as you're speaking, you just saw this number go up by about 50, 60,000. And I think we should note here, it probably isn't going to be just one giant batch that comes in. I think more likely it's going to be a lot of medium to large size batches that come in quick succession, but we'll see.
But those counties expected to, or now the law is for them to report it within the first hour of those polls closing. So Fred, what would you like to say?
So for our viewers, they're looking at the percentage, which is 55.5 for Donald Trump, basically 44% for Harris. But I want to call their attention to the absolute figures. So Donald Trump is a little bit over 1 million, and Kamala Harris is basically at 800,000. So there's about a 200,000 vote gap. But let me tell you why that's significant. A county like Cobb County had close to 320,000 people vote early. Fulton County had 300,000. The same thing in DeKalb and these other places. So when these numbers come in, if the Democrats can get 3 out of 4 or even 60% of those, this percentage will flip significantly. So don't pay attention to this percentage as much as you want to pay attention to the absolute number, because when Metro comes in, the Metro 5, I think you can see something really significant.
And Fred, I hate to do this. Every time we get on a roll, we've got to make another projection here. But here we go. I'm going to clear out our map. We have some races we can now project. First, let's go here now if we can. Here we go. U.S. House District 3. Brian Jack, the Republican, the projected winner with about 60 of the vote over Maura Keller, the Democrat, who's reporting about 34% of the vote here. Again, Brian Jack projected to go to the United States House of Representatives, become a freshman congressman out of Georgia's House District 3. And we have another race to call, I believe, here. Stand by. Let's see. We're going to have to come back to this one in just a moment. I don't think we have House 9 on our board here, but we'll get it up shortly. In the meantime, as we're looking at this, Jen, we want to disclose here, you were involved at one point in the primary stage of this race. What do you make of this result?
It's not a surprise, but I will say this is a really big congressional district. I think it has like 11 or 15 counties in it. So, I mean, I certainly am not shocked at the percentages, but it is worth noting that you're getting down into, well into middle Georgia, and you've got that mix of, Fayetteville, and then you go down to much more rural area like Thomaston. So, about the numbers we're expecting, but it is worth noting that this is a very large district with a wide range of kind of urban, suburban, and rural.
And we do have a couple of more calls. AP's calling the race for Nikema Williams in the 5th district, as well as Andrew Clyde in District 9, which you just said, Zach. Very, very interesting numbers still coming in. Can we go back to that total map, or what are we doing over here?
Stand
I know you're working the map. If you guys didn't know, Zach is behind the ones and twos of this district map that you are seeing right now, and we are continuing to get these numbers as they tick up here.
There we go. Look at that. And I made it almost look seamless. And while I did, just pretend that was deliberate, because while we were doing it, again, surprise, surprise, more votes came in. We are flirting with getting over the 2 million vote reporting mark here. When we have another projection, I think we just saw Donald Trump projected by NBC to win Tennessee. This is what's going to happen. You're going to start seeing these things coming in. We've seen them throughout the evening. This is the total map here in Georgia, though, flirting with that 2 million vote number. Fred, we're starting to see this map get shaded in here. You want to tell us a little bit about the metro? What are you seeing here?
Still a very predictable way. So I think for our viewers, the reason why I'm wondering why you don't see numbers yet. And again, for Fulton DeKalb, it's like, it's not that there's some sort of collusion or some sort of corruption taking place there. We heard earlier over 32 bomb threats, over 30 bomb threats in these areas, and so that caused the polls to stay open a little bit later because you had to give people an opportunity to vote.
But despite that, Fred, we actually now. Every time you get in a roll, I get you. I'm so sorry. We got a lot of info coming in, right?
Okay.
Fulton County is now reporting about 300,000 votes.
Wow. Okay.
50% of their estimated total vote.
Okay.
So take a look here. Yeah. This is the margin. No surprise, Kamala Harris is out to a lead. You last week, Fred, you called Fulton County part of what you said was the faithful five, Democratic strongholds in Metro Atlanta. But it's a margins game, you said. Yes. Jen, does this margin look like what you'd expect at this point in the night?
Yes, but I'm interested, and we touched on this earlier, to see what North Fulton, some of the down ballot races, whether it was split for some of the House and Senate, State House and Senate candidates or not. I'm also interested, I'd love to see what Cherokee is showing and at what percentage total.
And while we look at that, I just want to let you all know that
83, okay.
District 14, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been declared the winner for that race. District 13, David Scott has been declared the winner for that race. Outside of Georgia, AP is predicting that former President Donald Trump will win South Carolina. So these are just rolling in, and we are rolling in with them.
A lot of rolling tonight. A lot of rolling.
What is your thoughts? A lot of information coming in.
Oh,
Fred,
and here we go, too.
Thoughts?
Another projection. So sorry.
There we go. Harris for
NBC
Massachusetts.
projecting Harris for Massachusetts at the risk of stating the obvious. That was probably one that the Harris camp was counting from the start.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like with South Carolina for the Trump campaign.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
But here in Georgia, a more complicated story. Fred, what are you seeing?
Well, so I think with the first tranche of numbers coming in for the former president, and he's still holding, I know I said don't pay attention to the percentages, but with 300,000 votes in from Fulton County, and he's still sitting at about 57%, that's good for him. I would have expected with Fulton County coming in with that many votes, that number would be closer to 51-49, 52-48. So the margin does surprise me, and I think that's to Jen's point about counties like Cherokee County, that in the northern suburbs, or as old Georgians would call the northern arc, it looks like Donald Trump is doing quite well up there.
NBC saying that Georgia is still too close to call, and as you can see in
that blue wall in half. This is a Herculean lift, which goes against history here in the blue wall and in the Sun Belt state. Again, if you're Kamala Harris, your shortest path to the presidency is right there through Pennsylvania and right there through the rest of the blue wall. Everyone waiting to see how turnout in Philadelphia tonight will impact the rest of that statewide vote, but all eyes, for that obvious reason, right here on us on the state of Pennsylvania tonight. Shari.
It's just so obvious of why.
Yeah, Shari, all eyes are on Pennsylvania right now. They want to see these numbers come in as the polls just closed here in the Commonwealth. I'm joining you inside the Ruba Club in Spring Garden right now. You can see behind me people are starting to trickle into this club for this Democratic Watch Party tonight. This is being hosted by the Philadelphia Democrats, the Philadelphia Young Democrats, the PA Dems, and Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker. Her office also jumped in on this event. She is going to be making an appearance here at this club later tonight. But earlier today, I had an opportunity to speak with Bob Brady. He is the chairman of the Philadelphia Democratic Party. He's also a former U.S. congressman. He told me that he's feeling confident today. He's hopeful that voter turnout here in the city of Philadelphia was outstanding, better than it was in 2020. He actually told me about how he saw some people in lines as early as 6:30 this morning to get out and vote. But he said to me he had a piece of advice for everyone who's at home tonight watching these election results come in, who are filled with anxiety and stress over this election, which has been tumultuous at times. He said regardless of the outcome, he thinks everything's going to be okay. Take a listen.
No matter what happens, the country's strong enough. I've been in Congress 21 years. I've been on the majority, been in the minority, been with Democratic president, been Republican president. The country's strong enough. We'll be fine.
All right, so just an opportunity for all of us to take a deep breath tonight as we wait for these results to come in. As I mentioned, Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker, she is expected here at the Dems Watch Party tonight. We also are expecting to hear updates from members of the Philadelphia Democratic Party, so stay with Action News for all of the very latest. That's the latest live inside the Ruba Club in Spring Garden. I'm Caroline Goggin, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you guys.
All right, Caroline, thank you. From the view inside the Democratic Party to the GOP we go tonight, and what local party officials are saying about how they think things are going. Action News' Walter Perez joining us live at a Republican Watch Party in Newtown, Bucks County. Walter, what's the mood right there?
Well, Brian, I want to begin by apologizing for all the noise. We're right by a speaker, and it's very loud, so there you have it. But we're inside an indoor sports facility here at the Newtown Athletic Center in Newtown, Bucks County, where J.D. Vance held an event recently.
We would now want to go back to the issue, the breaking news we're following for you out of Chester County. There was a threat to the Government Services Center in Westchester. We sent Skyforce 10 to be above this. We have learned from a commissioner there that the location has been evacuated. In-person ballots are delivered or supposed to be delivered there after 8. Mail-in ballots are canvassed and tabulated at a different location. This is all information from Josh Maxwell. He's Commissioner of Board of Elections. But again, Skyforce 10 is live over Westchester at a voter services building. And we see a number of people outside. We're working to get you more information about exactly what the threat is, exactly what's going to happen, and what they have to do to adjust any plans they have for ballot counting there. We'll keep you updated on that. In the meantime, let's talk to Lauren because projections are starting to come in, Lauren.
That's right, Tracy. We are starting to get projections from NBC News about what is happening outside of Pennsylvania, outside of New Jersey, outside of Delaware, outside of our area that will affect all of us when it comes to the presidential race. And here's where things stand right now. The red you see on the map, those are states that have been called by NBC News for former President Donald Trump. The blue, those have been called for Vice President Kamala Harris. A lot of this not super basically, these are states that we would expect to go this way. But I do want to pay particular attention to Florida. That is a state that used to be a lot more purple. I worked in Florida, for example. It was a lot more purple then and at times was blue. But really, it has trended red in recent years. And this is a state where Donald Trump is holding his party tonight. His supporters are gathering there. It is also one where we now know that the senator and former governor Rick Scott has been reelected there. So we're watching the Senate as well. But that's where things stand on that map. Now let's pull things back to Pennsylvania and talk to our panel who is here again to join us. And we do have someone new joining us, Republican Dave Galuch from Delaware County. He's part of the executive committee for the Delaware County Republican Party. He is joining us along with former Philadelphia Councilmember Maria Canute. Quinones Sanchez and David Thornburg from Ballot PA, formerly the head of Committee of 70. Thank you all for joining us. David, let me start with you since you are joining us now. As these results are coming in, tell me what you're hearing in Delaware County and how, what the conversations are that you are having with fellow Republicans as we're starting to see these results come in.
Well, sure, absolutely. I think we all feel pretty good. I think both sides can probably claim that there will be a historic turnout today. My precinct at 7 a.m. had the line wrapped all the way around the door in Newtown Square. So we're watching Delco very closely. It's a county that I think Hillary Clinton won by the high 20s, and then President Biden won by low 30s. So that'll be a key indicator of how the collar counties go. Excuse me. If the margin continues to move towards Kamala Harris or back towards Donald Trump.
Yeah, and as we look at the suburbs, one of the counties that I'm watching very carefully is Bucks County, because that's a county that has changed since 2020. It now has a majority of registered Republicans, and that didn't used to be the case. Democrats have won it, but narrowly. How are you all looking at Bucks County right now? Before these results come in, how are you all looking at Bucks County? Does that become a new bellwether?
I think you have more families moving in. You have the diversity is changing within the county, and I think you're going to see a bigger participation, I think, in Democrats. You know, I'm now in Montgomery County. I talk to suburban women, and I've asked them, you know, because of 2016, where, you know, in 2020, for Black and brown women feeling like white women were not, you know, in sync with us. I think there's a different feel. I think the Roe v. Wade situation has just made it very, very complicated. Women do not want to have a country where their children, their daughters and granddaughters don't have the same rights they do. And I think you're going to see those women go in, maybe not tell their husbands, they're going to go in and vote differently.
Let's talk about that when it comes to what we just looked at with Florida, a state where you have, you know, literally abortion on the ballot there, and yet we're not looking at the raw numbers, and certainly we know that it has trended red, but you know it wasn't enough for Kamala Harris to pick it up.
Well, I mean, it's been a red state. It is Trump's state, you know, when he stays at his resort there. I think Rick Scott being on the ballot, people liked him. Latinos liked him. You know, he was very receptive as governor. So, you know, the Latinos you have there, whether they're Cuban, the Venezuelans, have a very different political leaning than traditional Puerto Ricans that now make up almost 1 million folks in Florida. So I expected that, right? I didn't see anything different. And even with what's happened in the last few weeks, Rick Scott, they're the kind of Republicans we're used to, right? They are the rich Republicans, the folks that you can talk to and work with.
All right, we're gonna have to leave it there for just a moment. We'll check back in with all of you in a moment, but Tracy, let me toss it back to you.
All right, Lauren, thanks. Coming up, a House race in Pennsylvania that is hotly contested and could affect the balance of power if it flips. Stay right there.
What part of
Some people specifically also mentioning that they are looking forward to Kamala Harris because she has those tax cuts. Other people are saying they're looking forward to Donald Trump winning this election because they say he's going to be better for this economy. Now, Maricopa County is one of the largest voting jurisdictions in the entire country with nearly 2.6 million registered voters. At last notice, we did hear from election officials that more than 200,000 registered voters have checked in to cast their ballot. So we'll be watching this line very closely. Del?
Addie, thank you very much. Let's go to Maya Rodriguez now in Pennsylvania. Maya, I understand the Secretary of State and the governor set to hold a news conference shortly.
Yeah, that's right. We're expecting that to start in just about 10 minutes or so. We are going to be hearing from the Secretary of the Commonwealth, that's Al Schmidt, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. They will be briefing the media for the first time since the polls closed here at 8 p.m. But just because the polls closed at 8 p.m. doesn't mean the voting is necessarily over in the state of Pennsylvania. There are two counties that ran into issues today. One of them is Cambria County. That's in the western part of the state. It's halfway between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh. They had issues this morning scanning ballots, so you had voters there using paper ballots. Because of that situation, they extended the voting hours until 10 p.m. in that particular county. Another county, Luzerne County, that is near Scranton on the eastern side of the state, they had a polling place that failed to open on time. And because of that, voting there was extended until 9:30 tonight. And then we are hearing about very, very long lines in certain polling places around the state. One of those is around Lehigh University. We are hearing about waits up to 6 hours. You had celebrities like Marisa Tomei and Wanda Sykes out there encouraging people to stay in line. That's around the Lehigh University area. So again, if you are in line by 8 p.m., you can still vote. You are waiting to cast your ballot at this point. But again, we are expecting to hear that update from both the governor and the Secretary of the Commonwealth about how voting is going currently across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Maya Rodriguez for us. Maya, thank you very much. Let's bring in Scripps News contributor Steve Schmidt and Democratic strategist
Located in that building. It's a government center. It houses a lot of government offices, district courts, and that kind of thing. It's been evacuated because of a threat. In-person ballots are delivered or are supposed to be delivered there after 8. We're waiting to find out what's happening. Josh Maxwell is the chair of the Board of Commissioners there. He has put out information about what's happening, but we're waiting for an update on that. We know that Chester County detectives are on scene, Westchester police are on scene, and Skyforce 10 is live overhead. As soon as we get more information about what's happening at that government services building in Westchester, we'll keep you posted. Right now, let's talk to Lauren about results starting to come in across Pennsylvania. Lauren?
Yeah, Tracy, these are the first results that we're seeing come in Pennsylvania, and we have them for some of the key counties. So I want to walk you through what we have now. Again, these are just the initial results that are coming in. These are low percentages that you're going to notice here, but I want to walk you through what we have as we are getting them. Let's start over here with Bucks County. We were just talking about Bucks County and how that is a county that both Hillary Clinton and President Biden, they both won that, but narrowly. And now there are more Republicans in Bucks County than there are Democrats. A little bit more than 10% of the vote in here. Kamala Harris, 65%, 66% to Trump, 33%. Again, only 10% in there right now. We go over to Montgomery County, only 0.2% in there right now. We're not going to look at that yet. Delaware County, a little more than 15% in there now. We've got 75% for Kamala Harris, 24% for Donald Trump. Again, this is a low percentage that's in 15%. Dave's here from Delaware County. We're going to talk to him in just a minute about what he sees in those numbers. I want to come over here to York County. We've got about 16% in York County, 55% for Kamala Harris, 44% for Donald Trump. But let's come over here to the western part of the state. This is where we have some of the some higher percents in for ballots at this point. This is Allegheny County. A lot of times we talk about Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the two parts of the state where Democrats really need to run up the score. We've got almost 30% of the vote in here, 72% for Kamala Harris, 26% for Donald Trump there. This is an area where it is really surrounded by red counties. And I can tell you that those counties have all gotten redder since 2020. Places like Butler, this is where that rally for President Trump happened, where the assassination attempt happened. Then he went back there. That is one of the counties around Allegheny County that we're talking about. Not a lot of votes in there yet, though. And up here, Erie County, this is often considered a bellwether county that has gone back and forth between Democrats and Republicans. Less than 1% of the vote in there yet, so really can't gauge anything from that. But let's bring things back to my panel to see what they see in these numbers here. Dave, you are from Delaware County. You saw those numbers there. It's not a lot of percentage of the vote that we have in yet. Do you see anything in those numbers at this point?
No, it's a little too early to tell. Certainly, I think the goal for the red team is to lose by less in Delaware County. So
certainly the margin
we have to wait a little bit more.
The margin for Joe Biden in those collar counties was high double digits.
Right.
The Allegheny County is where we've got the biggest sort of batch of votes at this point. David, when you look at where things are in Allegheny County, what do you see in those numbers?
Well, that's my old hometown.
Yeah.
I was just out there a couple of weeks ago. Interestingly, they count votes a lot faster there than they do in Philadelphia.
We see it happening.
Yeah, we're seeing it happening live. And we were just saying, I think that these are all in-person votes that are coming in now, and the mail ballots will come in later. So that seems to me, those are I think, surprisingly positive numbers for Harris so far. You know, that again, if those are in-person ballots, and Democrats have had more mail ballots, so far I think they should be pretty pleased with where they are now.
Yeah. Maria, did you see anything in those that piqued your interest as we're getting those initial ballots in?
I think, you know, you have Pittsburgh, you have an African-American mayor there, you have Summer Lee, who is a very progressive congresswoman there. I think people are doing the work.
Controversial.
But the numbers come out, right? You know, she had a very highly contested race and did very, very well. And I think that's what you're seeing there. You have a lot of young Latino diversity coming into the city and in the suburban area. So I think those folks are going to come out in greater numbers.
Yeah, I'm curious. Also, you said, you know, young voters, and we are seeing those lines at colleges, near colleges, where young voters are turning out. We don't know who they're voting for. We just know that they are showing up and standing in line.
Sophia, thank you for that. 7 threats in DeKalb County.
And our live Team 2 coverage continues now with Channel 2's Courtney Francisco live at one of those DeKalb polling places. Stayed open late. We're talking Tucker, Courtney.
Right, the Tucker Library, this precinct shut down at 5:30 due to a bomb threat. And we were outside actually talking to voters in the parking lot when this happened. And right now there's still security monitoring this area while the workers finish up what they need to do. I can show you video of earlier when this happened. Police moved us from the parking lot across the street in case of an explosion. There was some confusion out here with people pulling up. They saw police lights and roadblocks. They wondered if they'd be able to cast a ballot and when. Police confirmed the threat was bogus and gave us the all clear here at 6:15. So voting was delayed 45 minutes. And workers here just told me this polling location actually shut down at 7:38 tonight. So that's how much extra time voters had to make up from the loss. Justin?
Courtney Francisco live tonight in Tucker. Courtney, thank you. And threats also affected about a half dozen polling places in Fulton County.
Channel 2's Michael Downa continues our live Team 2 coverage now from South Fulton County, where polls there stayed open about 45 minutes later. Michael.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we're at the Southwest Arts Center right here behind me. It stayed open 43 extra minutes because of a threat that caused an evacuation earlier today. This was one of 5 Fulton County polling locations that had extended hours because of similar threats. Now, the voters we spoke with who took advantage of the extra time say they feel those threats were targeted, but it wasn't going to stop them from getting their votes cast.
I want everything to go right, and I want this country to get it together. So that's all that matters. As long as I can put my vote in and it matters and it counts, that's all I wanted.
Now, we had about a half dozen folks here at this particular location take advantage of those 43 extra minutes. However, we did see one person show up late. Why 1 minute, and she was turned away at the door. We're live in Fulton County. Michael Downa, Channel 2 Action News.
All right. Well, everybody, of course, wanting their votes to count. Michael, thank you for that.
Well, the counting is really starting to pick up, and we'll continue to scroll those latest results at the bottom of your screen tonight. Find them also at WSBTV.com and our WSB News app.
Right now, a live picture of the White House as we take you back to ABC News coverage of Your Voice, Your Vote. We'll see you back here in just about 30 minutes.
This is local. Channel 2 Action News. We're always live.
Breaking the big story. Right the second here in Winder, we are working multiple sources trying to figure out.
Here in Alpharetta, we have a new angle you need to hear.
We're talking with people who really know the Swanee neighborhood.
What do you want done? In McDonough, you can only get this perspective from Newsroom 2.
Happening now in Powder Springs as we get word of a developing situation.
It's about you, your neighborhood.
See what's new. Channel 2 Action News, live at 4, 5, and 6.
Let's make summer easy with SD Services. Our air conditioning replacement, repair, and maintenance makes it easy to keep cool during the hot summer months. Call or visit our website to make an appointment today. It's that easy. It's Estes.
At Home Center Outlet, we understand that first impressions are everything.
Make a statement to your neighbors and friends with a new wood, iron, or energy-efficient aluminum door today.
With the added bonus of up to 60% savings on all products, it's a win for your wallet and your home.
And while you're shopping our store, check out savings on tubs.
ABC News special, Election Night in America. Who will be the next president of the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live election night coverage. Now 8:30 here in the East. Polls in Arkansas are now closed as well. They are closed in 3 of the key battleground states. As you know, we're tracking them: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. 26 states in all now with results coming in, and we're going to continue to track them. We do have a winner in this half hour. We want to declare that Arkansas, ABC News projecting that Donald Trump has picked up the 6 electoral votes in the state of Arkansas. I want to drill down on Pennsylvania with Rick
Ross, who is standing by. Caitlin.
Zach, we're trying to verify a lot of these claims that we're hearing coming in to the newsroom after these numbers come back, and everybody's online and wanting to know what's happening. So we took one of these comments from online on one of the TikToks I did about what's going on with the election. User Samantha Lynn Hill commented on one of the TikToks that she was concerned about a video she saw circulating on social media. She wanted to know if it was real. So tonight, 11 Alive is verifying. It appears that former President Donald Trump's name is misspelled with an I in his name on a voting machine screen. This is a video from 4 days ago. Our sources are the Virginia Department of Elections, Director of Elections, and General Registrar for Washington County. A spokesperson with the Virginia Department of Elections says this typo happened in Washington County, Virginia, adding that they can't.
Many Republicans taking advantage of it. The county sent out more than 151,000 mail-in voting applications, and 123,000 plus have been returned. Early returns are coming in. Bucks County posting those numbers on their website. Let's talk about the first congressional district race here. As you mentioned, that's Brian Fitzpatrick. You also talked about how he kept a low profile this race. He was staying away from interviews and trying to make any connection to the former president. The former FBI agent has held on to his moderate reputation, but Democrats have been putting a lot of money behind Ashley Ehaz as she's tried to unseat Fitzpatrick in an attempt to try and flip the House. The last 2 presidential races, Bucks County has gone blue for presidential candidates, and this race has seen an increase in registered Republicans, and again, that Republican push for mail-in voting. The push here is so large that the deadline for those votes extended for days so that people could line up, get those mail-in applications in, and cast their votes early. But the rub here is that counting those votes, that's going to take some time because of Pennsylvania's law when it comes to those mail-in votes, that they couldn't be opened or pre-canvassed until this morning. We can tell you that sheriff's deputies have picked up the information from the polling locations, the cartridges there. Things are now heading to voter services in Bucks County for the process of being counted. And as we've told you, some of the returns are starting to be posted, but these are very early numbers here in what is going to be a long night and likely into tomorrow, as all of those votes still need to be counted. It's the very latest reporting live in Newtown, Bucks County. Deanna Durante, NBC 10 News.
All right, Deanna, thanks for that. Now let's talk about the presidential race. Polling shows a razor-thin margin, as you know, between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Donald Trump voted in person this afternoon in West Palm Beach, Florida. Former president said he's very confident going into tonight. A reporter asked if this would be his final campaign, no matter the final result. Here's what President Trump had to say.
I would think so. I would think so. Sad and very fulfilled. I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
As for Vice President Kamala Harris, she voted by mail. A few days ago, she said her mail-in ballot was already on the way to California. NBC's Bree Jackson is with the Harris campaign at Howard University in Washington. Bree, tell us more.
Hi there, Tracy. So right now, the president of Howard University is on the stage. He's welcoming the crowd, and we're seeing thousands of students and supporters here for the Harris campaign. This is where the vice president is expected to come later tonight as the election results are rolling in. And early numbers are showing, at least NBC News has projected, that Harris has picked up some early states, including Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maryland. Now, the campaign says it is hoping to get results results from some of those key battleground states tonight, in particular Georgia as well as North Carolina. And an NBC News exit poll actually shows that in Georgia, Harris has actually, or at least former President Trump has failed to make inroads among black voters there, according to early exit polls. But on the flip side of that, those early exit polls show that Latino men, another key demographic, they are breaking for Trump by a 10-point margin, 54% to 44% to Vice President Harris. And that is a major reversal from 4 years ago when an NBC News exit poll found that President Biden had a 23-point margin over former President Trump. But bottom line is these are still early results, and all eyes will be on Pennsylvania, the results there, which we don't expect to have tonight, as you know. So it's still early in the night. We do expect Vice President Harris to be at this event later on, and all eyes are on these election results as they continue to pour in.
Thanks so much. We will check back with you. Speaking of election results starting to pour in, Lauren?
Yeah, Tracy, we are getting new results, new states being called by NBC News tonight. Let's take a look at the map here of where things stand. Red, of course, for Donald Trump, blue for Kamala Harris. We do know that the state of Delaware here in our area has now been called by NBC News for Vice President Kamala Harris. That is not one that is considered a battleground state. It is not one that is a huge surprise, but it is continuing to fill in our map here as we wait. As we just heard, Pennsylvania is the one that a lot of people are waiting for, but you see there Delaware being called for Vice President Kamala Harris, 57% to 42% there. I do want to mention another result that we just got in, not in the presidential race, but a race that has gotten a lot of attention, which is the North Carolina gubernatorial race. The Democrat Josh Stein has won that race. And really, it is not Stein whose name you might recognize, but Mark Robinson, the lieutenant governor, who has been extremely controversial and he was the one whose name a lot of folks may know, but he did not win that race. It is Democrat Josh Stein. Let me bring in our panel to talk about what we are learning here tonight. That North Carolina gubernatorial race, not a big surprise, guys, but it is North Carolina itself that we are still waiting for. It's really a state that Vice President Harris has tried to make inroads on, even though it's usually red.
Yeah, that to me is of the early reporting states, Pennsylvania not being one of them, that's really critical. North Carolina and Georgia. And it is not a shock that Robinson lost because, like, where do you find someone like that? I mean, are you kidding? And I don't think it's hard to believe that he had any sort of downward pull on Trump. But, you know, we'll wait to see how that comes out.
Yeah, we'll wait to see what those numbers are. But certainly, you know, that North Carolina one, that would give her a path, even without Pennsylvania, that could give her a path.
We believe it shows a good trend. Again, that's one of the states where Latinos, you know, Unidos US, other groups have done some work because we have, again, a growing diverse community, a growing Latino community there. So we are hopeful that shows us a good trend.
Yeah. And then, Dave, of course, as we've talked about, you've got states like Florida, also a big Latino community, but it has become solidly red.
Yeah, and I think I was just looking at the results from some other states. You see the Phoenix suburbs, you see the Dallas suburbs, you see Loudoun County, Virginia, which has a growing Hispanic population. All of those appear that they've swung to the right a little bit. Now, obviously, not all the vote is in, but it appears that it'll be somewhere between a 3 to an 8 point swing right, depending on the county. If Loudoun County actually swings 8% right from 2020 to 2024, I think that will surprise a lot of people, including me.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on that. We want to go now to Governor Josh Shapiro, who is speaking and giving an update tonight with Secretary of State Al Schmidt. Let's listen in.
Oh, wow.
It's at the website at electionreturns.pa.gov. I want to reassure Pennsylvania and all the folks across the country who are paying attention to our Commonwealth that every legal eligible vote will be counted accurately and that the will of the people will be respected. I also want to respectfully ask all Pennsylvanians and Americans and those in the media who are interested in these election results to be patient. Counting millions of votes accurately, it takes some time. Our goal is to get it right. How quickly news organizations call our elections, for president on down to state legislature, always depend on how close these races are. The closer they are, the longer it takes to know who won, because we will always make sure that every legal eligible vote is counted accurately. I also want to reassure Pennsylvanians that our county partners know how to process and count votes accurately. Secretary Schmidt has spent the last year visiting all 67 counties and meeting with election staff all across Pennsylvania. His great team at the Department of State has been working with our county partners over the last 2 years to train election clerks all across Pennsylvania and ensure that they are ready to administer elections freely and fairly. All 67 counties are now prepared and ready to process and count ballots securely and accurately. I've been asked many times over the last several months what improvements have been made since the last presidential election here in Pennsylvania. Let me walk you through a few of the differences. First, all 67 counties now have far more experience handling and processing mail ballots. Since 2020, our election partners have successfully administered 8 elections that saw a large percentage of votes cast by mail. Second, county officials have purchased new equipment that allow them to process votes more quickly. And thanks to Act 88, which became law in 2022, counties are now mandated to count votes continuously through the night until they've completed the task. And third, in 2020, about 2.5 million Pennsylvanians voted by mail, which meant 2.5 million mail ballots had to be processed and counted. This year, it appears that the final number of mail ballots needing to be processed and counted will be closer to 2 million. That's not a reflection on the energy around the presidential race or any race in Pennsylvania, or a reflection of Pennsylvanians' interest in voting. Rather, it is a reflection of how people chose to vote, and it seems that more people showed up at the polls in person today than in 2020. As county officials now work diligently to count every ballot, I want to thank every Pennsylvania voter who voted by mail or showed up at the polls to exercise their right to vote, regardless of their preferred candidate. I want to applaud the nonpartisan election administrators who are diligently serving our Commonwealth and our country by doing this critically important work. And I want to share Pennsylvanians' immense gratitude to the state, local, and federal law enforcement officials and first responders who continue to work together even right now to ensure voters are able to cast their votes safely. As the votes are counted, I urge everyone to be patient, to avoid spreading or repeating any mis or disinformation, and to rely on trusted sources of election information like the Department of State's Election Returns website. Every legal eligible vote will be counted and counted accurately, and the will of the people here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania will be respected. I want to thank Secretary Al Schmidt and his terrific team at the Department of State for their important and meaningful and extraordinary work. And with that, I'd like to welcome Secretary Al Schmidt to say a few words.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, Governor, and thank you all for being here on this important day. I'm pleased to report that Pennsylvania has once again held a free, fair, safe, and secure election day. Today's success is, a testament to the dedication and preparation of our county election officials who I've met during my 67 county visits in the past year. I want to express my thanks to those hundreds of county election officials and the approximately 45,000 poll workers who made democracy happen today in the Commonwealth. Because of them, Pennsylvanians were able to vote at 9,153 polling places across our 67 counties. In addition to what the governor mentioned a moment ago, as in every election, a few Pennsylvania counties reported isolated, localized issues at the precinct level. Those counties worked quickly to address those issues. The only countywide issue that we encountered today was in Cambria County, where the court took appropriate action to extend voting hours to 10 p.m. tonight so that all voters can have the opportunity to cast their vote. In Luzerne County, at a polling place in Laughlin Borough, voting hours were extended until 9:30 tonight because of the precinct opening late this morning. To the voters at these locations, I remind you that if you're in line before 8 p.m., you could stay in line and you'd be able to vote. Every election day sees isolated issues, even when county election officials work diligently in advance, as they did this past year. The department is confident that all counties took the necessary steps to ensure voters who wanted to cast a ballot today could do so. We know many voters encountered lines at the polling places today, and we thank them for their patience as poll workers who are their neighbors work hard so that they could cast their vote. Although we won't have in-person turnout numbers tonight in total, reports from election workers on the ground indicate that polling places were very busy, even for a presidential election year. With a successful general election under their belts, election workers in all 67 counties now undertake the task of counting votes. I'd like to echo what the governor said. Please be patient. This work takes time. Accuracy and integrity are the priority. It's important to remember that counties could not begin even processing and opening the millions of returned mail ballots until 7 a.m. today, and that the last of them would have been received just a little bit ago until 8 p.m. You can track the latest unofficial results as counties submit them on the Pennsylvania Department of State's website, electionreturns.pa.gov. Because voting continues in Cambria County and Laughlin Borough and Luzerne County, I'll return at 10 p.m. to provide an update and to answer whatever questions you might have.
All right, we're going to pause for a minute and get ready to join our viewers on television for an election update. Back in just a moment. Stay with us for more special coverage of Decision 2024 on NBC Philadelphia News.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Jacqueline London.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. All eyes are on Pennsylvania for this historic election between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Here is a look at the current poll numbers in Pennsylvania. The polls closed at 8 o'clock, but there are still people in line ready to cast their vote.
Here's where all the votes are being counted in Philadelphia. This is the ballot processing center in Northeast Philadelphia. Workers started counting ballots once the polls opened this morning. We're told it could be late into the night before all the votes in Pennsylvania are counted. Philadelphia's District Attorney Larry Krasner held a news conference in the last 30 minutes to talk about a security incident at one polling place.
Individual walked into a polling place. That individual made a threatening comment to the effect of he was going to bomb that place. He was detained. Police are continuing to investigate that case.
And NBC News is projecting Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester as the winner of the U.S. Senate race in Delaware. She will become the first black woman to represent the state in the U.S. Senate. And here's a look at the highly contested race for Pennsylvania Senate. Incumbent Bob Casey trying to stay in Washington for another term. He is facing Dave McCormick.
And NBC 10's Brian Sheehan is joining us live from Scranton tonight, where Bob Casey's camp is hosting an election party. Brian, what is the scene like there right now?
Yeah, Jackie and Fred, this is the race to watch, and there is a lot at stake. You can see behind me, Senator Bob Casey's supporters have started to fill here at the Scranton Cultural Center here in downtown Scranton. We are still waiting for the senator and his family to arrive so that they can watch the returns come in. Senator Casey is trying to seeking a fourth term in the U.S. Senate. Republican Dave McCormick is looking to unseat him. Casey is positioning himself as someone who has served the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for many years, and he wants to continue doing so, serving the interest of Pennsylvanians. McCormick describing himself as a businessman and an outsider. McCormick is watching the returns come in with his family in Western Pennsylvania. He voted last week, went to the polls with his wife today. Of course, a lot. We will be watching the results come in here throughout the evening, and we'll have the results as that happens. For now, live in Scranton, I'm Brian Sheehan, NBC 10 News.
Brian, thank you very much. And NBC News projecting Democrat Matt Meyer winning Delaware's governor race.
And we do know NBC News has called Delaware for Kamala Harris. Our local coverage continuing streaming.
Certifiable, a good thing when it comes to weather. Only one team is certified most accurate 9 years in a row. Who's keeping track? Weather Rate, analysts who compare all forecasts to what actually happens. Just so happens that NBC 10 First Alert Weather get it right more than anyone. Your neighborhood, your weather, more on point, period. No matter where you are. Certified most accurate. Who else can say that? No one. NBC 10 First Alert Weather. Count on it.
Count on NBC 10 to give you more of the local stories that matter to you.
More opportunities to listen to you, so we tell your stories the right way.
How can we become a bigger part of your community?
More access to the biggest events in town. The most accurate forecast from your First Alert weather team for your neighborhood.
Always get more, anytime, anywhere with NBC 10. Count on it.
Good morning and welcome to NBC 10 News Today.
Is that not happening enough now?
They're delicious. Don't worry, we're going to give me one.
A great cause where you can make sure your kids are ready for school.
Can your wife cook?
Yeah.
I guess it's true opposites attract.
I think Bill will be unfazed.
You guys keep talking over there and I'll do the weather.
She's really got me. She's got a strong grip. I just want to show you this really quickly.
Don't hurt me.
You're natural. Thank you.
Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Skyforce 10, we have a police chase on 95 North.
Breaking news happens fast. If you're late, don't even bother showing up. And having the coolest tools in the sky means nothing if you don't know how to use them.
Jacqueline, we're right over the suspect's car.
NBC 10 knows in this town, breaking news happens fast. But Skyforce 10 is faster. Count on it.
Skyforce 10, en route.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
Moments ago, we were live at Howard University, where Kamala Harris is expected tonight. Now we go to NBC's Alice Barr. She's with the Trump campaign at Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. Alice?
Hi there, Tracy. Yeah, we're here where supporters have been gathering steadily throughout the evening, and really for hours they've been getting in front of that stage there. They want to have a front row seat for when former President Trump is expected to come address supporters later tonight. We don't know exactly what time. Presumably once we have a better idea of where the results are headed. And as he has been announced as the winner of several states that have been called so far, you're hearing a whole lot of cheers, of course, around me. You're hearing the enthusiasm building. The former president has been watching those results come in with family and friends and close advisors at Mar-a-Lago, which is not far from here. And earlier in the day, he visited a campaign headquarters, spoke to some of his campaign staffers there. He started the morning, at least on the public-facing portion of it, by going out to vote with his wife Melania at his side. And he took that opportunity to stop and talk to the media. And the biggest question that folks had for him was about what he is going to say when he, we believe, comes out to speak later tonight. The big question goes back to 2020, when he did come out on election night before all of the votes had been counted and prematurely declared victory. So he was asked earlier today if there's any circumstance where he would not do that tonight, where he would not come out and declare victory before all the votes are counted. He said no, that he's watching what everyone else is. He said there are a lot of states where he feels like he is ahead, but that he's being told that the numbers are not going to be in for potentially days. He then later said, in response to a question, that he would accept the results of a fair election. That's something he said before, but then he went on to say that from what he's seen so far, he believes this election has been fair so far. Now, that goes counter to some of what he's been saying out on the campaign trail, where he has been casting doubt on the election process, the integrity of the machines, the length of time that it takes to count ballots when you use these more modern technologies. But what we heard from him, his last public words today, were that he would be prepared to accept the results of a fair election, and that's what he's seeing so far. So again, supporters here, a whole lot of media packed in here, all waiting to see if we are going to hear from former President Trump. Tracy, back to you.
We will all see together. Alice Barr reporting for us. Thank you so much. Now I want to update you on some breaking news out of Chester County that we've been following for you, a threat that had shut down and had evacuated the government services building. This is the most recent update from Chester County government. Polling hours have been extended to 10 o'clock. Here's why. Chester County emergency officials investigating a bomb threat sent to the Chester County Government Services Center, which mirrors the bomb threat sent to election offices across Pennsylvania and the United States. Chester County election officials are redirecting voters who vote at the 2 polling places located at the Government Services Center to neighboring polling places where they will be able to cast their votes provisionally. The voting hours for the 2 neighboring polling places, again, have been extended to 10 o'clock for those voters only. We'll keep getting you more information on that, and we're getting new numbers in. We'll have much more as we continue our live team coverage.
You're watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, Decision 2024.
NBC 10 special streaming coverage of Decision 2024 on election night continues now. I'm Tracy Davidson here with Lauren Make, who continues to get new numbers coming in from counties around Pennsylvania. Lauren?
Yeah, Tracy, it has been an hour now since polls have closed in Pennsylvania. In most places, we do know that there are some places where there are special exceptions to keep them open. But we want to give you an update on what we are seeing in the results that are starting to come in some key areas around Pennsylvania. So let's move over here to the map and take a look at what we have now. Let's first take a look at where we are with Philadelphia. That's about where it was last time I checked. So things haven't been moving real fast in Philadelphia, just 17% of the votes in there. In the collar counties, it's been about the same. I'm just checking in to see where things stand. Bucks County, just about 12% in there. That is a very purple, very split county that's being watched very carefully. But let's take a look at an area where we do have some more results coming in, a little bit higher of a percentage there. Oops, we didn't mean to do that. We wanted to take a look at Lackawanna. Oh, almost 40% in for Lackawanna. This is where Scranton is. This is where President Biden has roots, and there has been a question of how well Kamala Harris will do in Lackawanna County without Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. Certainly he has deep relationships there, and people had known him for a long time. So we're watching to see where things were there. I can tell you, and I'm going to check my notes here. This is where Joe Biden won by 54% there. Harris appears to be exceeding that at this point. But we're going to check back in with that for in just a little bit. Right now, we want to go to South Jersey, where Congressman Andy Kim is speaking.
Individually trying to do to meet that moment. I look out in this room and I can tell you I see so many people from all different moments of my life. You are here in this room because in one way or another you have touched my life. You have helped me in ways I may never fully be able to express to all of you. Whether I met you in elementary school or on the campaign trail, I want to start by saying thank you. I want to start with my congressional team.
County, one of the most highly watched counties. Cody, we'll check it back in with you soon. Thank you so much. We do have a couple of updates on the presidential ticket. We are taking a look at these races across the country. NBC projecting that Donald Trump will take Wyoming and both Dakotas, as well as a very, very big one, Texas, not a state that Democrats were expecting to take. So this was a Republican stronghold, but a lot of the electoral college votes up for grabs there. And we are pulling up our map, and you can see that as well. It looks like
Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota. And now we are going to go live. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger taking the podium right now. Let's listen in.
Well, I've led the way to make Georgia the most secure, free, and fair place to vote in the United States. We have done 2 audits of the citizenship to make sure that only American citizens on the voter rolls. And then I also made sure this voting session that we would also have at every precinct a sign that said only American citizens can vote. And we think that's really important. We added photo ID for all forms of voting, including the absentee ballot process, and people trust the process. We also have the cleanest voter rolls in the entire country, and that's because we joined a multi-state partnership that we share data with our other 25 member states. So when you move to those states, we find out about it, and we were able to remove 432,000 people by being part of that organization. So we have the cleanest voter rolls in the entire country. That gives voters confidence. So we do have secure, fast, and accurate elections. But also, we added another element. I would call it a bonus, but I think voters deserved it. We made sure, and I led to make sure, that we would have fast lines. And today you saw the result of that. With our electronic poll pads, people were checking in, and we were checking it all day long in 49 seconds. We think that's awesome, and so did the voters. And then the average line time, You don't need water when your average line time is 2 minutes. So you think about that, in 3 to 5 minutes, people were ready, they had their card ready to start voting, in and out in 10 to 15 minutes. And so that happened throughout the entire state. No complaints about long lines. So we improved our performance, and we'll fight and continue to do that every day for the voters of Georgia. If you look at where we are right now, we are at 5.22 million people, total people that have cast ballots, and we had 1.2 million today, which was a record. Coming into it, we had a record for the early votes, and we had 4,033,000 votes. So you add that all up, we'll be at 5.22. I think you all know that we had some threats, but that just shows you the resilience of our system and our people. We're battle tested. All the early votes from Fulton County, in spite of some of the issues that they had due to those threats, were up by 8 p.m. And many of the other.
I did not have to tell half-truths. I did not have to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars demonizing anyone. I simply traveled this state and told people about my vision, and told the people of North Carolina that I have an unabiding faith in them, and told the people of North Carolina as well, it will not be the government that will build this state, it will be you. That is the message that we deliver to the people of this state, a true message of real hope, a real future, where every single solitary North Carolinian can make a great living. My wife and I will now take our time. I'll work these last 2 months as Lieutenant Governor. I'll continue to do what I need to do for the people of the state of North Carolina. And after the beginning of the year, I'm going to spend some time with my grandchildren. They are getting older, and so am I. And so we'll spend some time with family, and we'll assess, and we'll move forward from there. But, you know, I want to leave you with a quote from an often demonized politician who said something quite profound as he was resigning from office. He said, we think sometimes when things don't go good for us, when we lose an election or someone dear to us dies, that all is ended. It's not true. It's only a beginning, always, because the greatness comes, not when things go always good for you, but the greatness comes when you're really tested, when you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes, because only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is to stand on the highest mountain. Folks, I have stood on the highest mountain. Going from being a factory worker to being the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina has been the honor of my lifetime. Now I'm proud to stand in front of so many supporters and have so many votes cast for me by people who have confidence in me. It's not about the lies, it's not about the half-truths, it's about the people who believe in you. And it's about the state that you love, the state that I fully intend to continue to serve for the next 2 months. And who knows, maybe in the future once again, somewhere in office, who knows, I don't know. But we're going to take our time, we're going to assess, we're going to spend time with family. Before I leave this stage, though, I want to say to each and every person I'm looking at right now, I see so many faces I can't name them all. I love each and every one of you. Not only have you added value to this campaign, you have added value to my life as friends, as supporters. The one thing I have not done this entire time in this campaign is shed tears. And I will not shed tears tonight, because I stand here strong and proud, glad to have run a race that was upright and decent, while others around me refused to do so. So we leave this place tonight with our head held high. And the only disappointment that I have inside of me is the disappointment that you all feel. Because I know so many of you want it so bad to see nothing but victory tonight. But remember, victory is pleasing God. Victory is pleasing God. And sometimes in order to please God, you have to lose in the sight of man. So God bless you all. Thank y'all so much for everything that you've done for me. We love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
A pretty powerful concession speech there by former, or I should say, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. Sounds like he may adjust, see what the future holds for him. Obviously, he sounds like he will focus the next 2 months on the work that's still needed in his office. And then after that, we will see what happens. Joined by our political expert, Chelsea Kaufman. It's great to have you. Chelsea, anything that kind of comes to mind hearing that speech? Sounds like the future is up in the air for Mr. Robinson at some point.
Yes, it really does.
Election results coming in almost exclusively, we're told, by the commissioners. It is mail-in votes. And we're seeing that Kamala Harris has won this race so far by 50,000 votes in this county, almost exclusively mail-in ballots. They say they're going to update us every 30 minutes. Some of the changes that we're told this county made to make this voting process easier and as well as efficient in terms of counting the mail-in ballots. They added about 3,000 total poll workers to work these different polling locations. They added more satellite locations, about 6 of them, bringing the total to 18. And another change that they did was they had a mobile service. So basically meeting voters where they were to make sure that everybody can cast their ballots. Listen from the commissioners right now as they ask for patience as they continue to tabulate these ballots.
Kamala Harris has 71,072 votes. Donald Trump has 21,931 votes. We will have the in-person votes completed by around midnight tonight. We will still have about 70,000 plus mail-in votes to count, which is happening at the same time. It's happening about 7,000 votes an hour, and that'll be done by tomorrow morning, provided there's no disruptions.
I think no matter what the outcome in this election is, there's going to be multiple issues. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again. Maybe that's just how a country runs. Maybe that's just how this country runs. I don't know, but I just hope that everyone can be unified.
And they also added devices in different languages to assist with these voters. That man you just heard from was a first-time voter going into Norristown High School minutes before it closed today. Overall, polling places today, we're told that the lines not long. Other results to give you are in regards to the auditor, Kenyatta, in the lead now with 66,000 votes. Treasurer McClellan in the lead, too, with several thousand votes. And as well as Bob Casey, 69,000 versus 22,000 votes with McCormick. So these are mail-in votes. We're told that overnight, about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, that's when all of the mail-in votes should be done, being counted. And by tomorrow morning, if not the early afternoon, is when all of the in-person votes and the mail-in, everything will be done. But they're going to update us every 30 minutes throughout the night. I'll send it back to you. We're live from Norristown. Leah Uko, NBC 10.
Thanks so much. We will check back with you when you get your next update. Right now, let's talk to Lauren about the updated numbers she's seeing. Lauren?
Tracy, we're getting new numbers from some of the key counties in Pennsylvania. I want to hone in on this area here. This is Luzerne and Lackawanna County. It is where Scranton and Wilkes-Barre are. Let's take a look at where things stand right now. Lackawanna County, this is some of the biggest numbers that we are seeing in terms of what is in so far in Pennsylvania. 65.2% in, 55 and 44% for former President Trump. And that is about where things landed in 2020. That is significant also because that is President Biden's hometown of sorts in Scranton. And there were some questions about whether or not she would do well there. So only about 60-some% of the vote counted so far, but that's where we are. More than a quarter of the vote counted in Luzerne County. Harris at 55%, Trump at 43% there. Trump won Luzerne County, both in 2016 and in 2020. And I want to bring in our guests to talk about this area of Pennsylvania right now. Jeff Bartos, Republican Jeff Bartos, is joining us now. Jeff, you have run for office statewide, both as for lieutenant governor and also for Senate. And you also used to live in that area. You used to live in the Scranton area. So what do those numbers tell you at this point?
Well, I would like to know the breakdown. I think you would probably like to know, too. What's the breakdown between early or mail-in ballot of that percentage, and what are the election day totals as they're coming in? And then getting down to the precinct level. Where are they coming in? Are they from the city of Scranton? Are they from the more rural parts of the county? But Cheryl and I lived in Clark Summit for a year when we were newlyweds, and so the county is very diverse. It'll be really interesting. It's a bellwether, so is Luzerne. And again, it'll be interesting to see those breakdowns as those numbers come in. Pennsylvania, I'm understanding, different than 2020, we're counting the mail-in ballots first, generally are being reported first, and now we're going to see Election Day totals roll in, which is the exact opposite of 2020. Always got to keep it interesting in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we don't know until all the votes are in. We actually want to go right now to the Philadelphia City Commissioners giving an update on where things stand there. So we're going to leave it there for 1 moment, and we're going to check in with them.
We the people, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were principles that founded this great nation. And at the core of it is open,
now with
free.
A decisive lead right now, to District 8, Mark Harris, a well-known entity in North Carolina politics. This covers areas southeast of Charlotte, down towards Wadesboro. Right now with a decisive lead, Congressional District 10 right now. Pat Harrigan, he's run a couple of times, but this time it's believed that this one's going to take, this is up around Newton, Trouton, Mooresville, with 60% of the vote. A few more to go through right here. Congressional District 11, Chuck Edwards. Chuck has gotten a lot of attention over the last month or so, has really been at the forefront of championing the cause of the folks impacted most by Hurricane Helene up in the mountains. He took over for Madison Cawthorn. You'll remember that name. 2 years ago. He looks, although it's competitive, it looks like he's performing quite well tonight. Congressional District 12 right now. This is the Charlotte area. This is a heavily Democratic district. Alma Adams, as expected, performing quite well right there. And then finally, Congressional District 14. Tim Moore. He will be new to this district, however, probably not a new name to you because he has been the North Carolina House Speaker for the better part of the last 10 years. The prevailing sort of wisdom on all of this, folks, the reason that all of these districts are so predictable is because they've been gerrymandered and that their lines have been drawn by legislative leaders. Right now, those are Republicans in Raleigh. They have the power to do that. Democrats, when they were in power, they did the exact same thing. So that's a much larger conversation about politics, redistricting, gerrymandering that we talk about a lot. People, their eyes glaze over when they hear that term, but it really is a very important thing about who represents us in Washington. Because when you take a wider view of the state of North Carolina, it doesn't show up here, but of the 14 congressional districts right now, there's only one that's really competitive. Vanessa Collin.
Interesting stuff. And I just want to run down some of these other races. Okay, we're going to go straight to Stein. It sounds like the newly potential governor here in North Carolina speaking. Let's listen in.
It is a treat to be with you. Thank you, Governor Cooper, for that very generous introduction. And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking, and welcoming. A vision that's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian. We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians, and I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor. Thank you. Thank you. I've got an easy question, and I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask you.
Are going to be updated periodically over the next few hours. The first batch of which has already been posted to our website. And then, as the chairman said, our next batch of mail ballot results will be posted before midnight. At that point, we will continue to count the ballots throughout the night because we are going to be here 24/7 until the job is done. Every Philadelphian who cast a vote today deserves to have that vote counted. They will be counted accurately, and we're going to continue doing so until the election is certified. Thank you.
Can you say how turnout was, either by numbers or anecdotally?
So we can't say by numbers yet. As the results are coming in, we'll see what turnout looks like. But anecdotally, we heard that it was a good turnout in Philadelphia today.
How many mail-in ballots have you guys processed so far?
Our first release was at 115,000 mail ballots. Behind us in the building right now, they are continuing to process mail ballots as we
With that,
speak.
I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Commissioner Marian Moskowitz.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Marian Moskowitz, Marian Moskowitz. I am Vice Chair of the Board of Commissioners. And I just want to talk a little bit about this coordination because it involved not only our district attorney's office, our sheriff's office with our dogs, our amazing dogs, the FBI, our Department of Emergency Services. Everybody has been prepared in the event something happens. And everybody did what they.
All right, we've been listening to a news conference in Chester County, an update on a bomb threat there at a polling location, hearing from both city officials and law enforcement. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Decision 2024.
I was eligible, was able to vote.
Can you tell us what law enforcement agencies you're working with? The FBI, Philadelphia Police? Can you talk about?
We said them all. Philadelphia, state, all our law enforcement agencies, yes.
Commissioner, at some point you had all mentioned the importance of pre-canvassing here in Pennsylvania and the delays that it caused, but you also talked about some of the new technology and the lessons learned. With how smoothly things have been going today, do you still feel this way, all three of you, about the pre-canvassing process in Pennsylvania?
Well, first answer to that is yes. I mean, we definitely would like to have as much time as we can under the pre-canvassing. But again, we have a great staff. We purchased new equipment, and there's going to be less mail-in ballots than what they were in 2020. So the process is going to be a lot faster. There's going to be less time with the poll book reconciliation process. We have electronic poll books. So again, it's going to be a lot faster. Again, that number that we had in 2020 was approximately 350,000 mail-in ballots. So as you can see right now, we're up to 189 returned. We possibly expect a little over 200 to be returned. And everything's going to be done faster.
When do you think that process will be completed?
We'll let you know. We're going to give our updates.
Is it safe to say
safe to say that by the end of the night you'll have all of the mail-in ballots already?
Well, we're still receiving mail-in ballots. So again, we have Eagles Grain drop box locations located all across the city of Philadelphia. So we have to collect those and we have to, do our process.
Commissioner, you said, I heard your colleagues say that you thought the turnout was good. How good is good? Good compared to what? 2016, 2020?
So we'll have that number at midnight.
Commissioner,
it'll be right on our website at vote.phila.gov/results.
Sorry, just in regards to the post on Truth Social, has that made you concerned for the safety of anyone in your staff or poll workers or anyone like that?
I mean, sure. I mean, whenever anybody is saying misinformation or disinformation, of course, but that's the whole goal. Earlier I spoke about Octavius Catto. We talked about the 4 little girls. Misinformation, disinformation is nothing new. They're trying to intimidate people so that they won't want to vote. But we saw the resilience in Philadelphia, our fighting city, that people still came out to vote.
Commissioner, we've heard reports that there were hours-long lines at Temple University. Can you confirm whether there's a legal challenge that could possibly keep those lines, those polls open later tonight?
Well, I haven't heard of any legal challenge, but I can tell you this, that our Vice Chair, Lisa Daly, went down there. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, so we did see a lot of activity at Temple, which isn't out of the ordinary in a presidential election. But because of the technology that we've deployed in the commissioner's office with the electronic poll book, we were able to get down there. We added some technology, we added some voting machines, we added some electronic poll books, and the short time I was there, we got through that line. So it did, it did close in a reasonable time. And resilient, yes, again, those young people down at Temple, they were determined. So we got through that line as fast as possible. But we are excited about what we've learned since 2020, the technology we brought in, and just our ability to get through problems like that in a different manner.
Just talking about high voter turnout. Can you expound on that?
So the turnout seemed to be, a little higher when we were outside on the street. You could see there was a lot of activity, a lot more people. You can recall the last presidential election that we had some suppression due to COVID, right? So a lot of people weren't going out to vote. So it was good to see again. It was good to see people outside, reveling and talking to their neighbors.
Into an election voting machine so that there is a clear ballot showing who was selected. At the back of the room here, they've been coming and going. We see some empty chairs right now, but there's also some Democrats and Republican monitors here that are watching that vote counting process. And right now, we're actually going to walk outside of the election office here. I want to show you the other half of the process is, of course, those early in-day votes. Brandon, our photogs there navigating. The votes that were cast today in person, the way those are being brought here to the Cobb County Election Office is out here in the parking lot. They have cleared the parking lot. They have folks there. You see with that orange blinking stick, similar to what you'd see at the airport. They're directing cars as they come into the parking lot. These are poll managers that are bringing in memory sticks from Cobb's 148 precincts. On those memory sticks are all of the votes that were cast today in person. And what's important about those votes, as I said a minute ago, that's all that's left to be counted here in Cobb County for the most part. There's about 900 absentee votes. We'll see those come in. But we are told around approximately 85,000 in-person votes still to be counted here in Cobb County. So there's still a good chunk. But that's what's happening right now. About 20 precincts have so far brought their memory sticks here, 148 precincts in Cobb. So we're still waiting for about 120 precincts to still report their results. Right now, reporting live in Cobb County, I'm Joe Henke, 11 Alive News.
Really happy that Joe was able to walk us through that process, because getting our cameras right in there, seeing it happen, back in 2020, that was a big question, is people are not allowed to watch this process. Are they really doing what they're supposed to be doing? So the fact that it has been very transparent, the Secretary of State has said that we are going to have free and fair elections this year. The election workers, we just did a story on it. They are just members of the community, going out there, doing a job, willingly doing the job, counting up those ballots, and trying to make sure that everybody who went out there and cast their ballot, that their ballot is counted.
And while we're talking about Cobb County, you just saw Joe Henke walking us through the process in Cobb County. Good time to talk about the results in Cobb County, the ballots that are being counted as we watched in there, and also the results that are coming in across the rest of the core metro here. Let's start in Cobb County. We'll get the graphic up on screen in a moment, but I can give it to you now. Fallon, Mark, Kamala Harris in Cobb County up by about 16%. What we're seeing here, about 57% Kamala Harris, 41% Donald Trump. Does that margin sound what you'd expect, Mark? Give us some context here.
Yes. Harris is pretty much projected to win by a 20-point margin over there. If anything, it'll get a little bit larger.
So you think this, where we're at now,
it is
16
exactly
points, it's going to get,
should be.
Okay, you think it'll get bigger as the night goes on?
If Harris was running well tonight, she'd be in the 65, 66 range. Both Gwinnett and Cobb probably are going to come in less than that at this point.
And just to put a pause in our conversation, we do have some updated Georgia calls. Rick Allen in the 12th, Barry Loudermilk in the 11th.
There you go. You see Barry
Loudermilk races, and we continue to get these calls on and on again.
Democrat Nicole Love Hendrickson is up against Republican John Sabick, and you see Nicole Love Hendrickson with 60% of that vote.
And when we talk about how Georgia's going to go tonight in the presidential race, we're really starting to peel back the onion. And how does Fulton County perform when you start breaking it down by gender, when you break it down by race? So it's Fulton, it's Cobb, it's Gwinnett. And we'll be looking through these numbers very closely, and we'll be continuing to scroll those latest results at the bottom of your screen tonight. Also find them at WSBTV.com and your favorite WSB News.
Now, ABC News coverage of Your Voice, Your Vote continues next. We will see you back here in just about 30 minutes. So let things go.
Quickly, Lieutenant Governor's race, just a percentage point separating Rachel Hunt and Hal Weatherman, Attorney General right now. Jeff Jackson with about a 2-point lead over Dan Bishop when it comes to that race. And when it comes to state public instruction, Maurice Green with a 2-point lead. So it'll be interesting if those Democrats can maintain that same sort of lead that Josh Stein has throughout the night. But it's a lead that right now Kamala Harris does not have, interesting enough, meaning that people did split ticket voting. They voted Democratic for governor, but not necessarily that for president. This is where things stand right now in the state of North Carolina. Donald Trump with 51% of the vote. With 3 million votes now calculated. One interesting thing right now, a decisive victory that we can right now say is Anson County. And this is interesting right now because they have 100% of the ballots now reporting at this point. Donald Trump winning. You say, okay, well, what's the big deal about Anson County? I'm going to show you what's the big deal about Anson County. Joe Biden won it last time. And before that, Hillary Clinton won it before that in 2016. So the fact that this is now switched to Republican is rather notable. Another local county that we've talked about throughout the night is Cabarrus County. It has been solidly red, but less so over the last 8 years. Donald Trump had 59% in 2016. He had 55% in 2020. Right now, he has 51%. Can he maintain that? Or if at certain points throughout the night, Kamala Harris has been winning, that's another county we're looking for right now. Let's go back to Charlotte just because we know so many of our viewers are watching from Charlotte. Right now, Kamala Harris has 64% of the vote. Still early on as they're counting votes here in Mecklenburg County. For historical reference, Joe Biden got 67%. If Kamala Harris wants to win the state of North Carolina, she's going to have to do better than this in Mecklenburg County. Democrats were very disappointed with the turnout back in 2020. They're hoping they put in a huge infrastructure here in Mecklenburg County, hired a bunch of people. She's got to do better than 64% if she's going to win the state of North Carolina. Colin, Vanessa?
And if she doesn't win Mecklenburg County, obviously that may indicate where the night may go. We'll have to see. It's interesting looking down the ballot at some of these races. Labor Commissioner, obviously Braxton Winston, a name that we are very familiar with. Not necessarily he's trailing right now. It looks to be 53% for Luke Farley, 46% for him. And we still have about 1,200 precincts reported out of 2,600. So it is interesting up and down the ballot how people are voting. It's not along party lines, but it is interesting to see who they pick and necessarily why, right? There's got to be some reasons behind all of that.
Yeah, and Ben mentioned the split ticket seemingly nature of what we're seeing in North Carolina, because you do have the Democrat on the ticket for governor who is the projected winner. You have the lieutenant governor's race. It looks like the Democrat is leading there. Attorney General, the Democrat Jeff Jackson leading in that race. But yes, to your point, some other races, we are not seeing that same trend.
Right.
So we've had the North Carolina auditor's race where the Republican is winning, Dave Bolliak. We have Steve Troxler, Commissioner of Agriculture, Mike Causey, the Republican, leading in the Commissioner of Insurance race. You mentioned the Labor Commissioner's race, Secretary of State. We do have Elaine Marshall, the incumbent Democrat, who is leading in that case. Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mo Green, the Democrat, leading in that race. But then flipping that, North Carolina Treasurer Brad Briner, the Republican, who is leading. So it's kind of a mishmash of all sorts of different selections.
Yeah, and of course, things are going to change as we continue to go throughout the evening. There are some race calls obviously happening that we will get to at some point. But the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections has been a place, obviously the headquarters, that's been bustling in the last 30 minutes or so, maybe even to an hour. A lot of our precincts have been sending their thumb drives with all that information to the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, the headquarters there. There was a lot going on when we checked in with Austin Walker at that time. It looks like there's even more going on. Austin, are you able to confirm that these people are driving in these thumb drives with all the information? And where are we at in the process tonight?
Yeah, hey guys, I can confirm that. You know, it's a well-oiled machine out here. I always thought that the most organized thing in the country was a Chick-fil-A drive-thru, but I think that this takes the cake when it comes to it. But I want to show you how this all works and how the ballots get from the precincts over to the Board of Elections office. So it all starts in the cars. So the cars will then drive down the road and pull into the back parking lot of the Board of Elections office. The car will then pull up to any of these tables right here where these volunteers are going to grab a bag. Inside that bag, it has a copy of all of the ballots on a flash drive. It has the physical ballots themselves, and it also has the computers or any other forms from the precincts. You know, it's unpacked right here on these tables. You can see these volunteers working diligently to get it all figured out and sorted. Then it will be put in these black bins. These black bins will then be taken inside, rolled, where it then is distributed, and those votes are finally tabulated and added to the total for North Carolina. So that's the entire process. It's very, very interesting to see how it goes from, point A to point B. It's very efficient and it goes pretty quick. Now we know there's, almost 200 precincts across the county itself. So you're seeing a car pull in, and about every 10 minutes another car takes the place. So it's a very quick and efficient process, and we're really seeing all hands on deck. Hundreds of volunteers out here. They say they're out here just because they want to contribute to the American democracy. I know one of the big questions was, why is it taking so long? But again, think about Mecklenburg County. It's quite big, right? It goes from from South Carolina all the way up into Davidson. That's over an hour of a drive. So these people are coming from everywhere across the county, bringing those flash drives, those paper ballots, and everything right here so it can finally be tabulated and sorted. There has been a question, though, what happened to the paper ballots? Why do they have two? Michael Dickerson, who is with the Elections Board, he tells us the reason they do the flash drive itself is because of election security and election safety. It's to make sure everything is recorded not just once, but twice. So if there's ever an issue, they have a backup either way. And if there has to be a count by hand, they have those ballots. They're actually stored up the stairs on the second floor. I'm actually looking at those red bags right there. It's just to make sure that everything is secure and safe. There's been a lot of questions about election integrity across the U.S. as we head into this very historic 2024 election, and this should give some people a peace of mind when it comes to how everything comes to be. We're seeing these results happen on TV, but really this is the first step. It's how they get here, and it ends up on our television telling you guys at home what it looks like currently in North Carolina and frankly across the country. We'll be out here all night. These volunteers very, very happy and excited. They are in a good mood, right? So, but when it comes to also a really cool information, I should probably tell you, every single driver that comes up gets $10 for gas. So while they're doing this, out of the kindness of their heart, they are getting, paid for their troubles of driving from all across the county. Really a well-oiled machine out here, and we'll be out here all night bringing you the details. But for now, we are live in Mecklenburg County. Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
Yeah, paid or not, that pressure is not fun. I've been saying it all night and all week. Thank you to our election workers, our election judges, all our volunteers, because this would not run as smoothly as it has without those folks who have been working tirelessly for our democracy.
It's true. And it also gives you good insight about how the sausage is made. I mean, the fact that these poll workers are literally driving an hour across county with the thumb drive in the back of their car to deliver. I mean, that's how it's done. And I think 10, 15, 20 years ago, nobody cared about this stuff.
No.
And so in respect, it's kind of a good thing that we.
She addressed her supporters just a short time ago.
Delaware, I know bright hope for our future is real. This campaign has been about your hopes, your dreams, your fears, and your aspirations. And my time in the Senate will always also be about you.
Lisa Blunt Rochester addressing her supporters right there. Let's talk to Lauren right now about the new numbers that are coming in across the state of Pennsylvania. Lauren?
And Tracy, we were just hearing from currently Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester and her now ascending to the Senate. That also sort of continues the influence and line of President Biden. She is a close ally of President Biden. As a matter of fact, they just met together in Delaware recently, and she was the co-chair of his campaign. So close ties to President Biden, now becoming a senator from Delaware, which is of course a position that he held. Let's take a look over at Pennsylvania, though, and see what we are getting in with the numbers that are coming in there. We've been watching Philadelphia to see where that turnout is landing. That could be critical when you look at a statewide race. More than a quarter of the votes in here, and 140,000 for Harris, 28,000 for Trump, and 115,000 of this entire bucket we know are mail-in votes. That those are votes that were counted first in Philadelphia, so we know that that is where some of those are coming from. I also wanted to take a look here in the Lehigh Valley. You just heard former Congressman Charlie Dent talk about Northampton County, saying he thinks that could be a bellwether. That is a county that went for President Trump in 2016, that went for President Biden in 2020. We've got about a quarter, actually that just jumped. We've got about a quarter of the vote in here, currently with Vice President Harris ahead there significantly, but only a quarter of the votes in there. And then Lehigh County, which tends to be bluer than Northampton County. The numbers are about the same at this point. I do want to check back over to see where we are at Allegheny County, because they have been counting fairly quickly. I'm only about half of their votes, 47%, 48% of their votes in there, 65% to 33%, with Harris in the lead there. That's where things stand in some of these key counties. And I want to talk to our panel about what we are seeing now. We've got some new faces on our panel. Joining Republican Jeff Bartos, we've got Reverend Mark Tyler, who was a delegate for initially going to be for Joe Biden and then for Kamala Harris at the DNC, and Shauna Shamas, a professor at Rutgers University. Shauna, let me start with you, because one of the things that we've been hearing about tonight is the interest of young voters in particular, and long lines that we have seen at some college campuses. What have you heard from your students, and what does that tell you?
I think it's a real generation gap in both kind of the interest in this race and especially in partisan preference, right? So that the higher the turnout among this group, the better for Harris. A high turnout among college students is a good sign if you're part of the Harris campaign. And the reports that we're hearing, it's hard to tell, right? We don't know exactly who has voted yet. But the reports that we're hearing, it just suggests an unusual for this young group level of enthusiasm, which I take as good news for democracy overall. It's certainly more excited about this race, I think, than a lot of their elders.
Jeff, do you read anything into that interest there? I know the Harris campaign has sort of flagged that enthusiasm as something that they are paying attention to. But we also have seen some younger supporters for former President Trump. I've seen them at his rallies.
Yeah, sure. And I would say right now there's still some polling places in the Commonwealth open, both in Cambria County, where it was extended till 10 p.m., and at least one borough I'm aware of in Luzerne County because of some irregularities and some paper things. So we still have people in line. And I think the overall message to our fellow Pennsylvanians is stay in line. Make sure your vote is counted. However you're voting, make sure your vote is counted. With respect to young people, and MSNBC was absolutely fixated on it today. They stood outside that polling place at Temple University, and they had actors handing out pizza and water. And one of your colleagues, Nicole Wallace, was offering to Venmo the students money so they could buy more pizza right online. It was this strange thing. They were so focused on it because it felt like they didn't have anything else to focus on. Turnout was lower amongst key demographics that the Harris campaign needed to come out. Whilst conversely, we're seeing huge turnouts in the rural parts of the state, some upwards of 80%, I think, in some of the congressional districts that you're going to see as it's reported through the day. So I think this narrative, when I asked reporters, well, where are you getting this information from? And they say, well, I talked to so-and-so who happened to be another reporter. So it seemed to be this circular thing going around.
We don't know anything until those final numbers come in. And all we have are the ones that we're getting right now, certainly.
I think the professor's right that it is important to focus on it. 2 days, 3 days hence, what do we learn from who turned out and who they voted for? But in the here and now, I noticed a lot of reporters just sort of like looking for a story today.
Again, we've got to wait till those numbers come in. Let me ask, Reverend Tyler, let me ask you about what we are seeing in Philadelphia and what you're seeing in Philadelphia. We've got about a quarter of the votes, and turnout in Philadelphia is something that we have really, talked about and wondered where that is going to land, because that could be so crucial statewide. Tell me what you're seeing there.
Well, I spent the entire day on a motorcycle with a motorcade, so I ride. And so we do something called Black Bikers Vote. And we had a big digital sign truck with us, so 12 bikes literally going through the lowest performing
Party
historic.
history. And folks, with the leadership of Governor Hobbs, Priya, and the ADLCC, we're on the cusp of flipping the state legislature for the first time in decades. And the ground game that we've built has recruited thousands of volunteers who've knocked on doors and made phone calls to send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. And to elect Ruben Gallego to join me in the Senate. And to flip the House with our great congressional candidates. And we're going to win back the State House and the State Senate here in Arizona. And folks, we're going to pass Proposition 139 to finally restore abortion rights. And as I said, we are going to support Democratic candidates up and down the ballot. And these are big goals. But when we work together, there's nothing we cannot do. So Gabby and I just want to say thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And have a great night, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Listening in there, Mark Kelly, Gabby Giffords, a little bit of a pep talk there at Democratic headquarters.
And we're going to hear a lot more of those as the night goes on, and I don't care what side of the political aisle you're on, to hear her and see her is always incredible and always inspiring.
Yeah, it sure is. We will continue with more from over here throughout the night. We are expecting numbers coming in. It looks like just about 15 minutes
or so.
But let's send it over to Garrett and Faye with more on how things are looking across the nation.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. About 15 minutes to go until that critical first drop. We're going to talk about why that is so incredibly critical here in Arizona. But also remember, control of the House, the Senate, and the White House all potentially running through our state right now. I want to take a look at the national map.
Why? Important. It's important to vote. This woman over here actually just got pizza for the whole group.
Undeterred. Yes, undeterred. We're here and we're making the best of it. You know, we've got to lead by example. So
There you go. Important note, the county keeps on saying that if you were in line by that 9 o'clock extension, do not leave line. They say that as long as you are here, they want to make sure your vote counts. So that's what they're encouraging people. Tracy, I'll send it back to you.
Siobhan, what are you hearing from other locations? This can't be the only one that has a line like that.
No, Tracy, in fact, when I spoke with some county spokespeople earlier today, they said that there were some other locations with lines like this. They say the turnout likely going to break records this election. Incredibly high voter turnout, lines like this throughout the county. At one point, the county did tell me that some other locations saw the lines die down. That's when the polls were still open. They were still encouraging people to come out. But Tracy, like I said, we've been out here since this afternoon, and we've just seen steady, long line the entire time.
Yeah, those are determined voters, not only showing up to vote, but then staying in line hour after hour. Siobhan, thanks. We'll check back with you. We're going to pause for a moment, get ready to join our viewers on television for an election update. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us for more special coverage of Decision 2024 on NBC Philadelphia News.
Now live. Let's listen in.
That's right. We're here in Gwinnett County. Zach Manifold with us. We're getting an update. So what are you guys seeing right now with the numbers coming into the county?
Yeah, just a little bit of a delay with longer than expected. Just the adjudication software that we use to essentially for the certified write-in candidates for president in Georgia. We're working through that adjudication software, and so it's just it was slow, and it was loading the images. There's 8,000 to 10,000 images on some of these memory cards, and so it's just a slow process, and it's slowed us down. But I think we've made some progress. I think we've kind of worked it out, and we should hopefully have those AIP numbers and ABM numbers soon. Good news is like I said, I think we have 153 precincts, memory cards that have reported out of 156. So as soon as we get through this, the election day results should come very fast. So.
And people aren't familiar with what you guys do and what that really means. Is this just one of those situations where it started off looking good for you guys, but again, these are hiccups you kind of got to work through in real time?
Yeah, that's just elections. You never know what's going to happen. Things pop up all the time, and it's just slowed us down a little bit, and we'll get through it, and we'll get those results up as quick as possible.
I know we're in a new hour here. Can you just kind of recap what you guys are seeing numbers-wise here in Gwinnett County? As far I know, last time we heard the 6:30 hours when you got those full numbers back. Yeah,
just the only thing I know, because literally we're just working on this. I think we were at 419,000 was the turnout as of 6:30, and that is a Gwinnett record. We're excited about that. It's a really great turnout. 416,000, I think, was our 2020 total. So once we get through this, I can't wait to see what those election day numbers turn out to be. So can't wait till we get to those memory cards, because I think we're all waiting to see how big that turnout was today.
And the batch that we're seeing right now, the results on the website, that's just a small percentage right now. How long do you think we'll wait till the next pop-up comes?
I don't know. It looked like they made pretty good progress, so I got to get a room and get it moving. But it's just a small amount. We have about 320, I think somewhere around 322,000 advanced in-person and absentee by mail results. So those should be coming pretty soon.
Zach, I know you're busy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So again, we were talking a little earlier tonight that they were kind of ahead of the curve here with 40 precincts coming in right afterwards. They were getting the ball rolling, but it would not be election night if we did not have hiccups like this. So again, they're moving those. So if you are monitoring what's going on in Gwinnett County, I just kind of want to reiterate, get Zach over here to kind of explain why we are seeing a lag in those results coming here in Gwinnett County. Again, we talked about this. It's a very diverse county, one of the most diverse in the Southeast here, also in the state. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these numbers come back. But as he mentioned, we saw a record turnout today as well. He told us earlier tonight in 2020, I believe they saw 70,000 voters show up on Election Day. Today we saw about 98,000 voters show up. And again, I think heading into tonight or this morning, we're about 322,000 people who showed up earlier in person. So incredible numbers here. Either way you look at this, however this turns out tonight, people showed up. They wanted their voices heard. And here in Gwinnett County, they definitely did, setting a record turnout here in 2024.
Cody Alcorn joining us live in Gwinnett County. Thank you so much for giving us that insight. I think the turnout could be the story today. Gwinnett County, the second largest county in Georgia, as we bring our panel back in. We do have some updates here. Mark was right. NBC projecting Ohio going to the former president, Donald Trump. Right now, Wisconsin too close to call. And Vice President Harris, NBC is projecting that she will take Illinois.
A lot to talk about here. Let's quickly, before we bring you all back in, let's all do a quick tour of some of the biggest races in our state, get some results in here because they have moved. More ballots have been reported, and I want both of your thoughts as we go along here. So keep in mind what we're doing here. Let's go into the state of Georgia, our battleground state here. Maybe a good place to start is in Gwinnett County, where you saw Cody Alcorn just now. About only 16% of the estimated total vote reporting, 60% going for Kamala Harris right now, 38% to Donald Trump, but a lot more votes to come in Gwinnett County, which is a critical county for both
candidates. And don't realize we desperately need rain here. But let me just say, you all know this has been a long, hard-fought campaign, not just mine, but up and down the ballot. It's been quite an election year. We ended up with a nominee different than the one we started with, which was unprecedented and nobody thought it could be done, and here we are. But Senator Casey's in, a very, very tough race himself. I'm quite confident he's going to pull it off. But nobody
state that's ending or closing the polls at 10 is Nevada, so hopefully we'll have results at some point.
Yeah, I was starting to get the results from not just North Carolina, but Georgia, Pennsylvania coming in as well. We do know now, in case you're just now joining us, just a few minutes before 10 o'clock, we do know we will have a Democratic governor here in North Carolina. All the other statewide races at this point still very tight. The presidential race here in North Carolina still very tight at this point. So we know at least one race. The other ones, maybe in the next hour or so, I think we're going to get much clearer answers.
Yeah.
We'll see where that goes.
Well,
Our
we do want to
television
keep folks
audience
updated.
as well. We'll stay with you and be back after this very short break.
This is where Clark County election process all the votes that were done in person on election day today. They're going to bring in some of the mail ballots as well, but those won't be tabulated until tomorrow. That's going to contribute to the length of time it's going to take to get meaningful results here in the state of Nevada. Polls close at 7 o'clock here local, but if you're in line when those polls close, you can still vote. And the Secretary of State's office isn't going to release any results until after that last person in the state has voted. We're getting reports of very long, sometimes hours-long lines in some of the rural counties, so it could be very late before we get any initial results here from the state of Nevada. And then it's going to be all about the margins, and it could be very tight because there's going to be very rural, very high margins for Donald Trump in the rural areas and closer margins for the Democrats here in Las Vegas and in Reno, guys.
James Packer for us live in Las Vegas. James, thank you very much. Let's go to Joe St. George, the path to 270. Joe, what are you looking at?
Well, obviously, pretty big development, right? Our partners at DDHQ, Decision Desk HQ, taking one of the big 7. Now it's down to the big 6. We've colored in North Carolina. What has that immediately done for former President Donald Trump? It's erased the early electoral college advantage that Harris had going into the night. He's still at 2. Now, if you're a progressive, if you're a Democrat, Kleenex box out, just a long way to go. Trump's easiest viable path as we approach the East. If he wins now, he wins. Pennsylvania still early.
In Raleigh, in the General Assembly of the last 2 years, which have enabled them to enact things like, tighter abortion bans, as well as expansion of the voucher program. Some things have been very popular. Sports betting might be one of those. Some of the things might not be so popular. So we're taking a look at some of the state legislative races because this will determine these next 4 races I outlined, whether or not Republicans have a supermajority in Raleigh, which means they could then override anything that Josh Stein sort of vetoes. That's why that's so important. So in this first race, this is the state Senate, not something we talk about on a regular basis, but Stacey McGinn versus Woodson Bradley. Right now, it's still very tight, only 500 votes between the two, but Stacey McGinn right now in the lead. This is down in the Ballantyne area from Matthews down to Ballantyne. Now to the state House. This is House District 73 up in Harrisburg. Jonathan Almond right now beating incumbent Diamond Staten Williams. This is an important one because this was a swing district. 2 years ago, Diamond Staten pulled off a win in this one to surprise a lot of people. Let's see if she can hold on to it. But right now, it looks like Jonathan Almond in the lead with about 80% of the votes reported at this point. The next one, State House 98. This is northern Mecklenburg County. We're talking about the folks Updale, Birkdale Village, Cornelius, that area. Both newcomers here as far as this race. Beth Helfrich right now with a lead of 52.5%. So she's got a few points on Melinda Bales. This one has a history of being a swing district. Just 2 years ago, John Bradford, Christy Clark, both well-known entities in northern Mecklenburg County. It was a tight race then. Let's see how it goes tonight. And then the big race that so many people are watching, this has even got national attention, the race between Nicole Sidman and Tricia Cotham. Right now, 51% versus 49%. Nicole Sidman has managed to keep a lead throughout the night, but that lead has substantially lessened over the course of the last few minutes. If you know anything about this race, Tricia Cotham, a longtime Democrat here in Mecklenburg County. Last time she won 2 years ago, 3 months into her term, she switched parties. Well, there you go. Speaking of switching, right now, she is now live on the air right now, taking the lead as more votes come in. She's been a controversial figure here in Mecklenburg County because she gave Republicans that supermajority I just spoke about. So one of these few races I've just outlined, Democrats have to win at least one of them if they want to take that supermajority away. And again, when there's a supermajority in the General Assembly, what that means is that they can override any veto that the governor has, making a Democratic governor that we're going to have even less powerful up in Raleigh. Guys?
It's interesting, kind of surprising, I think, by a lot of folks' eyes. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, I saw some of the ads, obviously, and I think a lot of the folks on Helfrich's side thought that maybe things might go a different way. So we'll see where it goes throughout the evening.
Well, still a lot of time left,
There
right?
is,
We do see the races kind of flip-flopping back and forth as more results come in. We do have a couple of races that we're seeing already projected, as well as ballot measures. Just to recap, as we're approaching the top of the hour here and welcoming new folks here to the special coverage of Decision 2024 here on WCNC Plus. We saw NBC News projecting former President Donald Trump to get the 9 electoral votes from South Carolina. Of course, we talked about the North Carolina governor's race with Josh Stein being projected to be the governor, the next governor of the Tar Heel state. And then we also have the 2 constitutional amendments in both Carolinas. So these both pertained to citizens only voting.
NBC 10's Brian Sheehan is live at the Casey campaign headquarters in Scranton right now. Brian?
Yeah, Tracy, still no signs of Senator Casey or his family here at the Scranton Cultural Center in downtown Scranton. But as you can see here behind me, his supporters are here waiting for him. They have been here all night long watching the results as they come in. But as you said, this race is just too close to call. It is one of the most closely watched races here in the entire country and most expensive. Casey has called it one of the toughest re-election challenges of his career, and there is a lot at stake nationally. The winner of this race could determine which party wins control of the Senate. Casey is seeking a 4th term and is Pennsylvania's 2nd longest serving U.S. Senator behind Arlen Specter, who represented the Commonwealth for 3 years. Casey easily won his 3 previous elections, beginning in 2006, then in 2012, and again in 2018. Now he is hoping to add 2024 to that list. Now let's turn our attention to Casey's challenger, Republican Dave McCormick. This is his 2nd run at U.S. Senate. He narrowly lost the 2022 U.S. Senate race primary to Dr. Mehmet Oz. Oz then lost the general election to Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. McCormick now looking to unseat the longtime politician, and he positions himself as a businessman and political outsider. McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian, a West Point grad, and a veteran turned businessman. He classifies himself as an outsider. While we are following the Casey campaign here in Scranton, McCormick is back home in western Pennsylvania in Pittsburgh, watching the returns come in with his family. Again, this race at this point just too close to call, but of course we will continue to monitor the results as they come in. For now, live in Scranton.
For quite some time, 54.5% roughly for Harris. Trump just under 44%. I want to slide over to Livingston County. Trump there dominant with nearly 64%, nearly 35%. Some results to come in Macomb, and we'll be updating you shortly. Glenda?
All right, Simon, thank you. And we do have the results now in for the 11th congressional district in Oakland County. We project that Democrat incumbent Haley Stevens, another term in office, 57, keep going up as the votes keep getting counted. 58.7% to Nick Somberg's 39.1%. It's earned another 2 years in Congress, it appears, right now. And the race for Michigan seat is going to be coming down to the one thing stand right now. Incumbent Democrat Alyssa Slotkin and Republican challenger Mike Rogers. You see 17% in, 52.1% for Alyssa, and 45.3% for Mike Rogers.
7 News Detroit reporter starting up.
Yes, this coverage in Detroit with slot of supporters. Brett, what's the feeling there?
Yeah, well, Glenda, they just had some speakers on stage. In fact, it was Debbie Stabenow, the current U.S. Senator, who is stepping aside into this term, which has opened this vacancy, which has led to the race between Slotkin and Rogers. She just took this stage, really encouraging support among the Slotkin supporters here, the Michigan Democrats. It's been 30 years since a election for U.S. Senate here. So with history on their side, a lot of people here are very confident as these results are coming in. We spoke to some voters who felt all along that Slotkin was the candidate they wanted to back. We know she's fundraised and campaigned spent a lot on this campaign. For them, a majority here in the U.S. Senate, those voters, and Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist is here as well. They're confident as they're seeing the results trickle in tonight. How you feeling tonight?
I am confident in the work that we've done. I'm very proud of the fact that the Michigan Democratic Party, we contacted more than just since this weekend.
Extremely tight, but I think Harris, let's going to pull it through.
Cautiously optimistic. Going to probably swing in her favor. It's going to be really tight.
Of course, the presidential race and this U.S. Senate race are the two biggest races that people are following here tonight, but they're really following all the Democratic races up and down the ballot. We know since Slotkin is now running for Senate, she's leaving her seat in Congress behind, and that is also a tight race here in mid-Michigan and parts of Oakland County. There's a number of races people are following here tonight, and we'll be sure to have the results for you when they come in here on 7 News Detroit. But for now, live in downtown Detroit, I'm Brett Cast, 7 News Detroit.
All right, still a ways to go, Brett. Appreciate your coverage. Thank you.
Now let's check in with Ruda Al-Sinaida. Ruda, what more can you tell us from where you are?
Yeah, good evening, you guys. We're here in Novi with the Mike Rogers camp and the Michigan GOP. A little bit of that anxiety and some of that nervous tension building. Everybody knows that this is going to be a close race and all eyes are on Michigan. The Republicans really have an opportunity here to flip that seat red. The Democrats hold a very slim majority, 51-49, so the Republicans are using this as an opportunity to go on offense. And the Democrats trying to stay on defense. Now, we talked to some of the crowd here. They've been here for hours now. They are excited. They've been mingling with everybody. Already tonight, we've heard from Michigan GOP Chair Pete Hoekstra, former candidate for president Perry Johnson. Mike Rogers actually just took the stage not too long and goes, be patient, everybody. We might not have the results tonight, maybe the morning when we learn more, but he told everybody it's going to be an exciting ride. Take a listen.
And I do believe this is going to be a nail-biter. Folks are telling me we are likely not even to know the results tonight of this race. Now, that's not great news, but here's what's the good news is. That means you have made this race competitive. Yeah.
You guys are going to stay here in the evening and watch those results come in?
I don't know how late I'm going to stay awake.
Long day, right?
It's been a long day. I was at the polls at 6 this morning putting up the yard signs, so.
Yeah, people are literally glued to their phones watching those results come in. We'll be here throughout the night, making sure you have the most up-to-date information. For now, live in Novi, I'm Ruda Al-Sinaida, 7 News, Detroit.
All right. Ruda, thank you. Turnout in Detroit, tens of thousands of people.
Yeah, very impressive. And those ballots are being counted right now at Huntington Place downtown.
7 News Detroit reporter Ross Jones is there joining us live with how things are going. Ross, good evening.
Well, Glenda, Simon, good evening. They are going slowly. I can say that with some confidence here. We've been waiting for some numbers to actually share with you since about 8:30. That's when we were told this first batch of data from Detroit would come in, maybe 9 o'clock. Well, as you can see now,
tomorrow. For the rest of the night in Maricopa County, we're going to see Election Day ballots. And again, that trend is going to be crucial because there's only 24,000 separating Harris and Trump. And then again, that 9-point, I don't know what's going to happen, but that Election Day ballot has been very friendly to Republicans in the past couple cycles. And that could not only carry Donald Trump to victory in Arizona, but it could get Carrie Lake to the point where she is in contention for the race as well.
And two other things we want to talk about really quickly with you. There has been a rule change that will affect how long it will take to get some day of voting in.
Yes. So if you've done this before, if you have an early ballot in Arizona and you forgot to mail it or something happened, you can drop it off in a bin at a vote center. And what they used to do is they used to take all these bins, collect them, bring them to the warehouse and count them all there and then send them off to run back to processing. Well, the Republican legislature decided that they wanted to have these ballots counted at the vote center. And so now these bins have to be counted. Oh, we just got our numbers
here. There First statewide numbers popping up.
50.7 there. This is what I'm talking about. This is the Maricopa County number, as you can see. So let's move really quick to that U.S. Senate number. That 10-point lead right there. 100,000 votes in that. That is, again, significant. Let's take a look really quick. We're doing this together. The CD1 race. Amish Shah, 50.9 to David Schweikert, 49.1. So what I'm going to tell you is this to me right here, knowing this district, I know this district very well, this signals to me that there's still a lot of Republican energy that's going to show up in that district because David Schweikert does tend to overperform the Republicans there. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Now,
this is the tightest race he's been in recent memory.
Yeah, that's very tight. I mean, he doesn't typically, in this kind of situation, he doesn't typically show up with that hair of a margin. Yeah. So it's going to be, again, this election day vote when it comes in, and we're not expecting it, as I was trying to finish before this came up, we're not expecting election day votes probably till about 9:30 or something. And so that's because these ballots have to be counted. These early ballots, ironically, have to be counted at the vote centers, and then once they are counted, then they can close up the vote center, bring it to the receiving station, and then the receiving station, that's where they bring it to MECTEC, the warehouse, and that's when they insert the election day ballots into the, well, they're already in the tabulator, but the cards that have the results are then inserted into the election management server.
Quickly, I want to look at that other House race that is so critical to control of the House nationally.
We probably don't have that quite yet. Let's see if there's anything there. Nope,
nope,
there's no data for that one yet,
waiting
so
on
we don't
this
know
one
yet.
Still.
Yes, we can though. If you want to look really quick, if you have some time, we can look at some of these other races. AZ House 4. That's interesting. That should have data in it. We'll have to figure out why that doesn't. And then let's see the propositions. Let's see if we have anything there.
I'll tell you what. Why don't we two gather? Here, Prop 139. This is a really big one that a lot of people have been watching, and boy, is this winning convincingly.
Yeah, 69 to 31 right now. Did we have someone pop in yet? No, we haven't had anything in yet, but they're 69 to 31. Let's look at the open primary one. That's interesting, 69 to 31 for the open primary. Now, what is also interesting about that is that there's not enough ballots in there. There's only 300,000 ballots when there's 1 million in Maricopa County. So I'm going to figure out what's going on with that.
Okay, we are going to go back, crunch the numbers a little bit more, and we will get back with you guys in a few minutes.
We are just getting started, folks. Yeah. We're tracking reaction all night long as these results pour in, and as you just saw right there, in real time.
Yeah, our team coverage continues. Rachel Louise Just with our ABC 15 political team is showing us what Republicans are saying about these early numbers that are just coming in these last few minutes. Rachel?
Yeah, I just spoke with the chair of the Arizona Republican Party. She's telling me she's very optimistic. She feels that they put in a very strong ground game. Now, we do know Republicans were able to have a substantial lead when it comes to actually registering voters. Now, obviously, we'll see if that means we actually see turnouts with those ballots, but we do know that Republicans are maintaining a 200,000 ballot advantage right now statewide. Now, those ballots, of course, don't necessarily guarantee a vote for Republicans or for Kari Lake, but it is a promising
sign.
It's
going to be some type of explosion. Now, police investigators got there. They got the dogs, the explosive dogs. They went around the building to make sure everything was okay. The dogs didn't find any explosives. There was no danger, but the people were evacuated for about an hour in that building. Now, that building off of Westtown Road, the Government Services Building, is a polling location. And Tracy, as you were saying, those polling times were extended until 10 o'clock. So what they had to do was they had to get a judge's order and a judge's permission and authorization, and that judge signed an extension until 10 o'clock. So that polling location that was on Westtown Road had been moved to another polling location nearby. So any of those voters that were going to use that polling location at the Government Services Center, they have an extension until 10 o'clock, and obviously that just passed about 12 minutes ago. So they had that 2-hour extension to go to the polling location until 10 o'clock. I will say, again, no bombs were found. There was no danger at the building, and officials tell us that there were no major disruptions to the polling, or excuse me, the election process here in Chester County. But it's very interesting that the FBI is involved. They're looking into this right now. They say that it appears that the IP address is from Russia to disrupt the process here in the United States. The election process, a very concerning situation, but officials say they were prepared for any type of disruptions that might happen during this election process in Chester County. Tracy, will send it back to you in the studio, though.
Johnny Archer reporting from Westchester for us tonight. Johnny, thanks so much. We have reporters stationed with key races across our area as we continue to watch results come in. Lauren Make is here analyzing what we're seeing so far with her guests, her experts, and we'll continue our live team coverage of Decision 2024 election night when we return.
Between these two candidates, still too close to call in Georgia's presidential race. Let's go down ballot here. In Atlanta, the Fulton County District Attorney's race, this one is not too close to call. Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis projected to secure another term in office. She defeats Courtney Kramer, the Republican challenger, by about a 2-to-1 margin with 80% of the estimated total vote in. We also want to give a look to some of our congressional districts. Let's just go down the line here. In the 3rd congressional district, we have a projected winner. Brian Jack projected to head to the United States House of Representatives and become a freshman congressman. He is projected to defeat Mark Keller by about a 66% to 33% margin. That race was called earlier in the evening. In Georgia's 6th congressional district, Lucy McBath, the Democrat, projected to win handily over Jeff Criswell, about a 75% to 25% margin here, with 89% of the estimated vote total in.
A new district for her after those lines were redrawn.
That's right. She has she's run in multiple districts.
She's
in
been
Georgia.
Bouncing around.
She was at a campaign event I was at over the weekend, and she made a point to say that she has campaigned in many places across the state. We're looking at the 11th congressional district here in Georgia. Barry Loudermilk projected to win, projected to secure his seat for another term by about a 2-to-1 margin. And now we get up to Northwest Georgia. This was a race that we featured recently on the Georgia Vote, with extended sit-down conversations with both Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene and her Democratic challenger Sean Harris. Marjorie Taylor Greene projected to secure another term in office. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene projected to win Georgia's 14th congressional district, head back to the United States House of Representatives.
While you're on this, I just thought it was interesting, and if you all have not seen Zach's interview with these two candidates, we highly recommend that you go back and watch them. But you see Sean Harris, the Democrat here, even though this was a very strong Republican stronghold, we just went off the map, but it was a very strong Republican stronghold, they still put a lot of money into that race, but you could see that threshold, you're talking 107,000 votes behind the leader. So as much effort as they put into that, she still pulled away with that. So I just thought that was interesting.
And this is close to final numbers there, too. This isn't 93% of the estimated total vote is in the congressional 14th. So this is pretty close to a final tally here. And maybe a good time to bring our panel in. You never want to say never. Things can happen, surprises can happen in politics. What I think is safe to say is that Northwest Georgia and the Georgia 14th is a very deliberately, safely drawn Republican district. When you look at this margin between Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and her Democratic challenger Sean Harris, what does the margin tell you, Val?
That it's going to continue to be a Republican stronghold. I think that Congresswoman Greene is popular in her district, and I think that she's going to continue to run a strong race there.
And speaking of the districts, we did just get an update here. Sanford Bishop, the Democrat in the 2nd district, he has won. So all 14 districts now called. Again, that's Sanford Bishop in the 2nd has won his race.
That's the story at the state level. And we have some further down ballot races, some state legislative races I want to get to in a moment. But
Mark, you look like you want to get in here.
Mark,
I know that Zach and you have this beef, so I'm just trying to facilitate.
No beef. We have no beef. This is a friendly panel. Mark, if you have other thoughts, just keep them to yourself. You don't want to tell people that. Just kidding. We have a soundbite queued up here in a moment. Before we get to it, though, maybe a good time to look at the total vote tally in Georgia here. We're still at this roughly 4% margin between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And I think, Faith, we have a little bit of an interview that you had earlier this year that aired on the Georgia Vote that is ready to play in a moment.
It's actually both of us. So.
Oh, look at that.
It's a surprise to Zach. Let's cue up the tape and see what we got here. Are you feeling confident or are you feeling concerned right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. We need to execute this. We're going to win this thing. As I told the crowd out there, we haven't won it yet. We have a better ground game. We're knocking millions of doors across the country. We're getting contacts with folks, and they're seeing the contrast this week of a divided America, one that's pitting neighbor against neighbor versus Vice President Harris' unified vision, talking about being a president for all.
Senator, I want to end with one last question. It was one of the last ones at the debate as well. No matter who wins this election in November, will you support the eventual winner?
Yeah, look, of course. We believe that we're going to win this election. We want to have a free and fair election. We're going to fight as much as we can for election integrity. I fully expect to be the winner, but we're going to support whoever ultimately wins this election.
And you see Senator J.D. Vance there talking about what may happen at the end of this election. It's also important to note in that conversation, similarly to Governor Walz, Senator Vance earlier in our conversation emphasized what you'd expect to be the Republican campaign points. And Mark, you've been talking about them, the economy and immigration. Is that what you'd expect from these two candidates?
That's what you would expect from these two candidates. I mean, it is as simple as that. We've polled those issues. And the economy was clearly number one. Immigration and the abortion issue sort of tag teamed with each other. It does depend on how you ask the question when it comes to the issue of abortion. If it's phrased as which candidate will support abortion rights or women's rights, phrased that way, it tends to get a pro-choice type of response if you use the term loosely. Asked a different way, it tends to split up a little bit more.
And you know what's interesting? We just heard from these two candidates. You hear about so much division and chaos on the campaign trail, but one thing that came out of their vice presidential debate was that it was the only debate where they seemed to be cordial. It was a civil debate, as a lot of people said. Yeah. How much does that play into it? Do you think that that could potentially translate into this race come the end of it?
Val, you want to jump in? And maybe even zooming it out, as much as we want to hear from vice presidential candidates, as much as we need to make sure that their views and their thoughts are in front of voters, in front of our audience, do voters vote for VP, or do they really only care when they go to punch that ballot about who's at the top of the ticket?
Yeah, I think it's a package deal. I mean, I think if you have a bad VP pick, you're not going to vote for the president or whoever the presidential pick is. And I mean, they could help, you know, the presidential pick, the vice presidential pick. But I think that the American folks, I think George.
All right, you're going to want to stick with ABC 15 all night and catch our continuous election night coverage on ABC 15 on our streaming app, on your TV phone, or you can find us at abc15.com.
Now, with the lead, 94% reporting, 230 votes separating the two right now. If she makes a comeback, folks, this will be quite a story people will be talking about for quite some time. This district drawn for her, but they still knew her campaign still knew this was going to be an uphill battle, just because all the news and reports that have been about her over the last couple of years since she made her party switch. So that's where things stand right now when it comes to some of these state legislative races, as well as the Council of State, as it's called here. Lieutenant Governor, back over to you guys.
That race is pretty interesting. Obviously, all of what you alluded to is why I think people are watching, just to get a little bit more clarity on one of the races that we've been watching, because there's a name from our area, Braxton Winston, Commissioner of Labor. He looks like he is behind Luke Farley. It's 54% for Luke Farley, 45.73% for Braxton Winston. So that really hasn't changed throughout the night. Farley has kept a pretty good lead, almost 10 points. So that looks to continue. But I just call that out because I saw posters and boards for Braxton Winston as far as Asheville and Buncombe County. So it's kind of interesting to see where he is winning and where he's losing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we would definitely expect to see
the Winston signs in Asheville. I remember seeing those too. Right. I drove out there several weeks back. We've got some more information actually coming in from Mecklenburg County, we're told. We have Austin Walker, who's been over at the Board of Elections.
You got some totals for us to share here. What do you have? What are the new numbers, Austin?
Yeah, hey guys, so I was just talking to someone within the Board of Elections right now, but we just got our hands on some data which shows you election numbers right here in Mecklenburg County. We've had a lot of reports and some tweets asking us, why is it taking so long for things to be updated on the state's website? And the question was, we asked them that question and they told us, quote, it's just not working. So just about 2 minutes ago, we received this packet of information which shows us a snapshot of what it looks like right now in Mecklenburg County. This is as of 10/18, so of course this is the most updated we have right now, but still there are multiple precincts still coming in from Mecklenburg County. Looking at some of that data right here, looking at just absentee mail, we see Kamala Harris has just over 23,000 votes and Donald J. Trump has 10,000. So we're seeing Kamala Harris lead Trump in that absentee mail for voting. Now also for early voting, Kamala Harris again leads Donald Trump in this. We have Kamala coming in with 284,400 votes and Donald Trump coming in with 136,200 plus votes. So still a pretty big distance right there. And then finally on election day, those are the votes casted today for the president. And we know that Kamala Harris coming in with 41,340 votes and Donald Trump comes in just shy of 30,000 votes. So that's what we're looking at right now though, but we have all this packet of information looking at things like House Representatives to the governor's race to the AG and all those bonds too you'll be focusing on in Mecklenburg County when it comes to the housing bond and infrastructure and roadways. We're going to go through this in the next couple of minutes and kind of give you a bigger snapshot and get that information to you so you can really comb through it. And we're going to do that right now. But again, we're seeing still these cars carrying all these ballots from areas across Mecklenburg County coming to the Board of Elections Department, dropping them off, putting them in these carts and getting wheeled in. Talking to some people inside, we are told that there's probably 10 or 15 left that have yet to be checked in. So we should be seeing a wrap up of all the votes coming in and also an update to this paper because right now it's still not updated on the state's website. We'll go through this one more time just to make sure kind of everybody gets it. When it comes to absentee mail, that is the votes coming in absentee. It has Kamala Harris at just over 23,000 votes and Donald Trump just shy of 11,000 votes. Moving on to early voting, we have Donald Trump with 136,000 votes and Kamala Harris coming out on top of that category with just over 284,000 votes. And finally, we have on election day, this is today, the voting that happened at any of the precincts, Donald Trump coming in with 29,100 votes and Kamala Harris just over 41,000 votes. That's just a snapshot. Again, we have 198 precincts as well, and this is just for 50 of them as well as the other absentees. So still lots of votes left to be counted. We're still seeing them come in. We'll have an update with you at 11, so stick with us. For now, live in Mecklenburg County, Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Austin, thanks. So, you know, if you're watching right now, Republicans right now, despite the win by a Democrat in the governor's race, I feel like Republicans should feel pretty good right now at almost 10:30.
Electronic poll pads, people were checking in, and we were checking it all day long in 49 seconds. We think that's awesome, and so did the voters. And then the average line time, you don't need water when your average line time is 2 minutes.
Earlier today, he was talking about his hope and expectation that we would have all of the results by midnight. We are expecting another update from him in about 30 minutes. We'll see if he feels that we're still on track. He will note, though, that about 24,000
by 11, and we'll stay on top of it. Live here from Cobb County, Michelle Newell, Channel 2 Action News.
Michelle, thank you. Could be an early night then, and Fulton County was a big focus during the 2020 election. It's busy again there tonight.
And Audrey Washington continues our live Team 2 coverage now from the Fulton County Elections Hub and Ops Center. Audrey.
Right, I'm here live at the Fulton County Elections Hub and Operations Center. Just want to show you
What it looks like here behind me at this hour, this is where the ballots are still being counted. Now, we were just briefed by officials, including by the police chief. He told us his department responded to 32 bomb threats
Only
against
52%
polling
of the votes. So if
locations.
this trend holds, about 300,000 people would have changed their votes from a Republican for Donald Trump and then for Ruben Gallego in the
Does
Senate.
Carrie Lake have the opportunity to pick up in these other counties, like you said, Donald
Oh,
Trump
absolutely.
has?
Yes. She will most likely, I don't want to say definitely, but she will most likely narrow this with still waiting for Yuma to report and Cochise County. This one right here, this little white spot right there, that is Santa Cruz County. It is a very Democratic county, but it is also a very small county.
And more of our election night coverage to come.
You're going to want to stick with ABC 15 all night for our continuous election coverage on ABC 15 streaming apps as well as abc15.com. America Votes 2024. Thank you very much for sticking with us all night here for our election coverage as it continues.
So we want to get you up to speed on pretty much the two biggest contests of the night here in Arizona, starting with the race for the White House. And Garrett just touched on it as we met up with our television audience. And as we join you back here on streaming devices at this hour, here's how the numbers look at this very moment. A 20,000 vote difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump right here in Arizona. And as Garrett just showed moments ago on some of those maps, waiting on Santa Cruz County, Cochise County, and that could be the difference maker in that 20,000. So we'll watch it as the next drop comes in. But for now, Kamala Harris with more than 800,065 votes.
Let's look at the U.S. Senate race here, and this is Ruben Gallego. He's up by 52% to Carrie Lake's 45%. Right now, Governor Katie Hobbs is taking the podium at the Democratic headquarters. Let's listen in right now.
I am so happy to be here with all of you while we nervously wait for results. I know that we are all eager to find out who won all of these incredibly important races, but we're going to need to be patient and wait for every vote to be counted, because every single vote matters and every single vote counts equally, whether you voted by mail, whether you dropped off your ballot at a ballot drop box, or you voted in person today. And I have every confidence that our counties administered this election free and fairly, and the results will be accurate. But they're going to take time, so we have to prepare for a really long evening, a really long couple of days, and make sure that all of those votes are counted. But as we've seen the first results come in, I know that we're feeling good about what we're seeing here in Arizona, and that is thanks to all of the hard work that all of you in this room put in, and a lot of people that aren't here with us. You all made calls, you knocked on doors, you talked to your friends and family and neighbors about what's at stake in this election, and most importantly, you got out and voted. And we knew that this was going to be a tough race. We knew that things were going to be close. And I know that we put every single thing we had out there to make sure that we are victorious. So I thank you all so much for everything that you did. I'm looking forward to having a legislature that's going to work with me to deliver for Arizonans.
The ones who I love so much, I woke up to my neighbors who hosted a pep rally my neighborhood. And I want you to know that this is the Prince George's County that I have known. The people who cheer each other on, where greatness grows. At times we struggle together and we work to build a better future for all of our children. And for those Marylanders whose support I have yet to earn, I may not have won your vote, but I want you to know that I hear your voice and I will be your senator too. Amazing family this side of heaven. Thank you, first of all, to my super incredible big sister, Kimberly Seymour, who is my protector and my hero, the best sister in the world. And you know, Kim, we're going to be up pretty late tonight. We're going to be celebrating this one for a moment. I'd also like to thank my parents, James and Patricia also Brooks, my two heroes right over there, whose values I hope you see reflected in me every day. And you see as well their love, the profound love that they taught me for other people. As well, you see their grit, their determination, and the work ethic that they passed on to me. So Mom and Dad, you may not have seen this coming, but I tell you, I thank you so much for making every day of it possible. Thank you so much. To my grandparents who would have loved to have been here tonight, but whose legacy I carry on, I thank them so much. There are two other people that I want to thank. Cora Masters-Berry, I know is somewhere in the room. I want to thank Cora Masters-Berry. And George Hazel, where are you, George Hazel? I want to thank the two of them as well for their love. Now, it's remarkable to think that in 2 years, America will celebrate its 250th birthday. And in all those years, there have been more than 2,000 people who have served in the United States Senate. And only 3 have looked like me. And so I want to salute all of those who came before me, who made it possible for me to stand on this stage tonight, whose sacrifices and stories I want to carry with me. And from my heart, I thank every Marylander. To serve this state, my hometown, is the honor of a lifetime. And there are few places, be clear, like Maryland. Marylanders are absolutely amazing people. Absolutely amazing people. And I know how amazing they are because I've had the great honor of traveling all across, meeting Marylanders where they live, where they love, where they worship, where they build businesses, where they educate their children, and where they dream of a better day. And I stand here tonight for all those people who dream of a better day. We stand tonight united as one Maryland. And to each and every Marylander, I say this: I will make your care my concern, your hope my focus, and your dreams my work in the days and years to come. And to the people who did not vote in this election, I want you to know that I see you too, and that I will never stop working to prove that public service, that the work we do can and must change the lives of people for the better. And lastly, I stand here tonight for my North Star, for my reason for being, my incredible daughter, Alexandra. Alex should know that I first ran for public office because of her. And I ran for the Senate because of all of you, for the young people and the elders of our country, about the future that you one day will inherit, and the country that I know we all can be. I know that we can be a country that yells less and listens more, that fears less and trusts more, where we see the humanity in each other before the hateful word. And as divided as we may feel, in America, I still believe there is no us against them. There is only us. And with the right leadership, we can get back to a place where we celebrate each other more, where we see the humanity in people before the hateful word or the hateful deed. A place where our economy is fairer and our democracy is stronger. A place where women's health is protected, where hard work is rewarded, and where government exists not to eliminate our freedoms, but to celebrate and advance them. A place where you and your generation and all the generation, our kids' generations, can enter the workforce, knowing that not only will you have a chance to achieve the American dream, but that your children will also be able to achieve their dreams as well. And I've often said, and I'll say it again, the number one issue as I've traveled across the state is economic opportunity. And it is my great desire that each of our families, that all of us will not live on the margins, but it is my desire that you will live beyond your wildest dreams. That is what I will work for. And a place where you have no doubt that you can dream and be whatever you want in this country. And so to Alex, to all of our children, to all of our parents, I say to you that this is the America that I will continue to work for, to make it work for each one of you so that you can experience the American dream, that we together can reinforce the values that we share as Americans, the democracy that we believe in, that we believe in freedom.
This is a very democratic area, and Cochise balances that out. And so, like I said, we're going to have to just wait.
Yeah, and roughly 24,000 votes between the two competitors
right now, yes.
here. Okay, District 8 right now.
Yeah, District 8, this is a very, as you can see, this is a West Valley district. This was really competitive in the primary. Hamadeh winning 54% to 46%. Again, this is something that sort of indicates to me that there's probably still Republican votes left out there, because this number being how solid of a Republican district this district is, this should expand. And we'll see the same thing if we go to CD5. Andy Biggs versus Katrina Schaefer, 57 to 42%. And you can see how large that number is. That should even expand a little more.
Okay, we are going to keep crunching the numbers. We'll send it back to you guys for now, and we'll come and rejoin you shortly.
Yeah, we're tracking all these numbers closely, just seeing Trump taking the lead here in Arizona, leading by just 1,000 votes at this point. So.
Yeah, and for more of the breakdown of what we're seeing across the country, we want to turn to Christine right now in our alert desk. Christine.
Hey, guys. Yeah, we are getting new updates by the second. This is a big change that we're seeing. So we're going to go based off of ABC News. Former President Donald Trump winning several states here. We've got Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, Ohio, Mississippi. These have all just been recently projected by ABC News. We will say that Vice President Kamala Harris, AP has called her to win the District of Columbia. We're also keeping a close eye on still some long lines of polling places in Nevada. Again, those are some key battleground states. That's one of them. Again, Arizona, the top one that we're keeping a close eye here at home. Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, as I just mentioned, North Carolina,
process. There have been some technical issues with uploading the data to the states. Same situation up in Wake County. They've had some problems there as well. So those numbers are coming in late. Asheville, though, Buncombe County, they have not had that problem. Her winning with almost 62% of the vote there. So a lot of these red counties, they have already reported most of, not all of their ballots. One thing we've talked about earlier, Anson County, Donald Trump winning Anson County, not a huge treasure trove of votes there. However, it's notable because he now has flipped it to a red county. It had been Democratic for a long time. Last go around 2016 and the years before that, Donald Trump has managed to flip that. This go around, Cabarrus County, another county we've talked about as a possible place where Kamala Harris might be able to get a win right now with most of those ballots reported right there. It looks like Donald Trump holding on to the lead right there. So that's how things are shaking out right now. Again, a lot of the urban centers like Mecklenburg County and Wake County still have a huge bulk of votes that still need to come in. Let's go walk back over to the desk at this point. John, join Colin and Vanessa once again to see where the latest things stand right now. So it could be quite some time before we know exactly here in North Carolina how things are going to shake out because of these urban centers reporting back later than expected. But keep in mind, It's still only 10:43, and what they've been saying the whole time is between 9:30 and 11, a bulk of them, and hopefully by midnight we'll have a clear answer on all the races.
Well, let's not forget, a lot of the states that have been called for Donald Trump, he won in 2020 and still did not win the presidential election. So he is ahead, it looks like, in the popular vote, at least right now. But we'll have to see where the Electoral College skews, depending on what happens.
And the big races, I mean, as I said over there, we still don't know the big races.
It's true.
All the declared states have sort of shaked out the way we anticipated that they would at this point. So.
Right.
Still remains Josh Stein, the only really decisive race we know at this point. You know, all the other ones, even the other local ones, are still up in the air at this point.
We wanted to keep folks updated. You know, obviously we had heard from Austin Walker not too long ago talking about some of the issues, and we addressed this, you know, with our interview with Chelsea Kaufman, the political science professor out of Wingate. But, you know, just the fact that they were having issues uploading the results, it sounds like, to the website. So we're just letting folks know that Austin is continually getting, it looks like it's literally like manually pieces of paper that he's getting with some of the results. So we're waiting for him to get some of the latest numbers, and we're going to have those for folks, but he has been tweeting out some of the results that he is getting. It's literally a sheet of paper, and he's taking a picture and putting it out.
Something that Nate Nate kind of alluded to a couple of minutes ago, and we'll have him join us here in a second, is, you know, I think we are so anxious to know, right? In other elections, previous elections, we've known so quickly, but I think we have to do our due diligence, and I think it behooves, right, to the comments of people making sure that we have an integrity in that election continues, right, that we have the integrity kind of continue, that we do our due diligence, find these votes and the results, and obviously it's going to trickle in. We'll just have to see.
Come on in, Nate.
Yeah, come on in. A little
I'm trying to make some room for you.
You know, I was telling you guys earlier, like, there really were no issues across the state today, which was kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah, you had those 2 precincts you talked about before.
Well, this is not
in
even
other
a
counties.
problem, but you have to feel bad for Mecklenburg County. But you know, like Michael Dickerson, and I know we've all talked to him before. I mean, they bleed a passion.
They take this stuff so seriously.
And how does this reflect on them? That's what they're thinking. The country's looking at Mecklenburg County as this major county in this election. And from the outside, it looks like this county can't get their act together when, you know, the Board of Elections is telling me multiple times, like 4 times, they've tried to upload these results in. A state representative just texted me, what's going on with these early voting numbers? You know, so people are obviously concerned.
Is it clear at this point whether it's an issue on our end or on the folks up in Raleigh?
Well, the county is saying they've done everything they should.
Yeah. It's the state site is what Austin Walker is reporting.
But the State Board of Elections is saying, no, this happens every election. There's a lot of data coming in. It takes
because you have a place like Buncombe County that's completely reported.
Yeah.
So there's clearly other places not having a problem, but then you have Wake County who's also having a problem as well. Is it clear to you at this point, Wake County, the problems they've had, is it similar to the problems that Mecklenburg County? Because you're talking about the 2 biggest population centers in the state of North Carolina, and we're trying to call races, and there's no way you can do that when you're talking about millions of people.
Well, all I can tell you is from my experience 4 years ago, it was pretty clear early on in North Carolina. The results were getting uploaded quickly. And the prediction was we were going to have about the same, maybe a little more voters this time. As of earlier today, that's what the state expected. And we're having trouble today. And they just say the system's overloaded. There's so much data coming in, which you can understand, and it's just taking a long time to get it updated. But, you know, then you see this piece of paper that Austin's holding up. It's like a typewriter. This is 2024. And this is how we're getting our election results in a pivotal election. And I'm not sure that it's anybody's fault other than a system that right now is not working as fast as we want it to.
Well, what I wanted to ask you is, so what do you say now to the folks that are saying and are questioning the integrity of the election? Because there has been claims, right, that in urban areas, this is what happens. You see an upshoot in votes, but there's obviously something going on. So, you know, what do you say about that in terms of the integrity of the election?
Well, they have the piece of paper that shows the number of votes that went for every person. They have that information. That's what they're telling us. The votes counted, they just can't get them out to the public so that we can see them.
There we go.
And we can get the information that we want as soon as possible. And I think that, you know, the longer this goes on, the more and more frustrating it gets. Yeah. And I know that the Board of Elections here in Mecklenburg County says this is unacceptable.
Speaking of, Austin Walker is there in Midtown, Board of Elections. Austin, what's the deal?
Yeah, hey guys. So 24. We're getting our results really on a piece of paper, like you guys were saying, a typewriter, it looks like. We got them back on, there were the results per 10:18 p.m. These new ones we just were handed about 2 minutes ago. This is from 10:34. The absentee ballots and early voting numbers still the exact same, but we are still seeing the day of election results really climbing up. Again, looking at the president, we're seeing Kamala Harris right now with 65% of the vote, with 363,000 votes to Donald Trump's 182,000 votes, with about 32% of the vote. So we are seeing Kamala Harris really take over Mecklenburg County from Donald Trump, which is not really a surprise right here. But also it talks about some other numbers as well, like our North Carolina governor. We've heard from both of the candidates tonight speaking, but those numbers really coming in for those total votes. We are seeing Josh Stein with just shy of 400,000 votes, and Mark Robinson with just over 127,000 votes. So a very big difference right there. But all these numbers really are talking about as we're seeing more votes still come in. Again, this was from 10:34. And there's 198 precincts across Mecklenburg County, and that is out of, and we only have heard from 181. So there's still some missing votes out there that have yet to be counted. They're still coming in. We've talked about the drive-through system, about how people are out there accepting these bags, taking them inside that has the paper ballots as well as the flash drive, and is then being uploaded. But that's where the confusion happens, because right now the state website is not really updating like it should be. Like they said, we did talk to the elections board. They tell us that it's just not working, so which is why we're having to go to this paper format. It feels every about 10 minutes we're getting a new update. So for those who are just now joining us, I want to kind of go over that one more time, looking at that 10:34 p.m., the newest update from the Board of Elections right here in Mecklenburg County. It shows that for Kamala Harris, for the total number of votes, it is 363,000 for the entire county, and Donald Trump is at 182,000. That is about 65% of the vote, and also Donald Trump has 32% of the vote. On election day, she just edges out Donald Trump by about 18 or 19,000 votes. Still not a huge margin, but we are seeing that Kamala Harris is doing quite well here in Mecklenburg County. As we go into our 11 o'clock newscast, we will continue to update you with the latest, and assuming we're probably going to get one more sheet of paper that shows us what it looks like, especially as we are closing out those drive-thrus, and all the precincts should be coming close to being done and having their votes in to the Board of Elections. So stick with us right here in Midtown. Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
Okay, all right, Austin. Okay, I understand things are still being counted, but is your understanding that the issues resolved, knowing the counting is still happening, the ballots are still, are the questions and issues, have that been resolved at this point?
No, I mean, we've asked again, asking if this is something that can be solved here or if it's on the state side. When asked, they said, well, we keep uploading it, have tried to upload it, and it is, quote, it's just not working, which is why they are printing off these pieces of paper. So we're going to go back again and ask one more time about if this is being resolved, but I'm not sure on the state side of things. I haven't looked in about 5 or 10 minutes when I was just getting this new piece of paper, trying to sift through this, if things have been worked out. But from what we can talk about here, it really sounds like the elections board is not quite understanding why things are moving quite slow and why their submissions are not showing up on the state site. I'll make sure to update you guys at 11, though, with a complete answer of what we do know and what we are still working to learn at this point. Ben?
All right, so that's still being resolved at this point, but it sounds like there are records of these things. That's what people need to know, that these things are not just floating out there. If there's records.
Not imaginary numbers.
Exactly. They've got to make sure they transfer them and they get to where they're going. But there's hard copies, as we've seen in his tweet and all that stuff. So it's all going to be resolved. It's all going to be counted. Let's talk about some of those statewide races just real quickly. Governor's race, we know how that's shaping out. Josh Stein with 55% of the vote. He will be our next governor. Lieutenant governor race, we have seen a little bit of action this year in the last 10 minutes or so. Rachel Hunt now retaking the lead in this race by about 2 percentage points. She started off strong, then Hal Weatherman took over. She's now back on the top of this race as of right now. Attorney General's race, again, Dan Bishop was leading for a little bit, but in the last few minutes, Jeff Jackson reclaiming. Folks, what this is, it goes back to what we've been telling you, is that as these urban centers, Charlotte and Raleigh and even Wilmington, as all those ballots start rushing in, it changes the dynamic of some of these races, especially the really close ones, which is exactly what we expected to happen. Public instruction, again, Michelle Morrow was leading there for a while. Now Maurice Green has retaken a lead in this one. This is sort of playing out like you would expect it to, with some of the blue cities, blue counties, just coming in this the last few minutes. So how it affects the presidential race remains to be seen, but it has become a closer and closer race here in the last 10 minutes. So the night is not over yet. 4.8 million votes counted so far. Registered voters are about 7.8. So State Board of Elections said they wanted to have this thing called by midnight.
Sounds like a long night.
Maybe
right?
so.
Yeah.
We'll be optimistic.
Well,
all right, let's walk back over here.
Yeah, could be a little longer than midnight.
Might be.
Obviously.
Well, this won't be a shocker, but we do have another race that's being called. Alma Adams.
Yeah.
What's the numbers look like?
District 12.
I mean, I think that was a district that was redrawn, right?
Yes, it was drawn specifically for Democrats in Charlotte. So congressional races, yeah, it wasn't. None of the congressional races are really all that much.
So we're going to start to close out our stream here. We're not going to go anywhere. We have our 11 o'clock show that will air here in the next 6 minutes, and then we'll carry on from there to see the results that start to trickle in.
We're just so thankful for everyone who tuned in and nerded out with everyone on politics.
I know. And
Ben?
the thing is, it's even more juicy as the night continues.
I know.
See you a little bit, guys.
This election season, WCNC Charlotte is your trusted source. We're verifying the political ads from the presidential to the governor's race, cutting through the noise to separate fact from fiction. Scan the QR code to see what's been verified.
When severe weather impacts the Carolinas, you can help us tell the story.
Our radar helps to keep you weather aware, along with images like these. Here's how to send us a video or picture of conditions impacting your area.
Make sure you're in a safe spot. Take a picture or a video, then send it to the Near Me feature on our WCNC News app.
Your image could be part of our weather impact coverage. Download the WCNC News app now.
WCNC Plus delivers stories that impact you. Plus breaking and developing news as it happens. Streaming live on your time. Plus weather coverage that impacts you 24/7. Stream WCNC Plus now.
Turn on the news that impacts you every evening at 6 on WCNC Charlotte.
Get breaking news and continuing coverage.
Stay weather aware with the Weather Impact Team.
We're your trusted source for verified news and content.
Want it now? Stream now. WCNC Plus gives you breaking and developing news along with weather coverage that impacts you. It's streaming 24/7 on WCNC Plus.
Get more of the news that impacts you on WCNC Charlotte weeknights at 6.
Coast stations go to their local news now.
Right now at 11.
Decision 2024.
This is our North Carolina. This is our home.
The only disappointment that I have inside of me is the disappointment that you all feel.
The people here, you know, after the storm, they want their voice to be heard.
And we finally can get out again, so we want to be able to get out and do something that's really important.
I try to vote every election. That's just because that my ancestors.
Thank you for what can only be described as a monument for America. I'm Vanessa Rufus.
I'm Colin Mayfield. It's now 11 p.m. here in the Carolinas. And if you're just joining us, we have a lot to catch you up on. So let's get to it.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the race for the White House. We can see in North Carolina, Donald Trump has the lead at this moment, 51% of the votes to Kamala Harris with 48%.
In South Carolina, this is the way it skews. The Associated Press and NBC News can project that former President Donald Trump has won the state of South Carolina and its 9 electoral votes.
In the race to lead North Carolina, Democrat Josh Stein projected to win that race for governor. You could see there currently 55% of the votes.
In the lieutenant governor's race, this is the way it looks here. Rachel Hunt with 50%, Hal Weather with 48%. Looks like 78% still reporting, so more to go here.
In the race for North Carolina Attorney General, we are going to see here Steve Troxler on top, 52% of the votes to Sarah Tabor's. We are looking at Agriculture Commissioner. Instead, you could see Steve Troxler there, 52% of the vote to Sarah Tabor's 45%.
All right, let's see if we have the race to lead North Carolina's public schools. It's been a close race all night and continues to be so. Mo Green, 51%, 2 million votes, 2.4 million, and Michelle Morrow with 49% of the vote, with 78 still reporting there.
Let's go ahead and take this live look at the road to 270. According to projections from the AP and NBC News, we can see Donald Trump with 210 electoral votes.
It's been pretty close, or it has not been close up until now. Seems like the vice president is catching up in this race. WCNC Charlotte's anchor Nick Sturdivant here watching both camps. This has been a tight race, and it will continue to be so, it seems like.
Yeah, I've been keeping a close eye on the campaigns, their response and their reactions on social media. They were very active earlier in the day, as you can imagine. Trump posting on X, and also Kamala Harris posting on X, asking people and supporters to get out the votes, to stay in line. That was an important message for both candidates. Harris also posting videos of her calling supporters on the phone, and Trump also making allegations. He says, quote, massive cheating in Philadelphia. Now, according to NBC News, the DA there says there was, quote, no factual basis to these allegations, but in the last few hours, we haven't heard much from either campaign. It's been quiet. I mean, the race in these battleground states are tightening.
It's neck and neck. So I guess the next question is, what's the vibe tonight from the campaign headquarters? Have you heard from them?
Yeah, well, according to NBC News, the vibe at the Trump party, watch party in Mar-a-Lago, where Trump is with his family, personal friends, along with in Palm Beach, they're confident, simply put. As for Kamala Harris watch party, which is at our alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C., there's some anxiety there. And I just summed this all up on X right now. Trending is the word nervous. So, yeah. But we still have a long way to go. Still a lot of votes, still a lot of data to be calculated.
All right. Thanks for keeping us updated. We have WCNC Charlotte anchor Ben Thompson standing by at our big board tonight with a look at some of the races here, including president.
That's right, Vanessa. There's a reason the state of North Carolina has not been called right now, because right now you can see how close it is. 51% of the vote versus 48% of the vote, with 4.9 million votes counted so far. Keep in mind, there are roughly about 7.8 million registered voters in the state of North Carolina, to give you some idea. And part of the reason why is because places like Charlotte have been slow to upload their results to the state. So right now, that's where things stand right now with Kamala Harris in Mecklenburg County. No big surprise, but there's still a lot more numbers to be reported. Some of the headlines, though, Cabarrus County thought might be a bit of a swing county, a bellwether. At one point during the night, it looked like she might overtake Donald Trump. She was not able to. And then down in Anson County, for the first time in recent memory, a Republican has won that county. Look back 4 years ago, Joe Biden won that. Before that, Hillary Clinton won Anson County. This time, Donald Trump winning it. Over in Raleigh, again, we're still waiting for a lot of votes to still come in. But right now, Kamala Harris has 63% of the vote. And then once you go over other parts of the triangle, you can see 80% in Durham County and then Orange County as well with 75% of the vote. Let's bring you up to speed just real quickly with electoral map right now. Here's where things stand across the country right now. Kamala Harris with 179 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 210. You still got the big ones, folks. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin still outstanding. For the most part, a lot of these races playing out just as we expected. And as we go into midnight right now, just 11:06, the big electoral prizes still outstanding. Colin, Vanessa?
It's going to be an interesting night.
Long night.
Right. Certainly so. All right, let's go to the race for governor of North Carolina. This was a no-brainer in the terms of the projected winner here, and it happened pretty quickly. The AP and NBC News projecting that Democrat Josh Stein will be the next governor of North Carolina. We do have team coverage tonight on this race that's been closely watched across the Carolinas and really the nation. Julia Kaufman is at Mark Robinson HQ. It's been quiet there. We'll hear from her in a moment, but first let's get to Julie Kay at Josh Stein's headquarters. It's been quite the evening for them. Lots of excitement. Obviously, it's been tempered in the hours to come with some of the wins inside the state, though. What's the mood now?
Well, of course, there was a lot of excitement when that announcement was made, especially since it came so early on in the night, maybe even earlier than some people were expecting. But that excitement, though still not entirely gone, has tapered off a little as we wait for some other races to be called. This is not just Stein's party. This is the overall state Democrats party. So we do have a long night ahead. Now, when we did hear from Stein from his acceptance speech, he really got into things that he wants to do in office. So that includes increasing teacher pay and protecting reproductive rights. But in order to do that, he would need to break the supermajority in the state legislature that Republicans currently have. That's something he's mentioned extensively to me, to reporters, and in his campaigning. A lot of his speech, though, tonight was focused on that positivity, that optimism that he's really been leaning into in these last few weeks. Take a listen to what he said.
Well, absolutely not, because first of all, we had record turnout. Now we're having just the fastest reporting of the election results.
A record 5.2 million Georgians voted in this election, and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is already calling the counting of those votes a success. With more than 4 million Georgians voting early, most counties had those numbers up around the 8 p.m. deadline a new law put in place. Now the focus is the 1.2 million Election Day votes. In 2020, late-night reporting dumps of votes from major metro counties led to controversies. This time around, Raffensperger says the early reporting should help prevent the post-election problems. I remember 4 years ago at 11 p.m. on election night, you and I saying it had been a boring election.
Playing reporting about 10 other counties receiving bomb threats as well, not only here in Chester County, but also in Center County, Pennsylvania. That's the same county as where Penn State is located. They received a bomb threat at the same exact time to their voter services via email as well. Now, back here in Chester County, people were allowed to go back in the building after an hour after that building was cleared, but those two voter precincts, they were moved to another location, and impacted voters were given an extension until 10 o'clock to vote. But one of the county commissioners says that everything is running smoothly now, and they are continuing the election process. We're live in Chester County. Johnny Archer, NBC 10 News.
Johnny, thank you. We saw long lines everywhere in New Jersey as well tonight.
Yeah, check out the line outside DeMacy Middle School in Marlton earlier. At one point, the wait was about 4 hours long. We're told it's all because of a larger than expected turnout. That wasn't the only polling location with long lines in Burlington County. NBC 10's Siobhan McGurl joins us live with more. Siobhan.
Yeah, hey guys, the county says in all likelihood they are seeing record-breaking turnout just after 11 o'clock. And you can see this line to vote still stretches outside the door here at this polling location. It wraps around the sidewalk here, though I have to show you the end is in sight. This is the shortest we have seen this line all day. We've been here since around 3:30 this afternoon into the night. We saw the line wrap around the building. A county spokesperson told me this was not the only location they saw the long lines. Voting hours were extended until 9 o'clock in Burlington County after the New Jersey Attorney General filed suit. But it was tough to tell what difference it made here at this polling location. We didn't see anyone get online after 8 o'clock. Some voters were frustrated. We saw a handful walk away and decide not to vote. The majority of people we met, though, did stick it out. They are still sticking it out, bringing lawn chairs and ordering pizza, whatever it took to make sure they could vote despite these long lines.
Because this is a very crucial election, and you got to make sure you put your vote in.
It's just crazy. It's not this line. I mean, in today's day and age, we're waiting in line for 5 hours to vote.
I'm feeling this is absolutely worth it, worth every minute. Definitely undeterred.
Back here live with a look at this line into the polling location. As I was talking to some voters who are just now leaving, they say it took them about 5.5 hours to get inside and cast their ballot. At this point in the line, these people tell me they've already been waiting for around 4 hours. The wait continues. They say determined to stay here and stick it out as the hours go on. In Burlington County, I'm Siobhan McGurl, NBC 10 News. Send it back to you.
And coming up, Pennsylvania Democrat Bob Casey is facing his toughest battle yet in keeping his Senate seat.
But first, an historic night in Delaware. Here's NBC 10's Tim Furlong.
With some of the technology. Cobb County Bureau Chief Michelle Newell continues her live Team 2 coverage now from election headquarters. Michelle, despite all that you and I were talking about tonight, you found out they're on schedule.
Yeah, they sure are, George. Here at Cobb election headquarters, you can see what is happening in that room. Absentee ballots being processed. Most of them have been. No significant problems really to report other than equipment issues at 2 precincts that caused those locations to open up a little later, close a little later. We're told the polling pads at those locations weren't syncing correctly. Now, earlier in the day, we were here as voters rushed in to drop off their absentee ballots. That's because 3,400 voters received late absentee ballots due to a surge of last-minute requests and equipment failure. That's according to Cobb election officials. Back to the overall progress we've been seeing here tonight. Again, the majority of those precincts came in fast.
As of 9 p.m., all of our absentee in-person ballots had been uploaded and published to the Secretary of State's website, so that is where we are there. With respect to absentee by mail, everything that we were required by law to have uploaded by 8 p.m. has been uploaded, that being all of the results that came in as of yesterday.
And election officials telling us voter turnout that they're seeing is much higher than what they saw in 2020. More than half of Cobb County registered voters cast their ballot early. Live here from Cobb County, Michelle Newell, Channel 2 Action News.
Several attempts to interfere with the election in Metro Atlanta may be tied to Russia. How the disruptions affected local voters as our live Team 2 coverage of the 2024 presidential election continues.
Plus, the search for a shooter in a deadly double shooting in southwest Atlanta. Tonight, one teen is dead and another's in critical condition.
The 11th hurricane of the season is formed, headed to the Gulf of Mexico. I'll take you to the timing for a...
But I know things are going to continue to be processed and tabulated and reported out through the night, so stay tuned. We'll hopefully have results by the morning, if not sooner.
That's wonderful. As far as voter turnout, you also said that voter turnout in Michigan was, quote, through the roof, which I loved. Can you talk about that to people, what exactly we saw in Michigan this election?
Well, it was extraordinarily exciting to see so many people vote ahead of the election, 3.3 million to be sure, and that matched what we saw in 2020 in terms of our highest turnout election ever. So all we needed to see today was another 2 million people participate, and certainly anecdotally we saw record numbers of people standing in line voting, casting their ballots in this historic election. So I'm optimistic we'll at least be on par to the records that we set in 2020, but in early voting and on election day. And I'm grateful to our election workers to ensuring that no matter how someone voted, it went smoothly and efficiently.
Thank you. And quickly, election security, top of mind for voters across the nation in Michigan. What do you want people to know about election security in Michigan specifically today?
We have many layers of security built into our process, and it's very decentralized. Elections are run on the local level in a very transparent and accessible way. We've also had hundreds of observers all across the state today, ensuring that our secure protocols are followed, and that's just the process working. So we'll continue to do audits after the election as well to reaffirm the security of our election, and we invite people to go to michigan.gov/electionfacts if they want more information about any aspect of our elections process that they may have a question about.
Secretary, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Good to
Of
see you,
course.
and happy election.
Happy election night to you as well. I hope you pizza at some point.
Sure. Pizza, sleep, no. Pizza, sure.
What we can get. Thank
Exactly,
you. All right, you guys, reporting live from Ford Field, Sarah Michaels, 7 News Detroit. Back to you.
Sounds good, Sarah, and so glad to hear that things have gone smoothly so far, right?
First and most accurate. That's what I like to hear. Okay, another big local race is for the 10th Congressional District incumbent John James facing off against Democrat Carl Marlinga. Now, here is where the race stands as of now. After receiving 21% of the vote, John James has 48% to Carl Marlinga's 47%. So a very close race there.
7 News Detroit reporter Darren Cunningham is live in Warren right now to help us break it all down. Darren, what's going on where you are right now?
Carolyn, Mike, we actually just updated those results, as you just mentioned, that 21% of precincts reporting. I'm joined by Carl Marlinga himself. Carl, good evening. Thank you for joining me.
Happy to be here again.
Still
waiting.
Okay. Yes, and so those results, 21% reporting so far, about a 2,700 vote lead by James. Currently, your challenge.
So what's going to happen all night long is now, if Shelby comes in next, then I'm going to be like 9,000 votes behind. However, if Warren comes in next, then I'm going to be about 10,000 votes ahead. And so it's going to go back and forth depending upon what geographic area comes in. If they all come in at the same time, this is going to be another 48% and a fraction that's going to go one way or the other. That's what the analytics said. We still are counting on.
Republicans have a supermajority right now in the General Assembly. Josh Stein will have to work with them, which makes it much difficult for him to govern. Right now, in this Senate race, District 42, 27 votes is all that separates these two candidates, Woodson Bradley and Stacey McGinn. This is in the southern part of Mecklenburg County, Ballantine up towards Matthews. State House Res 73. It looks like Jonathan Allman is going to pull off an upset right here with 53% of the vote. Diamond State Williams was pulled off the upset last time. It looks like he might be the winner. House District 98. Beth Helfrich with 52% of the vote. Interesting thing here for people who enjoy political history. This is the northern part of Mecklenburg County, Cornelius, Lake Norman. This is Tom Tillis's old House seat in the North Carolina State House, now going to a Democrat. Finally, perhaps the most closely watched race when it comes to local races here. Tricia Cotham right now looking like she might keep on to that seat that she has in District 105, southern part of Mecklenburg County, much of Ballantine. This has been a closely watched race after Tricia Cotham, a longtime Democrat, decided to switch parties last go around. Looks like, though, she might just narrowly eke out a win with 275 votes. Colin, Vanessa?
Surprising.
A lot of intrigue in this case.
Yeah, as he said, it's not been boring.
Well, and nationwide, we've been really seeing a lot happening, too. We've been seeing some threats at polling locations across the U.S.
Yeah, WCNC Charlotte's Michelle Bowden has been tracking this for us tonight. Michelle, what have you found so far?
Well, this is a secure election. That's the word from the feds tonight, despite some challenges at the polls today in several key states. Voters face bomb threats, as you said, at polling places across the country today. In the key battleground states of Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, none of the threats, though, were credible. That's the good news. In Georgia, there were dozens of threats at polling places in 3 different counties. In each case, voting was paused briefly and hours extended at the impacted polls. Georgia officials say at least some of those threats were of Russian origin. Also new today, you may remember hearing earlier this week about Russia-produced videos with false claims about voting that went viral. Now we're learning the Russians likely got some help with that campaign from China. Researchers found the videos were being amplified by a network of fake social media accounts that originated in China. Back to you.
Interesting stuff that you've dug up for us, Michelle. Thanks for shining some light on those issues there.
All right, let's go ahead and check in with the weather impacts tonight. Brad, you watching some visibility concerns?
Yeah, fog forming in a few spots. We've got dense fog already across areas of the foothills, northwest Piedmont, 0.3 of a mile visibility on Statesville, 0.5 as you go up towards the Wilkesboro area. You can see overnight tonight, that fog is going to continue to spread out. And by tomorrow morning, I'd give myself some extra time in the morning. Visibility could be less than a half mile in many locations, but should improve rapidly by the afternoon. Kind of a warm night tonight. Temperatures only in the low 60s. When you wake up tomorrow. By the afternoon, toasty, up around 80 degrees, kind of warm and humid, 40% chance of scattered showers. There's those showers moving out tonight, mainly fog, drizzle, and mist, but notice the rain that starts.
So for the veterans out there suffering from PTSD, for the single moms working 2 jobs and raising 3 kids, for the dads who have to miss that bedtime with their kids to work that overnight shift, and for the kid sleeping on the floor tonight in Arizona, dreaming of a better future, this is for you. Gracias, Arizona.
All right, Ruben Gallego feeling real good right now as he was giving his speech at the Democratic headquarters. We were talking about that race before he came on stage. And let's go to the Dems right now. How are you guys feeling about this?
I mean, this is, again, I mean, he mentioned it, this is history that's been made. I think Gallego ran a really solid campaign. He really capitalized and reached out to some of those Republicans who I thought were alienated by Kari Lake. He put in the time with voters of color, Hispanic, Black, Native communities. He ran up the numbers there. I thought he did a great job.
Yeah. Mike, you had anything?
Yeah, no, I think he one of the smart things he did was define, although she was somewhat defined already, but defined his opponent before she was able to define herself or him. And I think that is gave him the running start that he needed and capitalized on.
Yeah. Kirk, before we heard from Gallego, you were talking about the gap in the numbers because we saw Kari Lake not with the numbers with Trump.
Kari Lake is way underperforming Donald Trump. She's losing by almost 122,000 votes, while Trump is winning by just under 3,000 votes. What does that tell us? It tells us that there were a lot of people that voted for Donald Trump that chose not to vote for Kari Lake or decided to vote for Ruben Gallego instead. This is the second election cycle in a row where Kari Lake has won a winnable statewide race.
The former mayor of Atlanta said threats would not keep Georgians from getting to the polls. In the cradle of civil rights, it's exercising their right to vote.
We are not the first generation that's faced hardships and difficulties in exercising our right to vote.
Earlier Tuesday, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger confirmed threats in Fulton and Gwinnett counties tied to Russian interference.
And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia.
Despite the threats, Secretary Raffensperger said the vote was going smoothly and wait times at polling places were just about 1 minute, possibly due to more than 4 million voters in the state who cast their ballot before Election Day.
We really need to appreciate and dig into our right to vote and exercise it every single time we get an opportunity to do so. There are people who don't want democracy to exist.
And Bottoms believes that we will know by the end of the night who the president will be, thanks to the early vote turnout. She plans to head to the Howard University campus to celebrate with Kamala Harris and the team.
A record turnout in Gwinnett County, and votes are being processed faster than ever. Coming up, what that means for presidential results in Georgia.
Looking live here over the nation's capital in Washington, D.C., and we have breaking news. AP now just calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. And we're tracking the balance of power in Congress and the impact Georgia races could have. We'll be right here, edition of WSB Tonight.
This Channel 2 Action News. We're always live. Story.
Right the second here in Winder, sources trying to figure out.
Here in Alpharetta, we have a new angle you need to hear.
We're talking with people who really know the Swanee neighborhood. What do you want done? In McDonough, you can only get this perspective from Newsroom 2.
Happening now in Powder Springs as we get word of a developing situation.
It's about you, your neighborhood.
See what's new. Channel 2 Action News, live at 4, 5, and 6.
Let's make summer easy with SD Services. Our air conditioning replacement, repair, and maintenance makes it easy to keep cool during the hot summer months. Call or visit our website to make an appointment today. It's that easy. It's Estes.
At Home Center Outlet, we understand that first impressions are everything.
Make a statement to your neighbors and friends with a new wood, iron, or energy-efficient aluminum door today.
With the added bonus of up to 60% savings on all products, it's a win for your wallet and your home.
And while you're shopping our store, check out savings on tubs, vanities, shower doors, and more. Shop one of our 4 locations close to you or online at HomeCenterOutlet.com today.
Home Center Outlet. Don't miss your chance to save.
SEC Game Day. It's all new. It's all SEC football with legendary voices, inside connections, and hot takes.
Now with the expanded playoffs, Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, basically
you're wrong. Dissecting the biggest games.
People wanted to see this offense score.
Covering the hottest conference.
This is college football at its finest.
Into SEC Game Day on 2.
I'll tell you what I do remember is nerves.
This is SEC Game Day, Saturday night at 11, only on Channel 2. Sponsored by.
Join the front lines of bravery and compassion and become a firefighter-paramedic with Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services. Gwinnett's firefighters and paramedics serve almost 1 million residents, plus those who work and visit.
Our special election coverage, your voice, your vote continues. Here's how the electoral votes are stacking up right now. Remember, it takes 270 out of 538 to win. And with North Carolina just called for Trump, it seems the numbers are 232 to 178 currently of the electoral votes for the presidential race.
You know, and just as it was expected, it's going to be Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. That is what we're all watching tonight. Now, we're still waiting officially for Georgia as well. So we're looking deeper into the voter turnout this evening, and one of the big stories over the last several cycles has been the change, the demographics and the voting patterns in Gwinnett County. Our Gwinnett County Bureau Chief, Matt Johnson, live with how software issues did present some delays today. Matt.
Yeah, that's right. A software issue that deals with write-in candidates temporarily slowed down the counting process. But within the last hour and a half or so, the elections director tells me that they were able to resolve the issue. But despite a record turnout in Gwinnett County today, elections officials say things went pretty much according to plan in terms of counting ballots. But there was a fake bomb threat at the Mountain Park Aquatic Center earlier today that caused evacuations before police gave the all clear. But here at Gwinnett County Elections headquarters, election workers are still counting the remaining ballots this evening. Most results have already been posted, though, and 419,000 people have voted in Gwinnett County for this presidential election. Last election, about 405,000 voters cast their ballots for president. The turnout wasn't the only thing that set records. Gwinnett officials say there's a reason they're pushing out results more quickly than in previous elections.
We had, I think, about 2,100 poll officials out in Gwinnett, so that meant that we had extra people.
Now, a transit sales tax in Gwinnett County was also on the ballot, and at last check, 53% of voters voted against it, with 46% voting for it. But all votes have not yet been cast in Gwinnett County, even though officials here say they expect to be going home a little bit earlier than expected. They say they're going to stay until the job is done. Live in Gwinnett County, Matt Johnson, Channel 2 Action News.
All right, Matt, thank you. Your voice, your vote. The count continues tonight. We're staying on the threats at polling locations in Metro Atlanta, and I'm along political analyst Bill Crane with a look at the county-by-county, up-to-the-minute results. Channel 2 Action News confirming more than 30 threats at polling locations. We're hearing from the Secretary of State's office. We're hearing from police and the district attorney. That's all next. Keep watching.
This is local. Channel 2 Action News. We're always live.
Breaking the big story. Right the second here in Winder, we are working multiple sources trying to figure out.
And here in Alpharetta, we have a new angle you need to hear.
We're talking with people who really know the Swanee neighborhood. What do you want done? In McDonough, you can only get
Tim Stringham leading narrowly by 2,500 votes over Justin Heap.
And to Maricopa County Sheriff, here are the numbers so far. Jerry Sheridan leading at more than a 28,000 vote difference to Tyler Camp. Who Jerry Sheridan, by the way, has been with the sheriff's office for 38 years. His name familiar because he ran in 2020, defeating Sheriff Arpaio in the primary that year.
And let's take a look at the tabulation center in Maricopa County. This is, as you can see right there, all those election officials, they are working overtime, trying to get you all those results that are still ahead.
Here around 9:30, 9:45. We have some video of her when she did arrive here. She took to the podium briefly, thanking supporters, basically saying this has been a nasty and ugly race at times. She was hugging her supporters as well. This is the 7th district. We know this is a big swing district in Pennsylvania, which is a big swing state. We had a chance to talk to her one-on-one. Here's what she told us. Do you expect to hear tonight the race to be called, or you think that's going to go into tomorrow? Or?
I suspect because the last poll just closed, I would expect it to be sometime tomorrow, maybe in the early hours. I think the presidential will probably be a couple of days. But listen, Pennsylvania is the center of the universe this year. And I will say the enthusiasm of voters this year is heartwarming.
Well, I can tell you that Weil believes that this race could, of course, determine power in the House, and they also believe that this race could be a predictor of who wins the presidency. Let's send it back to you guys.
Strong indicators. Aaron Baskerville, thank you for that, and we'll be right back.
NBC 10, explaining local stories that impact you. Count on it.
And the next thing I knew,
we staked out both campaigns tonight, so let's check in with 7 News Detroit reporter Ruta Olsonida, headquarters in Novi.
And it's a whole lot of hurry up and wait. So we've talked to voters. They have been here for hours, but really none of them have left. They are staking out tonight, watching those results bleed tight. U.S. This has long been held by Democrats, and when the
only 11 were closed for any period of time today.
We are going to cooperate with our federal partners, and we are going to make sure that people that want to interfere with the right to vote are going to be prosecuted.
This election day proved a busy day for bomb dogs, as the Fulton County Sheriff's Office K-9 unit doggedly whipped around Fulton County. Its K-9 team, some specially trained to sniff out explosives, did perimeter checks at 46 polling locations, including Jackson Memorial Baptist Church, where we saw 2 explosive detection K-9 teams. And where there was no specific bomb threat, but there were bomb threats targeting 3 of the other locations Sheriff's K-9 teams checked, says Natalie Ammons of the Sheriff's Office, who told us they found no evidence of explosives at any of them. The Georgia Secretary of State's Chief Operating Officer, Gabriel Sterling, says this hoax email received by the Secretary of State's office, other agencies, and media outlets lists 5 Clayton County poll locations and suggested one of them would have a bomb placed there.
It came in tied to a Russian email that has been used to do other threats over the last few months.
Too many people died so that citizens all across this country could have the right to vote.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis.
You were planning to send people home because of the security atmosphere early today anyway, but because of the bomb threats?
We had to send them home even earlier than expected.
City of South Fulton Police Chief Keith Meadows says his officers evacuated one polling center maybe just over 40 minutes.
We had to evacuate the Southwest Art Center because we received a bomb threat. We were able to run our K-9s through, and units went through and cleared the location.
Voter fraud complaints, dead voters, for instance?
Most of those Well, dead voters is the kind of thing we see after the election sometimes. We hadn't really seen any real quote-unquote fraud complaints or real machine issues or stuff that's actually interfered with anybody's ability to vote today. We've had a really smooth election day across the entire state.
Well, we're back live. An FBI Atlanta statement forwarded this afternoon says, in part, the FBI is aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, including Georgia, many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains. None of the threats have been determined to be credible thus far. Reporting live in Union City, Mark Winnie, WSB Tonight.
Yeah, foreign actors trying to sow doubt here in the United States. It looks like that's what we're going to be reporting on for some time. So here it is, Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger saying statistically Donald Trump is going to win Georgia and our 16 electoral college votes. Now, keep in mind, the Associated Press and ABC News have not yet called Georgia into the Trump category. Channel 2 investigative reporter Justin Gray with us live, where the Secretary of State did make that statement, Justin.
Yeah, Justin, important, as you noted, to note that the AP and ABC News haven't made that call, but Secretary Raffensperger here at the podium, we thought he was just going to update us on the latest vote count, but he went out and said it. He said that he believes they have done the math here and the numbers just are not there for Kamala Harris and the remaining votes left to be counted. Less than 400,000 votes still outstanding. I want to let you hear what the Secretary said just a short time ago.
Also, if you look at who's leading the race right now, Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding. Don't want to say the word, I know it's done, but run the numbers. We did.
There you hear it. He said, I don't want to say the words, I know it's done, but run the numbers. We did. He says the lead insurmountable. But again, there's still quite a few votes out there, a lot of those coming from those major metro counties. So there are some people in the Harris campaign who still believe they have a shot here. But the Secretary of State, he says he has done the math, believes that lead is, quote, insurmountable. We'll continue to follow. We're live at the state's Election Command Center. Justin Gray for WSB Tonight.
I mean, when you consider the man's job, Justin, that would be extraordinary to go out on a limb like that if he wasn't just about certain. I mean, that's fair.
Which is why I followed up, Justin. I asked him about that, and that's when he said that final part. We've done the math. I don't want to say it's done. That was his quote.
Yeah, it's a little odd, but there we are. Channel 2's Justin Gray. Great work there. Thank you. So whatever happens this evening, of course, will determine the balance of power in Congress. The House and Senate are both up for grabs, and it's a big story tonight as you look live over the United States Capitol in D.C. So Georgia has 14 congressional seats.
And several of those seats cover Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Now, Georgia's 4th congressional district covers parts of DeKalb and Gwinnett counties. And you see here from this graph, incumbent Congressman Hank Johnson running against Republican Eugene Yu, and with 76% of the vote, it looks like Hank Johnson keeps his spot.
It's been called in Georgia's 5th congressional district covering parts of Fulton, Clayton, and DeKalb. This one's also been called, and it is incumbent Congresswoman Nikema Williams running against Republican John Bongo Salvinson.
And Georgia's 6th congressional district covering parts of Fulton, Douglas, Cobb, Fayette County as well. Congresswoman Lucy McBath, the incumbent, running against Republican Jeff Criswell. Now, Republican McBath currently represents District 7, but is running this time in District 6 because of redistricting and the changed district lines. 75% of the vote there, with 10% of the precincts reporting. Now, Channel 2's George Estevez is live in our newsroom with analysis of the races. There you are, George.
Here I am, Wendy and Justin, everybody at home, political analyst Bill Crane. So Brad Raffensperger saying it is going to be a red state in Georgia. And let's go county by county, picking 2 counties, 1 blue, 1 red typically. When you go to Gwinnett County right here, this is the number we have, 58.2, 40.8. I'm going to go to what happened 4 years ago and take a look at this number in Gwinnett County. 58.4, 40.3. What has happened?
It's one of the most stunning things of me tonight, but it's a demonstration of what we talk about. Voters don't shift overnight. So 4 years ago, he was the candidate on the ballot. Obviously, it's Joe Biden 4 years ago, but the percentages are what's the same. What we don't know is what are the numbers, what's the raw vote behind those percentages.
Very similar. Now I'm going to pick a red county, then we're going to wrap up. For example, let's go ahead and let's do Forsyth County. 32.9, 66.0. Let's go back to see what happened in Forsyth County. 32.6, 65.9. What does that say?
It basically says that Donald Trump got more votes there percentage-wise, but the raw vote behind it, Forsyth had a bigger turnout this time.
So this means what in 10 seconds or less?
We're getting to a point of no return on that 5.2 million total and how many votes Kamala Harris has to make up.
Again, not calling it yet, but the numbers, as you say, don't lie. The numbers are the numbers. Toss it back to you.
I'm Audrey Washington here inside of the Fulton County Elections Hub. This right here behind me is where the votes are still coming in and being counted at this hour.
Tens of thousands of voters in North Carolina still struggling in the aftermath of Helene. The extraordinary steps taken to make sure their voices are heard.
This is local. Channel 2 Action News. We're always live.
Breaking the big story.
Right this second here in Winder, we are working multiple sources trying to figure out.
Here in Alpharetta, we have a new angle you need to hear.
We're talking with people who really know the Swanee neighborhood. What do you want done? In McDonough, you can only get this perspective from Newsroom 2.
Happening now in Powder Springs as we get word of a developing situation.
It's about you, your neighborhood.
See what's new. Channel 2 Action News.
Now, Maricopa County says that they will continue to count the ballots around the clock through the end of the week. It could go anywhere through the end of the week into next week to continue counting. Live in Phoenix, Nicole Grigg, ABC 15, Arizona.
Yeah, 10 to 13 days till this could be official, so.
Yeah. All right, we want to turn our attention to Nick Saletti right now. He's at the Democrats' watch party. Several big names taking the podium already tonight. Nick, just a short while ago, Congressman Ruben Gallego gave a speech. How did the crowd react to that?
Yeah, Katie, Javier, he did just wrap up speaking, and even though his race has not been called yet, he's projecting a lot of optimism, and he and his campaign, I'll tell you, are very confident that when everything is said and done and all of these ballots are counted, they are confident that Ruben Gallego will be Arizona's next senator. Listen to what he had to say.
And to those who didn't, I want you to know that regardless of who you voted for today, I will stand up and fight for you. As hard as I fought to get out of poverty, as hard as I fight now for my family, as hard as I fought in the Marine Corps, I will be fighting for you in Washington, D.C.
Of course, Gallego running against Republican Kari Lake in this race has not been called yet, but as you can see, Gallego really projecting a lot of confidence that he is going to win this. We also just heard from Greg Stanton, congressman from District 4. His race has been called. He has won re-election. And we also heard from Yasmin Ansari from CD3, who is replacing Gallego in the U.S. House. The race was also called for her. In the meantime, I've been speaking with officials from the Harris campaign here, and even though they're behind right now here in Arizona and it's a razor-thin margin, they are also still confident that they do have a path to win Arizona, especially if they can get the lion's share of those independent votes. Of course, remains to be seen exactly what happens, but they're still projecting a lot of confidence here at Democratic Party headquarters.
All right, thank you, Nick. And as those first results start to come in, we continue to dig deeper into what this all means.
Yeah, let's check in with Faye Fredericks and data analyst Garrett Archer in our results center to break this all down for us.
All right, guys, without further ado, let's go to our expert, our guru, as we call him around here, and let's take a deeper look into these numbers, because really, slightly more than 4,000 votes separate these two right now.
Yeah, 4,000 votes. And just look at 2020. Look how close we are here. 49.4%. Joe Biden won this state by. Right now, Donald Trump is winning 49.7. So very, very small difference in the percentage share of the vote. Now, let's take a quick look around these counties. As you can see right here, Maricopa County, Kamala Harris 50.7 to Joe Biden's 50.3. So she's actually doing a little better in Maricopa County. Slightly outperforming Joe Biden in Maricopa County. So let's look at Pima County. Also slightly outperforming right now. Now, of course, we're not looking at any election day ballots yet. Let's look at some of these other counties. Donald Trump outperforming in Mojave, one of the most vote-rich counties for Republicans. Same thing in Yavapai, 64%. Let's take a quick look at Yuma County. Now, this one is interesting because, as I said before, this is a very Hispanic county. You can see Donald Trump did win this county in 2020, 52.3%. But right now, outperforming that by a margin of 12 points.
And I want to draw your attention, if you want to go back one screen, take a look at how President Biden did and how Vice President Harris is doing. There is a big differential between those two.
There's a big difference right now. Now, of course, we don't have all the votes in Yuma County, but that as a starting place, I mean, that's probably not going to change as much. Again, we're not looking at the electorate we did in 2020 and 2022, where there were these massive swings in the electorate. There's a good chance that these numbers won't change all that much. They will change, but not all that much. Taking a quick look, of course, at Santa Cruz County. Now, this one's interesting. Again, Kamala Harris, Democratic county, but she is slightly underperforming Joe Biden by a factor of 5 points. And again, this is the most Hispanic county in Arizona. So we can see that one of the big reasons that Donald Trump is winning Arizona right now is a shift in the Hispanic vote.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's switch over to the Senate race real quick and show us what you have there.
Sure. Let's look at the Senate race here. Do we have? Yes, we do. Okay, we're going to compare this to the 2024 president. So as you can see right now, Ruben Gallego outperforming Kamala Harris in Santa Cruz. Going back to Yuma County, this is Yuma County. Carrie Lake underperforming Donald Trump by a factor of about 5 points in Yuma. Let's take a look over here. You can see, obviously, we've already seen this one. It's 54%, 50.7. So he's overperforming her by about 4 points. Let's go to another Republican county. Carrie Lake, obviously carrying Mojave County, but again, underperforming Donald Trump in these key counties.
Okay, and we are expecting more numbers to come in from Maricopa County at any time now, guys, and we'll keep crunching those numbers and bring the latest to you.
It's very insightful. Thank you. As the night draws on, we want to check back in with our political roundtable.
Christelle Bell, it's been a busy night, and I hope we've been able to provide you with something to talk about over there.
Yeah, so we've been talking about Proposition 314 here. This would be the proposition that would make crossing the border illegal, a state crime, illegally a state crime, and also harsher penalties for fentanyl sales that lead to death. Voters have spoken on this. Early numbers say, yes, they're all for this. What do you say?
Well, first, I do want to give a shout out to, I know there's a lot of organizing in the Hispanic community groups, they fought hard against this. Many have seen this as a, SB 1070 2.0 of 2010. This became a very hard proposition. You had, fentanyl, you had border, you had a lot of different things that publicly that polled well, and it just was very unfortunate. But I do think this probably plays a larger role in what people think about the border and immigration, and I think that played a role here.
Yeah, Kirk, what do you have to say?
Look, I think the Biden border debacle is manifest in these numbers. Arizonans and frankly the country sees border security as a public safety issue, not an immigration issue or a race issue. This was, to me, a very predictable result. The Democrat Party, I think, should take a hard look at themselves on this particular issue. The Kyrsten Sinema model of being for border security and for immigration reform really is a sweet spot for many voters, but it's one that the party, i.e. the Democrat Party, has had a hard time getting to. If they did that, I honestly believe Kamala Harris would be in a very strong position to win Arizona and would do better in some of these other states as well.
You look at, because a lot of them thought about this as opponents of this saw this as racial profiling, but those that are for it say this is something that needed to be done to secure the border. So in terms of that, what else, could we do, or what else needs to happen into terms of...
There's a lot of frustration about why can't we fix the border? Why can't we stop the fentanyl? Why can't we stop the sex trafficking? These are legitimate questions that everyday people in Arizona across the country have. It doesn't have to be connected to the issue of immigration itself, which is a federal government failure going on 2-3 decades now. But border security is a public safety issue. This is something that could be solved if both parties came together to do so. It's disappointing that it hasn't happened yet.
And I do want to say, I think, the issue of the border and immigration, that has been, for the lack of better, a sweet spot for the Republican Party. And being able to use that message to galvanize and their base, you think about Trump of 2020 and Trump of 2016, it's the same message, and that message has been
But these results show far more than just the Republican base.
I got to wrap, you guys. We're going to finish this discussion, but we'll send it back to you.
And our team coverage continues as we check in on the local races in the proposition. And we want to check in specifically on when so many people were watching for abortion rights advocates and opponents.
All
And
at
that's
work
Prop 1.
scanning those ballots and getting in those late-minute ballots as well, and getting those scanned and counted, all as these votes continue to trickle in. It's down to the wire here in Fulton County. Election officials working around the clock to count every ballot. More than 92,000 in-person ballots cast on Election Day alone. That number far surpassing 2020 same-day voting numbers.
And the results of today's election proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Fulton County, Georgia was ready for the 2024 election.
For the most part, election officials boasted a smooth and organized election day, but there were issues. According to the police chief, officers responded to 32 bomb threats at Fulton County polling locations. Tuesday, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger said Russia was behind the bomb threats.
Russians again. So they're very active over there these days. I thought they'd be tied up with Ukraine.
But when pressed, the police said they have not yet determined the origin of the bomb threats.
So where did he get that it came from Russia?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask him.
And here's where we stand right now. At last check, Fulton County, there are still votes being counted. In fact, we watched as an election worker came through those doors right over there and then walked over in this direction with a new batch of votes that still need to be counted. Now, Fulton County officials told me they hope to have the bulk of ballots all counted by midnight. We will be here throughout the night bringing you continued updates on how all the voting and counting, how it all goes here in Fulton County. Right now, we are live here in Fairburn, Fulton County. Audrey Washington, WSB Tonight.
Audrey, thank you. And we've been talking all night about the bomb threats at some Metro County voting locations. Channel 2 Sophia Choi continues our live Team 2 coverage now in DeKalb County, where some polls closed late because of those bomb threats. Sophia.
Right, and those bomb threats caused a vote count delay here in DeKalb County, and now there's another delay because of a mishap with technology. Right now, vote counters inside that building are having to hand scan a couple of thousand absentee ballots because the memory card would not upload. So that means we're going to be here past midnight. Inside the DeKalb County Elections Office, we found monitors not just watching from nearby, but some actually sitting right next to vote counters. A long night for workers and volunteers after 6 bomb threats at precincts around 5 p.m. on Election Day.
Our DeKalb County Police Department, along with other agencies, conducted bomb sweeps at each location. We cleared it, and voting resumed as quickly as possible.
This is a judge's order requiring the affected precincts to stay open, with the last precinct closing at 8:29 Tuesday night. Despite those bomb threats and threats to election volunteers in the past, DeKalb County employees showed up in droves to do their part.
My family's very concerned for me right now, but I'm not letting that bother me.
She is part of this large group of so-called runners charged with picking up ballots from precincts. We saw a lot of them return with black boxes holding those all-important votes.
We will not allow anyone to undermine the democratic process here in DeKalb County.
DeKalb County had most of their early votes counted by 9 o'clock, but that one batch of absentee votes, they're still counting them inside this building, and we'll be here until they're done. We'll have the latest for you starting at 4 a.m. on Channel Action News this morning. For now, we're live in DeKalb County. Sophia Choi, Channel Action News.
So naturally, the presidential race getting so much attention, but we do have other important races to follow as well.
Let it show you now. Fulton County District Attorney. It is the Associated Press saying it's over. The winner is Democrat Fani Willis. She was challenged by Republican lawyer Courtney Kramer. Kramer interned in the White House under Donald Trump. And we spoke exclusively with Fani Willis this evening.
I'm excited. It's a great night. It shows me that the citizens are with me. We've been attacked repeatedly, especially over this last year. But one thing I have done right is I've put together the most amazing team. Crime is down in Fulton County, and the citizens appreciate our work, and that's all we're here for. And so I'm elated.
Fani Willis is the one who brought those charges against former president. Efforts to overturn the 20.
And the numbers and the impact here with our big board in Georgia and across the country as the vote comes in. The trends we're seeing next.
This is local. Channel 2 Action News. We're always live.
Right this second here in Winder, we are working multiple sources trying to figure out.
Here in Alpharetta, we have a new angle you need to hear.
We're talking with people who really know the Swanee neighborhood.
What do you want done? In McDonough, you can only get this perspective from Newsroom 2.
Happening now in Powder Springs as we get word of a developing situation.
It's about you, your neighborhood.
See what's new. Channel 2 Action News, live at 4, 5, and 6.
Let's make summer easy with SD Services. Our air conditioning replacement, repair, and maintenance makes it easy to keep cool during the hot summer months. Call or visit our website to make an appointment today. It's that easy. It's Estes.
At Home Center Outlet, we understand that first impressions are everything.
Make a statement to your neighbors and friends with a new wood, iron, or energy-efficient aluminum door today.
With the added bonus of up to 60% savings on all products, it's a win for your wallet and your home.
And while you're shopping our store, check out savings on tubs, vanities, shower doors, and more. Shop one of our 4 locations close to you or online at HomeCenterOutlet.com today.
Home Center Outlet. Don't miss your chance to save.
SEC Game Day. It's all new. It's all SEC football with legendary voices, inside connections, and
the vote. Donald Trump is ahead of her by more than 206,000 votes. That's with 83% of the estimated vote in. That's Pennsylvania. Battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 111,000 vote lead with an estimated 44% of the vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin now, Donald Trump in the lead there too. 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump almost 80,000 votes ahead of her with 3/4 of the vote, 74% of the estimated vote from the Badger State in. Battleground Georgia, Donald Trump is up 50.7%. Kamala Harris is 48.4%. Donald Trump more than 118,000 votes ahead of her with an estimated 93% of the estimated vote in. Arizona, Donald Trump ahead there too with 49.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.3% of the vote. He is more than 7,500 votes ahead of her right now, but they still have about 48% of the vote to count, 52% of the estimated vote in. In Nevada, Donald Trump is in the lead with 73% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 26.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 10,000 vote, almost 11,000 vote lead. That is with only 2% of the estimated vote in. As we follow these crucial undecided races, we are already also getting closer to another poll closing. 4 more electoral votes are at stake in the next hour in the heat of the battle to reach 270. So every electoral vote counts. We're just minutes away from voting ending in the reliably blue state of Hawaii. Over to John King now at the Magic Wall. John.
So, Jake, a quick look. You just went through the numbers. Just want to look very quickly. These 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, will determine the fate of the Harris campaign, whether there's any chance she can come back. As we wait to see those results, I just want to show you something. Bring it up. Remember
vote
January
early.
6th.
We want to be too big to lose. Get out there and vote. Could that be what we're seeing here tonight?
It looks exactly like what we're seeing. Just to see these swing states so much in play for former President Trump versus Vice President Harris is really important. And not just saying that what happened in 2020 for the presidential election, but you got to also remember the runoffs that we had as well that were really impacted as well from that messaging, where a lot of Republicans never showed up, and that's very unusual, especially for different age categories. So now it looks like we didn't make the same mistake twice.
And this might be a good time, understanding again that Georgia's still close to call, this might be a good time to zoom in to our battleground state and maybe zoom in particular to Metro Atlanta and start going county by county here. Here we go. We're going to zoom right in to our core in the Metro here. I want to do a quick tour through the 5 kind of core metro counties and jump in here when you see something that really stands out to you. We're going to start in Cobb County. 56% breaking for Vice President Kamala Harris. Donald Trump about 42%. This is the 2024 results with about 89% of the estimated total vote in Cobb County. Compare that roughly 14% margin to 2020 when the margin basically the same. Is this, and Cobb County's changed a lot in the 4 years since 2020. Why does the margin stay the same here, do you think, Deanna?
I don't know that Cobb County has changed a lot since 2020. It's just about the same. It looks like the current incumbent commission chair has won her re-election, and the sheriff. A lot of the incumbent House Senate and House members have won their re-election. So this is to be expected. I would expect those numbers to look the same.
And Fal, you've been talking a lot about tonight Forsyth and Cherokee and Gwinnett counties. Pick one of these and we can dig into it if you like.
Okay.
Dealer's choice here.
Okay. I'm going to pick Forsyth County.
Forsyth County for 500. Okay.
For 500, that's right.
Here we go. These are the results right now. We've got them up on your screen. About 98% of the estimated total vote in Forsyth County has now been reported. We're just about all the way there in terms of the numbers reported in Forsyth County. And we've got the results up on the map and the big board there as well if you've got to take a look. Donald Trump, 66% of the vote. Kamala Harris, about 33% of the vote in Forsyth County. So that's a roughly 2-to-1 margin in 2024. Let's look at how things broke in 2020. Basically the same margin in Forsyth County. Fal, what do you make of all this?
So I was really interested in Forsyth County because it is a very rapidly diversifying district or county, excuse me. And from the 2016 election and the 2020 election, I mean, Democrats made inroads into that area about 8 points, and so we wanted to see if the trend was going to continue. But I mean, it's holding the same right now from 2020, like you said earlier.
And if we could just take a pause, we have another call made by NBC. They are calling Hawaii for Vice President Kamala Harris. If we could pull up that map, it will be highlighted here soon. But Hawaii for VP Harris, giving her another 4 electoral college votes to 270. So we will see that. I want to ask you guys about this here. Some exit polls coming from NBC News. Interesting to me. Talking about the gender gap in Georgia. It shows 46% of men came out to vote compared to 54% of women. Georgia's race has not been called yet. Those votes are still being tallied. But it speaks to the gender gap that we were seeing between Trump and Harris. Harris obviously having more support among women, Trump having more support among men. But if you look at the 54 to 46 and then you look at the percentage of that Trump is in the lead, it shows that some women must have been going for the former president. Val?
Yeah, I mean, look, it comes down to the issues that resonate most. So, abortion is one issue that people talk about. But women also tend to vote their pocketbooks. They're the ones who are managing the finances, going grocery shopping. They're the ones who are seeing how, the inflation, the cost of things going up. They're seeing it firsthand. So that might have been part of their calculation to cast a ballot for President Trump.
Indiana, there were some social media advertisements that were going around kind of like, your vote is your vote. You don't have to tell your husband, vice versa.
Yes, I've seen that.
Do you think? I mean, does the family role play anything into that? But I mean, clearly the numbers are showing once again just an exit poll from NBC. But I thought it was interesting with that gender gap that you still had more women that came out to vote but the former president is currently in the lead.
In my mind, that might even break a vote away from you saying that, you know. Sometimes women want to keep their family together and all vote the same. So I don't know if that was the best idea to go in that direction, to say, hey, vote differently from what your husband or what your family agrees with. Again, like Val said, it's the issues. And unlike other times, we've been able to actually see the leadership of both of these individuals, both of these candidates. We've seen the leadership of Trump, we've seen the leadership of Harris and Biden, and so with that comparison, it gives voters a better way to make a choice.
They have some more data points, maybe. Right. This is a good moment here to segue. Let's take a look on our map here at the state of play for the key states, the key battleground states. And again, right now, only one battleground state has been called. It's North Carolina, but we're going to scroll through sort of the 6 or 7 key battleground states on the map right now and see where they're standing. Let's start right here. Arizona, with about 50% of the estimated total vote in. Donald Trump with a narrow lead of about 7,000 votes. Right here in Georgia, 93% of the estimated total is in. Donald Trump with about 118,000 vote lead. And we should mention, as Faith pointed out earlier, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger saying that here in Georgia, Donald Trump has what he called, quote, an insurmountable lead. But we also want to caveat, NBC News is not at this point projecting a winner in Georgia. NBC News says Georgia is still too close to call. We are going to follow NBC News' guidance on this, but if anything, it's safe to say if you're a Republican in Georgia right now, you're feeling reasonably good with that kind of language coming from the Secretary of State, who we should note is a Republican as well. Let's keep moving down the list here. Michigan, 46% of the estimated total vote is in. Again, a Donald Trump lead, about 130,000 votes up there. Nevada, tied, so says our system. It is a tie. It is 0-0 right now. So Nevada's 6 electoral college votes.
That's what I said when I first saw it. I was like, tied? What?
Yeah, it's Las Vegas. They stay up all night.
They do indeed. 0% in Nevada. We'll come back to them later in the evening. Right now, though, North Carolina, as we said, the only battleground state that has been projected, has been called for former President Donald Trump. That is 16 electoral votes in his column. And then we keep on scrolling down to the biggest prize on the battleground map. That's Pennsylvania. 84% of the estimated total vote in Pennsylvania right now. Donald Trump up by about 173,000 votes. And we've been talking about this throughout the closing stretch, 4, 6, 8 weeks of this campaign. There's a ton of money flowing into both of these campaigns. Yeah. You can really tell what states they think are most important by where they spend their time, where they spend the candidates' time, because that is limited. I don't want to say you have unlimited money, but they got a lot of money to spend. Right. You have limited time for your presidential and vice presidential candidates. You saw them in Georgia a lot, and you saw them close out the campaign, both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, with campaign stops in Pennsylvania right now. Donald Trump with about 170,000 vote lead, electoral vote, though not yet called in Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we should note quickly here as well. 77% of the estimated total vote is in Wisconsin. Donald Trump again with the lead there. So if you're a Republican and you're watching the national results right now, you're seeing a lot of red on the board. Again, only one of them projected. That's North Carolina for Donald Trump. But Deanna, you're a Republican strategist in battleground state of Georgia. You look at the map right now. Are you feeling cautiously optimistic here?
Yes.
You look like you want to say maybe even more than cautiously.
Even more than cautiously. It's given Reagan, So, I mean, we're doing really well. We're excited. Again, like I said, the RNC and individual state parties have worked really hard to get out the vote. And, I also can believe that some Democrats are just exhausted and they probably just didn't turn out, especially since the situation went the way it did. Some people didn't get their primary elector. So they voted for Joe Biden in the primary, and he's not the current nominee. So that could make a huge difference for their vote as well. But
And that's something we, all four of us, discussed in real time. It was the CNN debate right here in Atlanta that precipitated a roughly 3-4 week moment of, you've got to imagine, real soul searching inside the White House that culminated in President Joe Biden stepping down, stepping away from this race, and Vice President Harris taking up the mantle, becoming the Democratic nominee. Val, do you agree with Deanna? Do you think, when we look back on this race, that might be a decisive moment?
It could have been. I mean, I think that, look, I think there was definitely a benefit to go through the primary process. You know, you're campaigning in these states, people are getting to know you. Vice President Harris coming into the race so late, I mean, she didn't get that opportunity where you had a few months. So it really was just like a blitz. And so I think that's what we're seeing now.
You talk about a campaign that Vice President Harris has run that is in a really condensed time window. We've got a whole lot more to talk about, and good news, we're going to be able to keep talking about it. We're queuing
Until
up some.
The race is called.
Yes, we will. We're queuing up some live shots, and we're going to get out there in a moment. But maybe a good time to take a look back at the Georgia results here. We've been talking about the path to victory nationwide. Val, from a Democrat's perspective, what's the path to victory in Georgia right now? Because, again, we want to be clear with everything that's out there. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger calling it an insurmountable lead for former President Donald Trump. NBC News, though, and their statisticians and data folks, they are saying Georgia at this point still too close to call. What's the path to victory for Democrats here? I think,
again, you got to go back to the core metro areas. DeKalb, Fulton, Rockdale, you got to be Gwinnett County. You have to be able to turn up your voters and not just turn them out again, but also increase the margin. When you have rural areas that are coming out and adding votes to what President Trump was doing in 2020, I mean, you kind of have to offset it at a certain point. And so the Democratic counties need to continue to boost up their numbers.
And we have some data. You talk about the core metro and Gwinnett and DeKalb. We have some data on our map here that might be useful to give us a little bit of context in what we're seeing and help us all make sense of still a complicated night with a lot of votes to be tallied and a lot of races still too close to call. But we're talking about a margin game. That's what we've been hearing from our experts sitting in your seats all night long. Gwinnett County, these are the results here in 2024. About a 16% margin for Vice President Kamala Harris. She's at about 57.6% of the vote, with 93% of the vote in at this point. Remember that number, 57.6%. Back in 2020, Joe Biden carried Gwinnett County with 58.4%. It's less than a percentage point difference. But when you're talking about narrow margins, does that difference start to become pivotal when we talk about the state as a whole?
Yeah, absolutely. When you're looking at the populous counties, Gwinnett, Fulton, DeKalb, I mean, 1 or 2 percentage points is tens of thousands of votes. And again, you're playing in a state where you won by less than 12,000 votes. So it is incredibly pivotal. It might look insignificant, but the votes are actually very significant.
But we have a huge difference right now versus 2020, where it was 12,000. The lead's extremely large, and we can't forget about rural Georgia. They really turned out this time.
Yeah, Harris is behind Trump right now by about 118,000 votes. But we're going to table this conversation right now because we want to get out to our Rebecca Lindstrom, who is joining us from the Secretary of State's office. And Rebecca, we want to ask you about this. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger calling this lead an insurmountable lead. What more can you tell us about this? This race still hasn't been called yet, though.
You're right, the race has not been called, but you've heard the expression read the room, and if you were to read this room in the eyes of many in the media, this race here in Georgia is over. About an hour ago it was shoulder to shoulder, and now I have plenty of room as I talk with you. It's gotten a lot cooler. But yeah, he came in, he said that he did the math and that there was one candidate who, the way that they were looking at the math, had an insurmountable lead, and that he was announcing that that this was the last time he was going to be coming out to talk with the media this evening. He will answer questions again, talk about election results tomorrow morning at 10. But as for tonight, he is saying that all of the concerns have been addressed, that there were very few of them. He took some time really to just kind of have a celebratory lap for many reasons. First, thanking voters for the record turnout, then thanking poll workers for really dealing with a lot of new laws that were in place this year and getting a lot of these results turned around so quickly. If you think about it, this was the first year that counties were required to return the results of their early votes within an hour of their polls closing. Now, obviously, that didn't happen in every county. Secretary of State Raffensperger says that's something that they're going to be looking at and trying to work through to see what were the slowdowns in their processes and how that they can improve that in elections to come. But he says when you consider that more than 4 million votes were counted in about 4 hours, he says that's still impressive, especially when you consider the bomb threats that happened across various metro Atlanta locations.
And to those who try to interfere in our elections today, I have a message for you. You messed with the wrong Georgian. Your attempt to sow discord and strife didn't work. We'll meet you and beat you next time as well. Counties around Georgia received 60 bomb threats, and yet we still had record turnout. That is because I have led the creation of strong partnerships with law enforcement from the national level down to the local level. I stand here today ready to defend every legal vote, regardless of the results, just as I did in 2020, 2022, and now. And that is real integrity.
He said Georgia would not be intimidated. Many of those bomb threats identified by the FBI as being connected with Russia. I'm sure that is something that we will hear more about tomorrow when he speaks with the media, and hopefully he's able to share more information about how they were able to make that connection. But really, he talked about the changes that have made this a safe and secure election. And he's been doing that throughout the day before we had any of these results to come in. He stressed things that he had campaigned on, such as requiring an ID in order to vote, the multi-state partnership that he has had in order to make sure that the people who were on Georgia's rolls to vote really were supposed to be there. And he talked about signs that were at polling places reminding people that if you were not a U.S. citizen, that you were not allowed to vote. All of these were just things that he said should have reassured voters today. He hopes that it gave voters confidence in the results as they are now coming in. And again, we'll just have to wait and hear what he has to say at 10 tomorrow morning. But I can tell you, as for this room, and now they've told us 10, 15 minutes, they're locking the doors in their eyes. The election here in Georgia is done. Live in the election headquarters in Atlanta, Rebecca Lindstrom, 11 Alive News.
And Rebecca, it sounds like your night is done as well. Please get out of there before the doors lock up and get some rest tonight. Thank you so much for all of your work that you have done with us. We are still not going anywhere. Our doors aren't locked. We are still counting votes as they come in. We want to pull up the map. And I want to talk to you all a little bit about some of the battleground states that we are still looking at right here. Pennsylvania, a very big one. NBC saying it is still too close to call. Right now, 86% of the vote in. The former president, Donald Trump, up 50.9% to Harris. 48.1%, 19 electoral votes to go. Once again, 86% in. Let's go over to Nevada, where they are just starting to get their first numbers. Just 2% of the votes in. Still a battleground state, 6 electoral college votes. And the former president up there as well, but once again, just 2% of the vote in. And then we want to come down to our state of Georgia. 93% of the vote is in. It looks like the former president is up 50.7% to Harris, 48.4%. 16 electoral college votes. We can also go, let's see how she's doing in Michigan. 15 electoral college votes up for grabs. Just half of the vote in there. The former president up 52%. Harris 46%, and I do believe Harris is up in Minnesota, 57% of that in, 52% for her, 45% for the former president. He's up in a lot of these battleground states right now. all of the votes not in yet. Deanna, I want to bring you in here. Right now, as of this hour, it looks like that blue roll has a couple of cracks in it.
It does, and we're still banging at it. We definitely have to get Michigan, and would love to have Pennsylvania. That would be amazing, and we could probably.
Deanna, I'm so sorry. We want to interrupt here because we have some breaking news. The Associated Press now projects that Republicans take control of the United States Senate. Again, we want to be clear here. This is an AP projection. The AP projects that Republicans take control of the United States Senate with a win in the hotly contested Nebraska Senate race. I think we can try to get it up on the map here, but again, the first real big tectonic shift of the night that we can project via the Associated Press. The AP is calling that the United States Senate will now be controlled by Republicans.
Really big shift. So, like I said, as we were speaking, some more cracks in that blue wall, Deanna.
Right. It looks like also the Senate seat in Ohio was taken by a Republican as well from an incumbent Democrat. So that was really huge for us. And so, again, like I said, if we can pull off Pennsylvania and Georgia, it looks like we can do Arizona, Michigan's at play. That can be the night for us. That's really the 270 that we need. That could even put us over. So,
and Fal, I want to talk to you because throughout this campaign, especially during the rallies in Georgia, the vice president emphasized that she was the underdog in this race. Never once did she say, she said we got this, but she always made sure that people knew that this was going to be an uphill climb. It's not over yet. Are Democrats, the people that you're hearing, and it's not over yet. It has not been called. Nobody has called the president. Is there optimism still from what you're seeing from Democrats? Or is it, have they given up hope?
I don't know that they've given up hope 100%. I mean, look, we're waiting for Pennsylvania. That would be a significant state to win. We're waiting to see how Minnesota breaks. I mean, obviously having Governor Walz on the ballot will help us there. I think that they're still waiting to count. I mean, and let's not forget, in 2020, it took a day or 2 or 3 for the election to get called. Yeah. And so folks the ballots were still coming in, folks were still counting. So I think folks are waiting to see how the count is still going to go.
And the margin could tighten as we continue to get results in. That's very likely, or not likely, it's very possible. Let's say possible. It could be likely.
But, it's a little different than 2020, right? We had pandemic. We had mail-in votes. Here, most of America voted early, you know, so.
A record.
I'm so curious if we think that phenomena, that we're seeing so many people voting early, if you think that's a result in some ways of how 2020 and the pandemic that you just referenced reformatted the way people approach Election Day and the way they think about it. Let's chew on that question for a second, because I think we have Joe Hankey live right now in Cobb County. If we have Joe, let's take a look here now. Joe, if you can hear us, there we go. Yes. I think we see Joe. Joe, what are you seeing in Cobb County at this hour?
Well, Zach, unlike what I've been hearing you discuss on set there of Donald Trump regaining some support or finding support that he had in 2016 in other parts of Georgia, here in Cobb County, it's really a rinse and repeat of 2020. President Joe Biden won Cobb County back in 2020 by 14%. That is the same margin right now that VP Kamala Harris is holding on to here in Cobb. She found a lot of that early on when we saw the early voting and absentee voting come in right around 8 o'clock or shortly after 8 o'clock, and she's held on to that lead. Right now, what I want to show you happening behind me is that old phrase of every vote counts, or I should say every vote will be counted. We're seeing that play out here in real time. What is happening here is absentee votes that are being duplicated, and what that means is sometimes absentee votes or ballots come in, and there might be some confusion on what did a voter intend to do on their ballot, what candidate were they selecting. And in that scenario, there's teams here of one Republican and one Democrat, and they view those absentee ballots and come to a consensus on this voter intended to select this candidate, and then in those cases they have to duplicate that ballot. They go on the voting machines that you would use at your precinct, and they basically recreate that ballot with the intended marking so that there is a clear version of that ballot and really no dispute on what candidate was being selected. There's a small amount of those absentee ballots that are left that they are duplicating right now. Told virtually all precincts for Cobb County have been reported and uploaded. So relatively soon here we should see unofficial but final results from Cobb County being reported. But as I said, Kamala Harris holding on to a 14% lead, approximately the same as Joe Biden had back in 2020. We're also seeing Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. We know she had a redrawn district, same with Democrat Lucy McBath, but Cobb County voters supporting both of those incumbents. We're also seeing Craig Owens, the sheriff of Cobb County, incumbent, him being sent back to the sheriff's office, and the same with Lucy Cupid, the county chairwoman. She'll be holding on to her office again. One interesting thing is for election after election in the metro Atlanta area, we've seen from Gwinnett County to Cobb County sales taxes to support metro transit expansion be turned down by voters. And we're seeing that once again here in Cobb County. There was a 1% sales tax on the ballot that would have gone for 30 years to expand metro transit in Cobb County. 62% of Cobb County voters right now turning down that 1% sales tax. So we're going to see metro transit expansion once again fail in a metro county. Gwinnett County also had a similar item on their ballot. I'll let you guys fill folks in back there on the results of that. But in Cobb County here, we will not see an expansion of Metro Transit once again. There's about 85,000 election day votes that were cast here in Cobb County, 148 precincts. But as I said, virtually all of those votes have now been uploaded. So we're getting close to final results. We don't have them yet here in Cobb County, but we should see Kamala Harris get the support of Cobb County voters. That'll be the third consecutive presidential election where we see Cobb County go blue. Zach?
Joe Hankey right now in Cobb County. Thank you very much. It is 12:26 a.m. on election night. Georgia officially still too close to call. Donald Trump sitting with about a 3% lead in our state with 93% of the total vote in. And as we zoom out to the national map here, let's take a look. All of the battleground states, save for North Carolina, still in play. But when we take a look at the margins and take a look at what we're seeing in each of the key battleground states, we're not going to tick through every single one of them right now, but I'm going to leave this screen up. This is Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada with basically nothing reporting yet, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. The unifying theme right now in this map is that we are seeing a whole lot of red. Donald Trump leading in every battleground state on the map. Our political experts, Deanna Harris, Fal Sabak, Deanna, a Republican strategist, Fal, a Democratic strategist. Let's talk about the paths right now. We keep talking about it, but it's important to keep talking about because if you're watching at home, if you're a Republican, you may be looking at all this and thinking, okay, I'm feeling pretty good now. If you're a Democrat, you may be feeling the opposite. But nothing is set in stone yet, and this is not done. So I want to start with you, Fal. When you look at this, what's left out here and what's the key? Is it this northern blue wall?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the blue wall is definitely key. Pennsylvania is definitely key. And I think that if I do my math correct, that if she can get those states, I think she's okay. But, I mean, you still have to also look to the Southwest as well. Arizona, all the polls had been showing that they were pretty much in dead heat. And now we just have to wait and see if that's going to actually reflect in the results.
And something I think Deanna and Fal, you both may find notable here. Some of our viewers may find it notable as well. You're looking at the nationwide electoral map here, and a lot of it is being filled in. A lot of it is getting shaded in now. Mostly it's just battleground states, predicted battleground states that are left to be projected. One state that was not on the battleground list going into this, but is still not yet called, is Governor Tim Walz's home state of Minnesota, still too close to call at 1228 in the East. Fal, is this a sign that Democrats may be struggling to hold on to even states that were predicted to be fairly reliable Democratic states this cycle?
Yeah, I think there's definitely cause for concern. I think that, again, the final counts have not been tallied. I think people are, and again, I know that we're in a little bit of a different circumstance, but I mean, it takes a while now. We have so many people voting, takes a while. But I mean, there definitely is, definitely some cause for concern.
In Minnesota, still too close to call. According to the NBC News map, 59% of the vote is in. 10 electoral college votes up for grabs there. The vice president is ahead. If we have this bite queued up, you all know that one of the running mates is currently the governor of this state. And we asked him about gun reform. If we have that bite, we can play that. Are you feeling confident or are you feeling concerned right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. We need to execute this. We're going to win this thing. As I told the crowd out there, we haven't won it yet. We have a better ground game. We're knocking millions of doors across the country. We're getting contacts with folks, and they're seeing the contrast this week of a divided America, one that's pitting neighbor against neighbor versus Vice President Harris' unified vision, talking about being a president for all.
And that was a different bite than the one that I had thought about. We are ready for that bite. Okay, let's listen into what he had to say about guns. Recently, we had a horrible shooting, Appalachian High School, mass shooting. You're a coach.
Yes.
You've been in that high school situation. So I want to ask you as a coach, not as a politician, because most people say politicians haven't done anything. This keeps happening. So as a coach, what is your non-political answer to fix this thing if you're elected?
Well, I've done something. I passed laws in Minnesota that created extreme background checks, extreme risk protection orders, pushing to make sure they're safer. Look, I'm a hunter, a veteran, a gunner. I was the best shot in Congress, one of the best shots there. I understand this. You can protect the Second Amendment. Kamala and I are both gun owners, but our first responsibility is gun violence. Other countries don't live this way.
But can you convince Congress? That it seems to be the holdup every time with the Congress.
Yes, either that or you'll lose, because 80% of the American public says we don't have to live this way. You can have your guns, you can have your Second Amendment rights, but we can do enhanced things, keeping assault weapons off the streets or out of our schools. And Lucy McBeth's a great example of this, running this. If we win, and we will win, and we win the House, she's in charge of making sure we do some of those things. So I would just tell folks in Georgia, this is a false choice that has been put out there. You can protect the Second Amendment and protect our children. It's done in many places.
Yeah, so as you hear there, really kind of a call to those moderates, those gun owners, and they could see a bump in Minnesota. That's obviously the state that he governs. Minnesota likes 10 walls, but we will see once again 61% of the votes end there right now. As we look up, we could pull up our electoral map, guys, in the back, so we could see that Harris is ahead there by 51%. But when we're looking at this NBC map, these votes are still coming in. Looks like Harris right now ahead in New Mexico. She's ahead in Nevada with 2% in.
Maybe a good time to go through our key state map here.
Let's see, and that's the difference. Our key state map does not have the ones that she's ahead in. So the few states that she is ahead in, once again, Minnesota, Nevada, and New Mexico, and then the rest is
and we do have Nevada up here, and I think that it's partly dynamic that the battleground states, they're at least the predicted decisive states, those are the ones where if you're a Republican, you're pretty happy with what you're seeing. If you're a Democrat, you're not so happy with what you're seeing. Yep. It is 12:32 Wednesday morning now of election day turned election night, now turned election morning, I suppose. This is a good moment.
After.
The election day plus one,
not
right?
A sprint.
It is. And if you're up with us, we appreciate you staying up with us. And we know that you want to see results. So let's take a drive through the battlegrounds as we see them right now. And we're going to go from kind of the bottom of our list up to the top. We're going to start here with Wisconsin. 82% of the estimated total vote is in. You just saw those numbers move. Still about 82%. Donald Trump with about just shy of 110,000 vote lead here. In Pennsylvania, which is the biggest prize left on the battleground map, 86% of the vote is in. Donald Trump with 170+ thousand vote lead over Kamala Harris there. North Carolina, so far the only battleground state that has been projected. It is projected to go for former President Donald Trump. 93% of the vote is in there, and he's carrying about 145 100,000 vote lead. Nevada still barely reporting any results, so you see that green tide there. That's why we haven't gotten a lot of results out of Nevada yet, but we keep taking our tour through the battlegrounds, and it is more red, 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 Republican, Republican, Republican. These races not yet called officially yet, but in Michigan, just over half of the estimated total vote is in, with Donald Trump at about 190,000 vote lead. Here in Georgia, 93% of the vote is in, 118,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. Val, you just saw something?
Yeah, NBC News just called Georgia for
there we go.
Trump.
And Val, you're breaking some big news here.
Val, stop doing our job.
I'm sorry.
No.
I got distracted.
No, not distracted. And that's important. Let's take a moment to take a look at this here. We've got the Georgia map back up, and we are watching in real time. NBC News now projects that Georgia will be carried by former President Donald Trump. We're waiting for our graphic to update, but we are seeing it right now. NBC News projects Georgia will go, and Georgia's 16 electoral votes will go to former President Donald Trump, and that completes a real arc for the former president here in our state. He won in 2016, he lost in 2020, and now Donald Trump wins again, according to NBC News, wins Georgia and its 16 electoral votes.
Major win for them, a trend that we were seeing throughout the night. The Secretary of State calling it an insurmountable lead. When we were going to between the watch parties from the Republican headquarters up in Buckhead over to downtown in Jonathan, by the last hit, they had closed up shop. It was an indicator that this might have been a loss. This is far different than what we saw last go around, right, Zach? Last go around, you're talking about 11,780, less than 12,000 votes here, over 100,000 vote difference. So
and you're just seeing it here. I hate to cut you off, Faith.
No,
there it is. I just wanted to point out that our map is just getting updated, and as I say it, it has been updated. You see the red now. Georgia filled in red. If you're watching at home, Georgia projected for Donald Trump. NBC News projects Georgia to go into his column. It's the second battleground state of the night to be formally called for the former president. And
now he just needs 24 more electoral college votes to get to 270.
This is the part of the night when you start looking over this way.
We want to bring in the panel, guys. What do you think about that? I see Deanna smiling real happy over there. Deanna smiling real happy. What is? You thought this is what was going to happen. You were just waiting for NBC to say it.
Yes, thank you.
We want to pull the map up as you react to it. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, you know, we've had a long way to come. 2020 was not what we expected. This is a really good comeback story for Republicans, really good for Donald Trump. Georgia looks different than it did last year, just a bit. And, you know, in my mind, I want to see how, as Republicans, we can move forward to really chop away at these metro areas and reduce the Democrat count there and bring some of those folks over into our tent and see what that looks like.
Val, from the Democrats' perspective, what went wrong in Georgia?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the map right now. I mean, I think you're missing a few counties that went blue in 2020 that are in the middle Georgia area. You know, I think part of it was the pandemic that definitely helped President Biden in Georgia. I think folks wanted a change at that point, but it might be the case that now folks wanted another change. And so, you know, Georgia, I really do pride ourselves on our state. We really do. Candidates matter in Georgia, big time. And so it matters what the message is. It matters how frequently you reach out to them. And I think, you know, I think at the end of the day, as it shows, you know, the majority of people agreed with former President Donald Trump.
And we've been talking all night long. The metro Atlanta counties are a real emphasis point for Democrats traditionally, but also especially in this cycle for Republicans as well. I want to take a look at Fulton County's results here, and then we're going to go out to Grace King, who is live in Fulton County. So Grace, stand by for just a moment. 91% of the estimated total vote is now in and reported in Fulton County. Kamala Harris taking about 72% of the vote in Fulton County. Donald Trump taking about 27% of the vote. Compare that to 2020. And similar margins. Donald Trump overperforming just a touch his results from 2020. Let's go to Grace King now, live in Fulton County. Grace, what are you seeing right now?
What?
I'm going to throw some sandbags down.
Grace, I don't know if you can hear us. If you can, we want to go out to you.
Sorry.
Good. We want to go out to you right now. We just shared the Fulton County results on screen, the latest that we have. What are you seeing from your end?
Well, all the votes are in just about an hour after Fulton County's 11 p.m. goal. All the leaders told us they're thrilled with how smoothly this went, both at the polls and here at the Elections Hub and Operations Center. They tallied more than 500,000 votes here in just about 5 hours, a lot faster than they had in 2020. That's because of this new warehouse where they were able to bring in all the votes instead of having multiple locations across the county. That led to some delays and just a lot more questions about how fast ballots would be cast. But here it's under one roof. This is where they brought all of the memory cards, where they unzipped all of the memory cards, scanning those votes, handing them into the computers. Everyone got to watch as they put those memory cards into the computers to count those votes and see the results in real time as they fed out. Again, it was like 12:02, 12:03, right after midnight, when they were able to say, hey, we're done for the night with all of those early votes, with all of those absentee, and of course the in-person voting today. There are still some provisional ballots outstanding. They'll get to those later on in the week, but for now they're packing up and they sent everyone home for the night.
So, Grace, if you can hear us, we'd love to get a question in here. I mean, a lot different than what we saw in 2020. First of all, I think it's incredible that they were able to count 500,000 votes in 5 hours. That is just beyond. Congratulations and thank you to all of the election workers that have been working really hard. But are you seeing any type of, are you hearing from the election workers of what went differently in 2020 to this year? Any word of that tonight?
Well, of course, there was a lot more early voting that came in. So the early voting that could be counted right at 7 o'clock. They didn't have to wait for the memory cards to be transported from the early voting. That was all in-house waiting to be counted right at 7 o'clock. So let them get that kind of running start when the polls closed. And then really the centralized warehouse, they said. They had a couple different locations in 2020, but here everything came to this one spot. They had the same people doing everything. So they really had that process down, and because it was only one spot, they were able to get to everything a lot faster.
It seems like some small changes led to some really good progress there in Fulton County. Grace King, thank you so much for bringing that live to us. And thank you for being live with us all night. We really appreciate it. We're bringing in our panel here because, as we have said before, NBC has called GOP control of the Senate. But we want to break that down a little bit and pull up the map and dive a little deep into it.
And that is actually new, and this is what happens when we get a lot of data coming in. The AP called it earlier in the evening. NBC just making their projection right now. NBC has called GOP control of the United States Senate. You take a look at the number right now. Republicans picking up 2 seats. Democrats losing 2 seats in the Senate here. This is a pretty pivotal swing of power. This means if the results hold in the House, we don't know how things are going to shake out in the House right now, but going into this election, Republicans had a majority in the House of Representatives. Democrats controlled the Senate. Now, if things hold in the House, that means that Republicans will control both chambers of Congress. Val, what does that mean?
I think that means that the Republicans that are elected now feel that they have a mandate, right? They hold all branches of government. And I think that they're going to do what they need to do to get President Trump's agenda through.
Deanna, what do you think? And again, we want to caveat and say that no winner in the presidential race has been called yet. Right. But just taking a look at what we know right now with the balance of power in the United States Senate, How could this shake up the dynamic of power in our nation's capital?
And very rarely does this happen, right? So this really gives Congress an opportunity to do something, right? Because this is what voters want. They want to see some action. They want to see policy made. They want to see changes. They want them to make a difference in what's going on in our daily lives. So with this being the case of us currently having Senate control and possibly still keeping the House.
Which is a good time to let's transition over and see the state of play in House right now. Still a lot of seats that are yet to be called here. So control of the United States House of Representatives still up in the air.
Right.
But Deanna and Val, you're both getting something important. We don't know the outcome overall of this election just yet, but is there a possibility that we're seeing a sea change in American politics?
I don't know if it's a sea change. You know, we kind of saw it happen in 2016. Folks wanted to change then. They voted for President Trump. I think 2020 rolled around and it was, okay, we're in a hopefully once in a lifetime scenario. They decided to want to change at that point. And I think it's kind of, I don't know if normalized or stabilized is kind of the question, but it seems like folks are trending in a certain direction, especially if the House, Senate, and the presidency all go to the Republicans.
And here's another indication. I just want to bring this in. We just received news that Vice President Harris, NBC is reporting Vice President Harris will not speak tonight. She is planning to speak tomorrow. We're taking a look in our studio. We have some images from NBC right now at her watch party. It looks like people are leaving. They're dismantling. You saw the head of the DNC, Jamie, come up there on the stage and say something. We did not hear what he was saying, but now it does look like that watch party is over and people are filing out of the campus of Howard University. I mean, this could be an indication of where things are going tonight. The race has not been called. Some key battleground states we're still looking at here: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, not called yet, but after two huge calls, North Carolina and Georgia. And if we could pull up the map to show where
our key states here.
Here.
Let's take a look, because
it could be an indication tonight.
And what we're seeing right now from Vice President Kamala Harris's watch party in the nation's capital mirrors what we saw earlier tonight in the Georgia Democrats' watch party. Earlier tonight, you've seen Jonathan Martin there all evening long, and he may well have been one of the last few people in that ballroom because supporters started clearing out maybe an hour or two ago, and now you're seeing at Howard University, Vice President Kamala Harris's supporters clearing out there.
Do we have live pictures of that, everyone, in the back that we could take?
Maybe we can cue that up. Let's look at the data now, which explains why you may be seeing this. This is our map, our tally rather, of the key states, the key battleground states in this race. We're going to do a quick tour. It's not hard to figure out what's happening here. A lot of red. And I want to start talking about race by race. But if you're the Kamala Harris campaign, there's a reason that the co-chair of the campaign came out at Howard University just a few moments ago and told supporters to head home, told supporters that the vice president will not be speaking this evening. And there we go. We have a live look right now of the Vice President Kamala Harris watch party in D.C. at her alma mater. We also are getting word that former President Donald Trump will be taking the stage and speaking at any moment. Stay with us. We'll carry those comments live as they come in.
And maybe we could key up a side-by-side just to see if we're able to do that, guys. I know we've been working really hard to bring this to everyone, but you're seeing the grounds of Howard University right there moments ago. I mean, the place was packed. People were dancing.
It's clearing out fast.
Democratic chair came up and said that the vice president would not be speaking tonight, an indication of how the night's been going, a night that came in full of optimism. Peter Alexander on NBC saying that he spoke with somebody and asked about a vibe check. They said it's not good. Not good right now. So this is just an indication of what we're seeing right there in Washington, D.C. And if we do have live pictures of Florida, where the former president is speaking, we can just kind of compare the vibe check, if you will, ourselves.
And while we're doing it, I think that's an important segue, because if you're a Democrat and you're seeing these pictures, you're not happy to see them. If you're a Republican, you're looking at these images from former President Donald Trump's watch party. Boy, that side-by-side tells a whole lot of the story right now. A lot of excitement. And we said going into the evening, no matter who wins tonight, history will be made. Former President Donald Trump will be one of the very few American presidents to take office, to serve one term, to lose, and then if things track as they're looking right now, and we want to be careful here because the ultimate winner of this race has not yet been called. We want to underline that. This race overall not yet been called. But if the former president becomes a president-elect, it's a historic moment that we're watching in real time here. Again, we don't know if that will be the case or not, but if you're watching on the left-hand side of your screen here, you're seeing a whole lot of folks who have hoped and who have, many of them, worked, and now many of them are anticipating that becoming the case.
And Deanna, I wanted to bring you in on this. I mean, is this an indication you're seeing one locally and one in D.C., two watch parties just kind of dismantling before 1 a.m. here? Several states still not called, but I mean, this could be an indication. What are you reading into this, looking at this side by side right now?
Well, as you call it, the vibe check is there. As you can see, President Trump's event is packed. I mean, they're shoulder to shoulder out there in their MAGA hats, looking very excited. Vice President Harris's events are clearing out. Even here in Georgia, it was basically empty when we went back to it, and now her headquarters event is also emptying out as well. So this just shows you that they're keeping track of what's going on, and since Vice President Harris isn't making any remarks, they're just going to assume that things aren't necessarily going their way.
Val, you see these images. You've worked in Democratic politics for a long time now. What goes through your mind when you see this split screen?
I mean, look, people want to come to these parties. They want, like, by 10 o'clock, you know, you're at 52% and the numbers keep going up. The elections nowadays are because I mean, I remember in 2018, you know, we waited until like maybe 3 a.m. to figure out that we had picked up about 16 House seats. And so, you know, I think that a lot of Democrats really dig into the numbers, and so if they're looking at numbers like this, and everybody at this point is scrolling on Twitter 24/7. So yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, it is a disappointing to see these numbers at this point. And I think you know, you've been standing out there since, you know, 7, 8 o'clock. It's now almost 1 in the morning.
And I think the numbers in Georgia can really are really indicative of what we're seeing across the country, different than what we saw in 2020. While the race is close, you're talking about a 2 to 3 percentage point difference. It's not a 0.2% difference. It's not a 12,000 vote difference. It looks as if the Republicans, the Trump campaign, their push for early voting worked here. It looks as if people took advantage of the 2 weeks to 3 weeks, whatever they had, or in Georgia, 2 weeks, but around the country, took advantage of going in, voting early in person, using those absentee ballots. And you're talking now with 94% of that estimated vote here in Georgia. The state is called, but once again, 94% of the estimated vote in. 127,000 difference. Kamala Harris behind by 127,000.
And you two are reacting here because you know how much more close things were in 2020. Just about 11,800 votes separated Joe Biden and Donald Trump back in 2020.
That's
almost a 10x, almost a 10x boost in the margin. As of 12:52 a.m. this morning, Donald Trump up substantially over Kamala Harris. In Georgia, which is a state that has been called for Donald Trump, we can keep on this split screen as long as we like. If we want to go back to the map, just let me know. And I think we are going to go back to the map in a moment. I think it's a good time to talk about our nationwide picture. There we are. Good timing, guys. Let's take a look here. So, Deanna, I know that you are a Republican, and I know that you want to see this race called for former President Donald Trump, but I think it's sometimes illustrative to have folks discuss the counterfactual. So let me put this question to you. What is the path left for Democrats right now?
Well, she'd have to...
It sounds like you're struggling to see one.
Yes, but, you know, Pennsylvania, Michigan, you know, those would be big wins for her. Arizona would be a big win for her. As of right now, it doesn't look like it's going in that direction, but those would be the line items that she would really need.
Sorry,
I was just going to bring up the numbers from Pennsylvania and Michigan right now.
Yeah, and we'll draw it up here, too.
92% of it in.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, look.
Trump up by 51% of the vote.
Does that say 220?
220,000 votes.
We were looking at the same number, yes.
Pennsylvania, 90% in now, 220,000 vote advantage. Former President Donald Trump.
Deanna, are you trying to rub that into foul?
I'm not.
Is that what that was?
We are
like
still.
Trump did the LeBron James on them, you know.
Well, and the race still yet to be called. We are waiting to hear from the former president, who should be taking the podium in West Palm Beach at his election night watch party momentarily. Again, stay with us, because as soon as he steps up to that podium, we will take you live to West Palm Beach. Fal, as we look at these numbers, let's talk about the blue wall here. Let's talk about the blue wall states that have yet to be called. We see Pennsylvania first off here. Let's talk about that, because we've been talking about it all night. And the candidates have been talking about it and talking in that state for many weeks and many days and many months now.
Yeah.
Donald Trump with a pretty commanding lead with 90% of the vote in Pennsylvania at 12:55 a.m. Is this the picture you expected in Pennsylvania?
I expected a tighter margin. To be honest with you, it was kind of like a horse race. That's what it was feeling like before tonight, where it just kind of felt like, you know, one day, you know, one nose was out and then the next one, and it just was they were kind of jockeying to get into the but I mean, a 220,000 vote margin with 90% reporting. I mean, that's something that's
they
pretty
call it
incredible.
a landslide.
I think they call it a landslide when it's been called.
Okay.
That's right.
But you hold that thought.
Okay.
We're not in the predicting the future business.
Okay.
I think we have a new beef growing here in our last hours between Zach and Mark.
No, certainly not. We just want to be really clear-eyed. We want to be clear-eyed about what we're saying, what we're projecting, and what we know and what we think, because those are two important but different things.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a huge difference, though.
And it's night and day. It's a wider margin than you'd expect if you're somebody. You guys are very close politics watchers, but especially if you're somebody who has just been hearing, "Wow, it's really close. Wow, the polls say it's really close." When you start to see 220,000 vote advantage in Pennsylvania with 90% reporting, when you start to see 213,000 vote margin advantage to Donald Trump in Michigan with about 60% of the estimated total in, when you see Georgia called by earlier than 1 a.m. for Donald Trump, when you see Arizona, the closest on the map here, but about a 12,000 vote margin advantage to former President Donald Trump there, you are seeing a pretty wide margin of, we're not going to say victory yet because these races haven't been called, but margin of advantage, right, Deanna?
Right. And something interesting about Michigan is where they were, you know, this last election, they went blue, and then there's such a large margin here today. I think a lot of the voters really resonated with the message that President Trump brought forth with manufacturing and fracking, and basically keeping those jobs here in the states. And that was something that's really important to that area.
And you really talk about mobilizing those voters on the Harris campaign, trying to bring out those same voters that Biden had. Looking at Pennsylvania in 2020, When that race was called, Biden took 50% of that vote. Trump was about 2 points behind him at 48%, about a point and a half, 48.8% of the vote. And looking now at the map, race has not been called, but Harris is sitting at 47%.
And hang on here for just a moment here as we talk about races being called. We have a new state to project. NBC News projects that Vice President Kamala Harris will carry New Mexico and its 5 electoral votes.
Okay.
Again, if you're just tuning in or if you were just perking up because it is a late night, NBC News now projects that New Mexico and its 5 electoral votes will go to Vice President Kamala Harris. Our map here will update momentarily, but we can tell you New Mexico, there's 5 electoral votes, are now in Vice President Kamala Harris's tally, according to a projection by NBC News.
And she had a pretty good lead on there, 51% to 46%. But not a big electoral vote bump there, just 5.
Yeah.
Compared to in the fact that she is still trailing in some of the biggest states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, who has a Democratic governor who really been stomping very, very hard for her, even here in Georgia and across the country.
Was almost her vice presidential pick.
Would that have made a difference?
Boy, Deanna, that is an excellent. This is why we bring you guys on. Fal, I want to get your thoughts on that. Do you think, at this point in the night, it's just shy of 1 a.m. on the East Coast, do you think that Pennsylvania would be in the same place it is right now, and I want to bring up its most current results? Do you think Pennsylvania would be in the same place it is right now if Vice President Kamala Harris had chosen Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro instead of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz?
I mean, I think the margin might have been a little tighter. I mean, again, 217,000 votes is a lot. But I mean, to the point, too, you have Minnesota that's still outstanding, and you have Governor Walz who's on the ticket. So I'm not 100% sure that would have made a difference there.
Deanna, what do you make of that?
I don't know. I think Shapiro's a fan favorite, right? So he would have maybe received a different response to the voters than Walz did.
Is this the part of the night where I think in American politics sometimes we tend to, at the end of a campaign, no matter how it ends, the winning side, we look back on it and we think they made all the right calls. And the side that loses, the political intelligentsia looks back and says, you guys made all the mistakes.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Shoulda, coulda, wouldas.
Hindsight's always 20/20.
And you two both are savvy, experienced political experts. Is that really the story, or is it a whole lot more complex than that, Val?
Oh, it's a lot more complex than that. Look, I think, you're always gonna sit there and what is it, Monday night quarterbacking?
I think Monday morning.
Monday morning
night is
quarterbacking.
when the game is.
That's right, Monday morning quarterbacking. But I think that you watch the campaigns make these decisions. The Harris campaign and the Trump campaign. I mean, they were crisscrossing every target state or every battleground state, excuse me. And I mean, they were just coming in and pouring money. I mean, you couldn't go 5 seconds on YouTube without seeing a political ad. And or getting a text message or a phone call or mail.
So many text
or
messages.
TV commercial.
Raise your hand if you feel like you're a victim of text messages.
A victim.
Big time.
And we want to, we got a little bit more breaking news here, perhaps a tad redundant, but we want to bring it to you as we want to bring all the latest information to you. We know that NBC has already projected Georgia. The Associated Press has now called Georgia for former President Donald Trump as well. So we're keeping Georgia red on the map here as it has been.
Still a lot of states too close to call, Zach. Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nevada, Arizona, which is very tight right now, 49.9 to 49.2, 11 electoral votes up for grabs, 52% of that vote in. But the vibe check, as we said, is not great on the Harris campaign, according to folks on that side.
And the thing that really jumps out to me when I look at this map. A lot of it is what you'd expect to still be on the board at this time of the night. It's mostly our battleground states here: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. 2 of the 7 battleground states, North Carolina and Georgia, have been called, but you'd expect a number of that core 7 to still be in play right now. What is surprising to me is that Minnesota is still too close to call it. 1:03 a.m. on the East. In the East, I should say.
It might be some of the reporting, because they still only have 65% of the numbers in. She is about 3.5 points ahead in that race right now. And, I thought we were going to something. She's about 3.5% up in Minnesota with 65% of the vote in. Val, what are you checking at?
I'm looking at the Minnesota map and the counties that are reporting. It seems like there's a few, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 7 that are still no results. I see a scattering of blue.
Looks very red.
Looks very red. But what I want to see is here's Carver County. It's around St. Paul, and that looks like a Democratic stronghold.
I think what may be more surprising is just that we're doing this kind of county by county examination of Minnesota at this point in the night, but perhaps a good moment to reset here, because we are getting new results in as we speak all throughout the night still. And we should note right now, speaking of getting new information and new results in, we are getting word right now that former President Donald Trump's motorcade has left his home at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. We do not know where it is going, but we can anticipate that he is headed from Mar-a-Lago to his nearby West Palm Beach campaign watch party, where he is expected to address his supporters and address the nation momentarily. Again, as soon as he takes the podium, we will be carrying his remarks live. Faith?
We also know that Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is going to be holding a presser at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you were with us about an hour ago, Rebecca Lindstrom was the last one to leave the office, saying that they were locking the doors, but the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, will be having a presser tomorrow at 10 a.m. And we were talking about, you're looking at the map here, the states that are not highlighted red or blue, the state not called yet, those that are highlighted in yellow, those are the key battleground states. The one that is not a battleground state, but was, I'm sure the Harris campaign would hope to go to Harris and probably be called by now, is Minnesota. That is Governor Tim Walz's state. And right now that state has not been called. Those electoral votes are still up for grabs.
And maybe a good moment here now. Let's reset. Let's take a look at our Deanna, you're looking at some data. What are you seeing right
Looks
now?
like Minnesota.
Well, it looks like in comparison to 2020 and 2024, there's a huge difference on the counties that President Biden was able to win.
You're talking about in Minnesota here.
Yes, that's correct. And so currently, the way that the 2024 map looks, it looks like that President Trump might steal Minnesota from the team.
So far, no projection in Minnesota, but our political insiders here breaking down the data, going county by county, and you two are seeing some signs that Governor Tim Walz's home state may be up for grabs here still tonight. Let's take a moment and reset, take a look at the current state of play in our key states, our key battleground states here. We're going to run through the numbers as Deanna and Fal keep crunching the data that they're looking at as well. We want to bring you all, if you're watching, if you've been with us throughout the evening, thank you for staying with us. Let's get you some results. Let's take a look here at what we're seeing in some of the key battleground states around the country. Starting at the top here. Let's look right here. Arizona, the closest matchup we're seeing on the board still right now in the battleground states, with about a 13,000 vote margin ahead for former President Donald Trump, with about half of the total votes in the state reporting. Georgia, has been called for former President Donald Trump. He sits at about 120,000 vote majority, or rather a vote margin, a positive margin here in Georgia.
A lot different than 2020.
Very much different, 10 times the size of the margin back in 2020 when the race was decided by about 11,000 votes. Right now, with 94% of the vote in, Donald Trump up by about 126,000 votes. And the state, unlike in 2020, this time called for Donald Trump. We keep moving down our list here of battlegrounds, and these are the ones that you really want to keep your eye on, in addition to Minnesota that we've been talking about throughout the evening, and we will continue to bring you as many breaking updates as we can from there. Let's look at Michigan here. Not yet called. Only 60% of the estimated total vote reporting, but Donald Trump right now with a 225,000 vote margin lead. We are looking now, if you're watching, watch your screen. We are taking live images. We are taking live images from the Donald Trump campaign watch party, where we are told that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in the building. I think we're seeing a photo of him or the crowd there.
It looks like he's speaking to the gentleman in a cowboy hat. We've been told that you're looking at the back of RFK Jr.'s head. And we know that he once wanted to hold the position of commander-in-chief, suspending his campaign and throwing his support behind former President Donald Trump in hopes to have some type of prominent position in a Trump administration if Trump is elected as president. Deanna, we want to get your reaction again to the live images that we are seeing here out of Florida. We are hearing that the former president making his way from Mar-a-Lago to this convention center in West Palm. Not too long of a drive at 109. I'm sure he has his police escort, so it'll be a very swift ride over. But it looks like a celebration party, Deanna.
And it's really exciting to see so many people there, and to see that RFK Jr. is there to support President Trump. It'll be interesting to see him on the administration. I think that's something that he's really looking forward to. And in my mind, I also think that a lot of his voters have which are more independent voters, have kind of moved over to vote for the Republican ticket.
And I was going to ask you, I mean, we're seeing this red wave, if you will, right now. The race has not been called, but we are seeing a significant lead. A significant lead. How much of an impact do you believe? And we are also seeing images of Tucker Carlson, some other faces of the Trump campaign that we've seen throughout that have been surrogates for him stumping throughout the state. But I want to ask you, Deanna, how much of an impact do you think RFK Jr.'s endorsement, those voters who wanted a candidate that was not Trump or Harris, but then he getting behind Trump, how much of a bump do you think that might have given him?
It could have been a small number, but as we said before, every vote counts, right? Even if it's just 2,000 votes in this state and another few thousand in another state. And RFK came out and made a whole commercial ad about telling his voters, hey, I know that I'm on the ballot still in this state, but put your vote toward former President Trump, so that I can move to be able to go to Washington, D.C. with him. And that was really interesting to see, and ideally it looks like that worked.
There was a moment, as we still continue to watch live images from the West Palm Beach campaign election night watch party for former President Donald Trump. There was a moment not too long ago at a Metro Atlanta rally for former President Donald Trump. We were in Duluth, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. took the stage shortly before former President Donald Trump did, and the crowd broke into chants of Bobby, Bobby, Bobby.
Oh, that's cool.
And it really harkened back to the presidential campaign of Robert F. Kennedy Sr. I bring all that up to ask you, Val, we see a scion of a prominent Democratic family in American politics, American political royalty, running for president, running a third-party candidacy, and then endorsing former President Donald Trump. It's been a historic arc to the moment we are at right now. So much has changed, so much has evolved. When we started this campaign, we started covering it at the beginning of the year. Is this how things you expected for them to turn out?
You know, I think in a pre-2016 world, I would have said no. And then after 2016, I would have said, yeah, maybe. It seems like a lot of the traditional rules that, you know, everybody has been taught in political science classes are not completely been thrown out the window, but there has been a lot of difference at this point after that. I mean, 2016 was quote unquote an anomaly, but I think that there are new factors that people are having to witness and have to measure that they just have never had to do that before.
The political laws of gravity changing a little bit, Faith.
That's what it feels like.
And as we look into the watch party there, you're going to see different, it looks like a crowd. We're getting reaction, right? Different images of celebrities. The camera was holding on to the picture of actor John Voight for a while there, a supporter of the former president. He's gotten some other celebrity endorsements. Joe Rogan, who at one point said that he would not endorse, in fact, he didn't even like the guy, came out and endorsed him. Harrison Ford, Megyn Kelly.
Hulk Hogan,
who was at the RNC, making a splash at the RNC there. Yeah. He's getting support, and that iconic "Make America Great Again," the red baseball cap, seen in droves right there, and the convention center. I mean, this is a man that we talked to Mark about, or I believe one of our other panelists about, who has faced litigation in several states, outspent by the Harris campaign, and is now, as of this hour, performing better than the Democratic nominee. And I think that does speak to what voters are seeing right now. They are using their vote, as of right now, nothing is called right now, to say that those that have voted right now are saying that they want to distance themselves from the Democrats and move over to the Republican side. If this race is called, then that would be the message from this campaign. But once again, that race not called. You're taking a look at the stage right there in Florida, where in just a few minutes, or maybe 30 minutes, depending on when Mr. Trump wants to get up there, we are expecting to hear him give some remarks.
And when we talk about the march to where we are here, I think, once again, we just want to keep coming back to the results that we're seeing. Right now, we're going to pull up our map in just a moment here. We're going to start at the nationwide electoral map. There it is. Take a look at your screen. A lot of color on this map right now. Most of the states across America have been called, but the race for the White House has not yet been. Here's why. Nevada, still close to call. Arizona, still too close to call. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, rounding out our group of battleground states that are yet to be called. But, and I see our Republican strategist Deanna Harris looking at me now, but Donald Trump, the former president, carrying a fairly commanding lead in all of these battleground states. Let's take a look state by state here. This is our key states, the vote differential in the key battleground states. Here we go, the latest data we have. Arizona, 51% of the estimated total vote is in. This is the closest battleground race we're seeing right now, with Donald Trump up by about 13,000 votes in Arizona. Georgia has been called for former President Donald Trump.
Looks like it went up for Michigan, Zach. You see that?
I'm taking a look right now, and we all are. Michigan at 62% of the estimated total vote. 15 electoral college votes in play in Michigan. The race not yet called, but with 62% of the estimated total vote. 240,000 vote lead for Donald Trump there in Michigan. Nevada, 75% of the estimated total vote is in, still too close to call, but Donald Trump with a more than 30,000 vote lead there, competing for the 6 electoral votes from Nevada. North Carolina called early in the evening for former President Donald Trump, about 98% of the vote in. It's called former President Donald Trump there, and that was a state that some political wonks thought might be in play for Vice President Kamala Harris, but in fact it was the first battleground state to be called. It went for former President Donald Trump. And now we get down to the bottom of our list, but maybe the top of the attention for both the Harris and the Trump campaigns. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes on the board, 19 electoral votes in play, still too close to call. But with 90% of the estimated total vote in, 223,000 vote lead for former President Donald Trump. And then you take a look at Wisconsin, 86% votes are in there. More than 120,000 vote margin tipping right now for the former president. Or Faith, rather?
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's certainly a commanding lead. A lot different than what we were seeing 4 years ago when you had a lot of legal challenges over, a couple thousand votes here, releasing 1,000 votes there. A couple thousand votes isn't going to do much right now. We do know that, like Zach was saying, the estimated total votes are not in, but in a lot of these states, North Carolina's already been called, what is this? Pennsylvania, I can't see. 90% there, Wisconsin, 86%. I just wonder the messaging here throughout the campaign. Some of the Democrats were criticizing the messaging, saying that it was dark, that he was trying to scare people into a vote. I know that there was a commercial here that ran through Georgia with these pretty disturbing images of what they said were immigrants coming into your home, or this is going to be your new neighbors, things like that. But then on the other side, some Republicans said that he is the party. I heard in a story that we did yesterday, Josh McCoon saying that the former president is the president of peace. Do you think the messaging here, clearly the messaging is working, but how do you feel about that tactic, that strategy from the Trump campaign?
I think folks are used to, because again, we have had President Trump on our ballot since 2016. I think they're kind of used to that kind of messaging. This isn't really the first time that he's used those talking points. But I think folks remember that, 4 years ago, obviously we're looking at the maps. I think folks would agree that they feel like they were living a lot better 4 years ago than they were now under the Biden administration.
And that was a really big note from his campaign, or a talking point. Are you better now than you were 4 years ago?
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot different when you attend the rally versus what you see and hear on the commercials on TV, right? Those messages are, night and day, honestly. Whereas when you're at the rally, he speaks of making America great for every American, no matter what the race, color, religion, creed of anyone. He wants it to be prosperous for us all. And so that is really what he pushed at these rallies, which was really important because, like we said, he was in the metro areas. He went to Gwinnett. He went to Cobb County, right? And he went to these metro areas where he chipped away at that Democrat vote with that message.
And not just the Democrat vote, Zach, but also independents, people who were on the fence. You have a whole generation of first-time voters that didn't subscribe to Democrats or Republicans and could have been swayed. We would have to wait until we see just kind of like a demographic by demographic breakdown to see who exactly voted. But that could have been a group. I know at the Harris rallies, she spoke directly to first-time voters repeatedly. Hey, you, we want you out here. They were advertising. I know Megan Thee Stallion, she did a rally that was supposed to be catered towards college students. You're making a face there, Deanna.
And I want to jump in here as well, because it is true that the Democratic campaign, Vice President Harris's campaign, made that effort. But former President Trump and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, they also emphasized speaking particularly to young male voters, a lot of time, a lot of energy spent on podcasts, on places like Theo Vaughn's podcast, on Joe Rogan's podcast.
40 million followers, right?
Those are real numbers, and there were questions about whether that would be time well spent or not. Would the folks who are listening to those podcasts nod their heads and say, yeah, I like what this guy is saying? Or would they nod their heads and say, yeah, I like what this guy is saying, and go vote? We haven't seen the exits yet. We don't know the kind of age breakdown. But that may be a storyline we're seeing later as the days go on. One other thing I want to ask, and I want to bring both Val and Deanna in here. We heard a whole lot about how this race is going to be close. we saw a whole lot of polls saying this race is going to be close. We are looking right now on your screen at what appears to be a pretty solid advantage to former President Trump at 1:23 on the East Coast, a.m., 1:23 in the morning on the East Coast. Does this mean that the polls were all wrong, or does it indicate that in a race projected to be close, the way one battleground state tips tends to be the way many battleground states tip? I see you both pondering this. Deanna, you want to take a stab at it?
I'm more of like a traditional campaigner, right? So I see the key elements as really important, and that also includes on how much money you spend. So when it comes to the ground game and the harassment on text messaging, those...
You're talking about political text messages, to be clear.
Yes. So
probably the first person to get one of those didn't feel like that, but by maybe November 5th, they are feeling like that.
They text me this morning.
That's my question. Like, you know who I am, where I am. I have a China.
Voter databases.
Sorry, Deanna, what were you saying?
So I think those things really make a difference. If we even just kind of go back even further and just think about Obama's campaign and how strong he was with his grassroots, that made a huge difference in his win, and it was basically a landslide. And I think that the Republicans really pushed that energy this year. They've been knocking on doors like crazy. Mailers have been crazy. It's just a strong grassroots presence have really made that difference in these key states.
Yeah. I just had an Amber Rose sighting, if anybody cares.
Oh, really? Of course.
We also want to bring up another, back here in Georgia, a measure that was on the ballot in Gwinnett and Cobb County. The Gwinnett T-SPLOST. This was going to be a 1% sales tax referendum in Gwinnett County. It would have provided money for the transit system, public transportation system there, creating new bus routes, different transfer stations, things like that. The T-SPLOST has failed in Gwinnett County. Once again, it would have expanded bus service. The county was hopeful that they would finally convince people to pass the measure. It had previously failed in the past because there was a MARTA rail expansion in that proposal. They stripped it away this time. But once again, for some reason, the voters there, they are not getting behind that. And we also believe that the same referendum in Cobb is likely going to lose as well. So that is just some more information back here in Georgia. Another big race that's called, Zach, here.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the top of the ticket, but down ballot races also make a big difference. And you'll hear a lot of political experts say that a lot of the lawmaking that most directly impacts you happens at the state and local level. And we have a race to call here. The Associated Press has called the race in Georgia's State Senate District 48. We have it up on our map here, but we may want to stay with live pictures from West Palm. But we do want to note this. The Associated Press, there it is, has called this race in Georgia's State Senate District 48 for incumbent Republican Sean Still. Ashwin Ramaswamy, the Democratic challenger, trailing by about 7,000 votes with about 95% of the estimated total vote in. Again, Sean Still, the Republican incumbent senator, incumbent state senator, projected by the Associated Press to move on to another term in office. We should note as well, this was really the only competitive state Senate race in the state this year. This was a bellwether race. Many hundreds of thousands of dollars were raised on each side in fundraising in this race, really blowing the roof off of what are conventional totals in fundraising for a state-level down-ballot race like this. And again, the Associated Press calling the State Senate District 48 for incumbent Sean Still.
Val, are you surprised by this result?
I'm not surprised. You know, I think that you know, and especially in the suburbs, they are recently kind of changing in terms of the legislative races. For so long, they had been gone uncontested. And so when you finally get a good candidate who's going to fight, you know, sometimes it doesn't take on the first go. Sometimes you got to run a few times. Sometimes you got to raise. And like, look, these state legislative races, both on the Senate and the House side, are getting more and more expensive because you have to find a way to cut through the noise. When you have the presidential and Congress and everybody else and their mother up on the ballot, you have to spend money to break through, because by the time you make it down to the ballot, you've kind of lost the voters' interest.
But it doesn't seem like money was an issue for Ramaswamy, because he had money coming into his race, but maybe it was the name recognition, or maybe it was the influence of the top of the ticket. Because a lot of people, if you're going to vote Republican, I don't know the numbers on this, so I don't want to quote anything, but to my understanding, for a lot of voters, getting that split ticket vote is a little extra work rather than a person that's just going to vote for Trump and then vote red all the way down. Am I right, Deanna?
Oh, that's correct. Down ballot is usually typical, so top of the ticket carries the ticket most of the time. Yeah. It looks like Trump did really well in Georgia.
He certainly did. He won it, which is about as
so we can say that was
as good as you could have done.
And I have the map of Georgia from 2024 and 2020, and it looks like there's a few counties outside of the Augusta metro area that were leaning blue in 2020 that were decisively red this time.
Yeah.
I think Washington County, Jefferson County. What's this one? Let's take a look.
And while you guys are, while you're taking a look at the map here, if you're watching right now, you're watching your screen. Again, you're seeing live images from West Palm Beach in Florida, former President Donald Trump's election night watch party. We now have word that the former president and his motorcade have left his home at Mar-a-Lago. We presume, we do not know, but I think a pretty educated guess would be he is headed towards this watch party in West Palm.
Maybe a pit stop at McDonald's.
It was a campaign event of many.
They stay open.
We have, again, we are waiting for the former president to get to his election night watch party. When he takes the podium, he's expected to deliver remarks at any moment. When he does, we will carry it live for you. The crowd.
A lot of excitement there.
And what a split screen from the images we saw from Vice President Harris's watch party in the nation's capital in D.C. earlier this evening. The supporters of the Democratic watch party told to go home. Vice President Harris will not be speaking tonight. She will.
And that was, I mean, almost an hour ago.
Yeah. She will, we should say. We are told she will be speaking tomorrow morning, but right now in West Palm, these live images you are seeing, we've seen some pretty notable supporters of former President Trump in the crowd there, among them Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who mounted, as you will surely remember, his own independent bid for the presidency. He comes from a long line of what is in many ways American political royalty on the Democratic side, mounted an independent third party run for the White House, and then dropped out and endorsed the former president. RFK Jr. spotted in the crowd at West Palm a short time ago. Also in the crowd, actor Jon Voight. We've also seen conservative TV host, social media host Tucker Carlson, among many others in the crowd. Cautiously optimistic, maybe more than cautiously optimistic at this point in the evening.
Zach, give us a little credit, please.
I was going to say, a lot of the folks in that room believe that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. That is why they are there. The race has not been called yet. And if it is called, then we will bring that to you all. The campaign, Trump campaign, telling NBC News that they were waiting for North Carolina and Georgia to be called to key states for the Trump campaign, which have now both gone red before Trump would speak. Zach does have the map up there showing that several of these battleground states still have not been called. But Val, is there a path to victory for Harris at this point?
Yeah, I mean, look, you've still got the blue wall states that are still outstanding. You know, I think that they're just going to have to wait it out and see. I mean, you still have Arizona outstanding, Nevada still outstanding, So I mean, there's always a path. Until the race is called, there's always a path.
And Deanna's giving me a little bit of ribbing here, and I just want to be really clear. We're very precise about our language here, deliberately, because we have lived through unpredictable, historic, topsy-turvy elections and presidential campaigns for the last 2 cycles.
Yeah.
So we just want to be excruciatingly clear about when we say a race has been projected and when we say a state has been projected. And we also want to be clear about what we're seeing on the board. And Deanna, I know, is going to shake her head up and down vigorously when we say this. It is an unequivocal fact that the former president is out to a commanding lead in all of the battleground states at this point tonight, save perhaps for in Arizona, where about half of the vote is in, 16,000 vote margin right now, tilting in the former president's favor. Again, Deanna took issue with us saying cautiously optimistic. Perhaps you're right. You're probably right. There's probably just unbridled optimism at the watch party in West Palm. Maybe unbridled optimism from the far seat on our panel here.
Yes.
But if you're watching
Do you
at home
wish you were
right
in
now,
West Palm right now, yes, definitely.
well, we're glad you're not, because we want you to be here.
Tears falling down my eyes, and I'm not.
We want you to be here, but this is a good moment to talk about this. Deanna, if the former president becomes president-elect and then president again, what does that mean for Republicans in 2024?
Including that we would have control of the Senate and possibly the House. That's huge. I mean, that creates a different scenario for us as a country. In my mind, it brings back power to us as the United States. But it also empowers our more conservative states as well and gives them the opportunity to pass some legislation that they may not have been able to get through before. So maybe we won't have the struggles of balancing the budget that we did previously. We never know, right? All these things are a toss-up, but this will really give us an opportunity to see what the party can do. And that's something that we've never really seen before because no one's really had complete control.
And Val, I'm curious, and we are on a different TV. I see Laura Trump in the audience there at the Trump Watch Party. Val, if Democrats would have done things differently in this race, if Joe Biden would have dropped out of the race earlier, maybe not done that debate, would Democrats be in a different situation? I know we're just speculating here, but I'm just curious if they would have attacked this at a different way and put Harris to the top of that ticket, kind of pass that torch maybe a year ago. Do you think they'd be in a different spot?
I mean, they might be. I mean, look, giving Vice President Harris more time to campaign would definitely have been helpful. But at the end of the day, the voters saw the issues that were in front of them and picked who was going to be, who they wanted to be their pick. And I think, because I'm looking at the maps, I mean, it looks like the counties that were Republican became more Republican. And on the inverse, the counties that went Democrat became more Democratic. Now, there are a few flips, but I think that they got folks out to vote that didn't vote last time.
And you're talking about a pretty consistent overperformance on the Republican side of the ticket compared to where things were in 2020. Another good moment to talk about the latest data we have in these battleground states that are yet to be officially called. And this is the part of the night. This is the part of the night when earlier in the night we were seeing like big drops of ballots coming in. Now it's that day of vote in many places that is slower to count.
And Zach, could we talk about Michigan?
Absolutely.
Because I think, and the number keeps ticking up. We saw a situation in Michigan, Deanna, we were talking about this, where you had a large population of Muslim Americans who are not happy with how the Harris campaign was handling the situation in the Middle East. Could this have been a bump here? You also had a non-committed movement that really swayed a little bit in the primaries there. Could this, if Could Harris have done something different to try to gain those votes?
I don't think it was Harris. I think it was the Democrat Party. I think it was Biden's presidential actions toward a lot of things that are going on in the Middle East, and that really had an impact on Michigan because they have a large population out there. And so they made it very well known that they were looking to do things a little different this time.
And do you think why do you think this group put their trust in Trump and not Harris?
Maybe his surrogates that he had go to speak to them probably connected with them where it was really needed. That's what I would assume.
How much of a challenge, Val, was it for Vice President Harris to run her own campaign in the span of just a few months?
Yeah.
And also try to carve her own path and create her own identity independent of President Joe Biden, who she served under for almost 4 years?
I think why she was able to come out of the gate so quickly when she got to the top of the ticket was because she did work off the Biden apparatus. But, when you're in an interview and they're asking you, what would you do differently than President Biden? And she says, well, nothing. It's kind of hard to divorce yourself from that at that point.
You're
That
talking
was a
about
big moment.
You're talking about the interview on The View as a Democratic strategist, and then Deanna, I want your thoughts as a Republican strategist on that, because that was perhaps, when we look back on this race, an inflection point a little bit, or at least a flashpoint. When you heard that for the first time, Val, from a tactical perspective, what went through your mind?
Look, there's a way to differentiate yourself without being negative. Nobody was expecting her or wanted her to go negative, but folks are looking for something different. When the mood shifted after President Biden's debate earlier this summer, people were frantically trying to find somebody different. They wanted somebody young, they wanted somebody energetic, they wanted somebody to differentiate themselves from the past 4 years. And again, you get up in that interview, you say, I do everything the exact same. You kind of are ignoring the people who are speaking up to say, hey, listen, I might have a problem here, or maybe this isn't the strongest policy point. You're just kind of saying, oh, well, don't worry about it.
Deanna, from a Republican's perspective, when you heard that, were you fist pumping and saying, okay, yeah, this was an unforced error?
Of course I was. I don't think that it was just that moment, though. There were several moments where she didn't really define herself. She didn't present policy. And so that is really where the struggle came for her, because she had so many opportunities to really, set the platform for herself. And it just, she just couldn't pull it through.
Well, we do have an update from the Secretary of State's office, Gabriel Sterling, saying that he's looking at the total number of votes cast here in Georgia. We have broken a record with over 5.3 million votes, everybody. Hand clap for everybody in Georgia. Everybody came out and voted. 73% of the active voters, they turned out and voted. Another record-breaking number, an indication of how invested people were in this election. Is it an indication of how many more Republicans voted early? Is it an indication, does this, by these numbers, I know Democrats were worried about people staying home, but did they stay home? Did just more Republicans show up?
Something that I was concerned about, I thought that President Trump would only win the Electoral College, but he's on the path to winning the popular vote as well. He's flipped 39 counties throughout the nation. So that's something that is remarkable in comparison to just 4 years ago, where it appeared that we struggled.
And we're looking at live pictures again from West Palm Beach, where Republicans are awaiting to hear, as well as the nation is awaiting to hear from former President Donald Trump, who's scheduled at any moment to take the stage and address supporters and address the nation at his campaign watch party in West Palm in Florida. We just saw a picture of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. there live, and a whole lot of very excited supporters of the former president, no doubt looking at the same results that we are.
And a lot of energy for 1:42 in the morning. I'll say that too.
It feels good to be in the lead, right? That split screen that we had earlier in the night, it tells a story in one image. The Democrats at Vice President Kamala Harris's watch party, as well as the Democrats here at the Georgia Dems watch party, they have all gone home. They have cleared out.
If we could bring up one exit poll that I find interesting from NBC News that says Latino men split for Trump, ending a Democratic-leaning streak. According to the exit poll, it marks the first time that a majority of Latino men did not vote for the Democratic presidential candidate. In at least the last 5 elections, 54% of Latino men voted for Trump this year. That is according to an NBC News exit poll. What does that speak to? I want to just open that question up to either of you.
I mean, I'm going to say that look, the not just the yes,
and this comes, mind you, even after the comments made at Madison Square Garden that the Democrats really played up.
So I think they played it up again. Like, we've had Trump as president before. We've seen him as a candidate. We understand that he'll say some things that might be out of pocket every once in a while.
Well, he didn't say that. The comedian did.
The comedian did. That's right. He didn't even say that. That's right. But you know, I think not just the Trump campaign, but the Republican apparatus has made it an intentional point to engage and go after minority voters. I know in Georgia, Speaker Burns was very specific in, we're going to spend X amount of money to make sure that we target and turn out minority voters for us. People tend to also forget that immigrants, especially, they don't lean as Democratic as folks would like to make the assumption.
And it's interesting to me, because I hear it from Democratic-leaning voters. How can a certain group vote for a person who, and this is not my words, this is folks who I've talked to out in the streets, if you will, voters. How can you vote for somebody who continues to blame immigrants for everything? Clearly, those who have gone out and vote for him don't see it that way.
Yeah, I think it's a huge difference, right? Because the illegal immigrants that he speaks of have very different, it's a huge difference between them and people who've struggled and worked hard to become legal immigrants in our country. And so, and those are the folks who do vote for the Republican nominee, and which help push us over the mark. And so that's you have to remember those key differences.
So people who, and you've heard that too, folks who said, I came in here, I followed the process. How can you just come in?
Right.
But that is something that you also hear from voters.
Is this an important moment as well where, and this is something we have said on the Georgia Vote a lot, including on panel discussions with both of you, there can be a tendency, I think, sometimes when we're talking about national politics, to want to really slice and dice the country into specific boxes and put voters in certain buckets and say this kind of voter votes this way and that kind of voter votes that way.
Right.
Is tonight, and particularly thinking about this NBC exit poll, is tonight an important reminder that people are individuals. People are going to make up their own minds, and they're going to vote on a whole slew of issues. This is something we saw in every one of our Voice of the Voters that shared their candid thoughts about this race.
Yeah.
People are nuanced and complex, and they're going to wrestle with big thorny issues, and they're going to think hard about it. I see both of you nodding there. Val?
I appreciate it, right? Because sometimes we think that the voter isn't as smart as we would like for them to be, right? And this really shows that they know the issues, and that's how they went out.
And if you're a Georgia voter, you have a great deal of company. Because a record-setting turnout in Georgia. Val?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that especially in campaigns, you try to make assumptions about folks, right? About either their race, their gender, or anything, and you try to put them in a bucket to see, okay, which one of my messages is going to be the most effective. When we're talking about the amount of women that have turned out to vote this year, that has surpassed men by, in some places more than 10%. And you would think that you would get every single one of them on the abortion issue, right? But, you know, for some people, that might not be their top thing. It might be the economy. It might be the inflation.
Or they may feel differently about the. I mean, there are plenty of women out there who feel that they're quite supportive of Georgia's heartbeat bill and other more restrictive abortion statutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think, you know, we're not nobody's a monolith. Nobody is just, oh, well, this person's going to vote this way. And I mean, we've seen that. If, you know, 54% of Latino men have decided to vote for President Trump this time. And I'm curious to see the numbers for black men too, because that was one of the points beforehand. Yeah, that Trump was making inroads there.
But in my mind, sometimes I think it's just when you don't have enough money to buy groceries, you might not be as concerned about an abortion.
Right.
Those kitchen table pocketbook issues. I want to, Faith, I know you want to jump in here. I want to just bring us some breaking news from NBC right now. NBC has projected Nebraska will go for former President Donald Trump. He will carry 4 electoral votes in Nebraska, 1 vote in Nebraska still outstanding. Nebraska, one of the 2 states in the union that is not a winner-take-all electoral state. Again, NBC News projects that former President Donald Trump will carry at least 4 of Nebraska's 5 total electoral votes, with 1 electoral vote in Nebraska outstanding. Faith?
Yeah, and we just got a statement from the Trump campaign here in Georgia. Once again, NBC News not calling this race, but Trump Communications Director Morgan Ackley congratulating Donald Trump and the Georgia Republicans up and down the ballot. She says starting day 1, President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance will help ease costs, secure the border, and make America great again. And she is just reiterating those 2 big topics that the campaign has really pushed, talking about cost, talking about securing the border and immigration, 2 main topics of discussion that they have talked about, that voters that we've spoken to have said that those are 2 of theirs. As we continue to monitor the results, you're taking a look at live images out of Florida. You're seeing a lot of energy right now. Once again, NBC not calling this race so far. We still have some outstanding states out there. If something changes, we will absolutely let you know. But you are seeing a lot of excitement. I think that is a picture of, is that Tucker Carlson we're looking at?
Hard to tell from.
No, that's not.
No,
Tucker
that's not
Carlson. That is the Pillow Man.
That is Mike Lindell, the owner of the My Pillow company and a major supporter of Republican causes, including the former president.
He sold a lot again,
I watch a lot of Fox News, and that's the only commercial they play.
Well, it clearly is working for him. But again, we're seeing this enthusiasm in West Palm here as we await any moment now. We are told, be hearing from former President Donald Trump, who will be addressing his supporters at his West Palm Beach election night watch party, as well as addressing an increasingly waiting and anticipating nation. We know that you're up with us right now, and my strong hunch is that there are many millions of Americans around the country who are watching these same images, waiting to hear from former President Donald Trump, who is, and we want to be clear, not at this point a projected winner of this race. No, nobody has been projected to be the winner of the presidential race right now.
According to NBC News.
According to NBC News. But former President Donald Trump, when you look at the breakdown of battleground states that are still outstanding, former President Donald Trump seems to be in a very strong position with leads just about across the board. And I should say, not just about, he does have a lead in every battleground state in the country right now. We're looking at a live look of the most up-to-date results. Arizona is the closest race of the battlegrounds that are yet to be called, and Donald Trump there, former President Donald Trump, has about a 20,000, maybe closer to 19,000 vote lead at this point, with about half of all ballots tabulated and reported in Arizona. And then you go down this board, Georgia, called for former President Donald Trump. That's 16 electoral votes in his column. Michigan, one of the key pieces of the so-called blue wall, the Democratic stronghold states, the Democratic blue wall states across the north. In Michigan, 67% of the electoral vote is reported, and 245,812. It just ticked up vote margin right now in former President Donald Trump's favor.
I think the story here, Zach, is that these numbers are not going down. They continue to go up throughout the night. I did notice when we were going and showing the live images at the Trump, I was going to call it a rally, but this is no longer campaign season, right? At the watch party, at the party out there, there's a banner that says Trump will fix it.
Yes.
You say yes. What was he going to fix,
Yes, he
Deanna?
will.
What is he going to fix?
America.
That's a broad, sweeping statement, Deanna. Give us some, and maybe an on-point one. But give us some context. What in particular, if these results hold and former President Trump retakes the White House, what in particular are you looking for him to tackle in a potential first 100 days?
Well, foreign policy is number one, right? And what we have going on in these different wars across the world, as well as our economy here in the United States, as well as illegal immigration here in the United States. I think those are the top three things, honestly, that most Americans really care about and that are constantly on their minds every day, especially with the different things that we see in the news happening. Looking at the updates that happen in Israel, and so those things are really important to us.
And Fal, I want to give you ample time to respond to that, but we do have some more breaking news we want to deliver to you. And if you're hanging with us and still watching, we appreciate you very much. And here's some new results for you. NBC News is now projecting that former President Donald Trump will carry Maine's 2nd congressional district. That is one electoral vote. Our map is going to update here momentarily, but Maine is one of the states in the union that is not a winner-take-all electoral state, which means that the electoral votes are apportioned in that state, not as a winner-take-all, but they can break in multiple ways. NBC News now projecting former President Donald Trump will carry Maine's 2nd congressional district. That is one more electoral vote in the former president's column. Our map will update shortly, but that is the state of play right now.
If I'm correct, in 2016, this was one of the states that helped push Trump over to victory in that electoral college vote and not the popular vote. Hillary Clinton taking the popular vote in that race, but former President Trump won the electoral college votes, and I believe Maine had something to do with that because of their split there. But once again, we are taking a look at this map. The time 1:55. We have been on air since 7 o'clock tonight, and we want to thank all of you that have been staying on with us and watching us all night. We are not going anywhere yet because this race has not been called. You're taking a look at this national map. Vice President Harris, 194 electoral college votes. She needs 76 to reach 270. Trump is a lot closer, 247. He needs 23 to get the edge that he needs, 270 votes to become the president-elect and be sworn in as president-in-chief come January.
And if you're still with us, and we appreciate you very much for being here, and there's a good reason to be here because there's a lot of news still to develop and break as the night carries on. We are awaiting comments from former President Donald Trump at his West Palm Beach election night watch party, and we are seeing some live images of West Palm and the election night watch party right now on your screen. We were told some time ago that the former president left his residence at Mar-a-Lago. The motorcade departed. We anticipate that motorcade was headed to this watch party. It may well have arrived at this point. We are told that the former president could be taking the stage at any moment. We know we've been saying that for some time. We have been told that for some time. But my strong hunch is that you will want to see what he has to say, and my strong hunch as well is that there are many millions of Americans across the country who are waiting to hear these remarks from the former president. One final note here, and Faith, Vice President Harris will not be speaking tonight. If you're just joining us, that's some news to underline. Vice President Kamala Harris will not be speaking tonight. A co-chair of her campaign told supporters gathered at a watch party in the nation's capital in D.C. at Howard University several hours ago now. He told them, or rather the campaign co-chair told them, go home. The vice president will not be speaking this evening. The vice president, we are told, will be speaking later this morning
And it was certainly a sight to see. When DNC Chair Jamie Harrison got on that stage in Howard, a night of celebration at the vice president's alma mater where she completed her undergraduate degree at Howard University. It was a party, a celebration, a night of optimism that we continue to hear from the campaign.
I'm so sorry, Faith. Finish your thought here.
Nope, I was just going to say a night of optimism turned into a very quiet night after the DNC chair went up there and said that she would not be speaking tonight, an indication of how this night is going. Another indication, one that we're seeing right here on that screen, the complete opposite of what we saw in D.C.
That split screen image really told a lot of the story. We want to bring you the latest news that we have. NBC News has acknowledged that another news network has called the race for former President Donald Trump. NBC News itself is not yet projecting that result, but we want to be very clear. If you're watching and you're seeing things from coming in, we know you're getting your information from a lot of different places. This is the state of play right now. NBC News not projecting a winner in the presidential race at this point, but another news network, NBC News has told us, has acknowledged that has called, rather, the race for former President Donald Trump. So this is looking more and more like a big night
for
Republicans.
And I think that crowd is watching that other network because I want to say about 10 minutes ago we saw a lot of rejoicing, people giving kisses and hugs and high fives, just a lot of excitement that came through there. But once our network is able to confirm that, we'll make sure that we give that to you. But that is where the race is going. That's the vibe check, if you will, guys. That's the word of the night. The
vibe check.
The vibe check.
And I mean, there's a vibe check just on our panel here.
How are you guys feeling?
I feel great. You know, I couldn't be more excited. You know, really wishing that I was in South Florida right now. But the vibe check is phenomenal.
Val, how are you feeling?
Yeah, look, you know, this is a campaign. At the end of the day, you know, you expect the candidates to put it all out on the field and reap the benefits. Yeah. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. I think now what the Democrats need to do is turn their sights onto the midterm elections, which I think that they can capitalize off of with a Republican trifecta, and then the 2028 elections, and trying to figure out, you know, what could we have done differently to make sure, because I mean, I'm looking here too at New York, and I mean, she got it. I mean, obviously Vice President Harris won New York, but it was 5% less than Biden won it in 2020. And that was about, looks like, 1 million vote differential.
Wow. And I mean, you make a valid point. I think that Democrats are going to look at tonight, look at the results of not just the top of the ticket, but those down ballot races and really reassess. They spent a lot of money in this race. I mean, she raised a lot of money.
Yeah.
She did not have court proceedings against her. She did not have a lot of things going on against her. There was a lot of positive attention surrounding her. There was a lot of hope around this candidate. But I think that Democrats are really going to have to take a step back, reassess, and see not only campaign-wise, but running the policy-wise, what they're doing throughout the country. Because what we're hearing from voters is that they were not. The campaign was one thing, but it came back to, we don't like how Biden was running the country. You have been in the White House under Biden. We're ready for something different.
Right.
And I think part of the issue too is, I think since 2016, a lot of the Democratic campaigns have just said, oh, well, you just don't want Trump. He's bad. He's horrible. He says, you know, he tweets horrible things, and that's just not enough for folks. You need to have a message and a vision to help people out in their day-to-day lives versus, well, just don't vote for this guy, vote for me instead.
And Deanna, do you, well, I shouldn't say do you think, because I think I know the answer to that, but I should say, how do you think Trump's message resonated more with voters than Harris's message? Because I would argue that both campaigns were doing the best that they could to speak to that working class, that regular folk that's out there just grinding it out.
I don't know if it was just messaging, right? I think it was actual actions, right? Because President Trump had been in office, right? How was our lives 4 years ago when he was president versus currently under the Biden-Harris administration? So that comparison of what's going on right now, here and now, and your daily living expenses, and what you're doing every day, and how that's going for you, even your markets, right? So those changes, I think that is more of what people related to versus just words coming out of, I would say, politicians' mouths.
This might be a good moment to go under the hood a little bit and talk about, we know that Georgia has been called for former President Trump for some time. I think, and we reported this on the Georgia Vote earlier this year, but I think if you're watching, particularly if you're not following politics every day, there's a question of, well, how do you call a race? How does this work? Here's what the AP says. The AP called Georgia some time ago, and they released a memo, and I just want to read it here to explain a little bit of the Associated Press's reasoning about how they got to this result. This is what the AP says. At the time the race was called here in Georgia, Trump was leading by 125,000 votes. Almost all advance votes in Georgia had been reported. His lead was larger than what Harris could be expected to make up from the remaining votes in Democratic strongholds. Trump was slightly ahead of his 2020 performance in enough counties to erase the deficit of less than 12,000 votes by which he lost Georgia 4 years ago. Summed up, you might say that Donald Trump had what Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger said he did earlier in election night, an insurmountable lead.
I guess he found those votes.
He certainly found them this year in Georgia. And we have we have a projection to make here. Our map will show it in just a moment here, but Faith, do you want to report this?
Yeah, a very big state projected by NBC. Former President Donald Trump will take Pennsylvania and their 19 electoral college votes. This was a state that we were talking about earlier. A lot of money went into the state. They have a Democratic governor, Josh Shapiro, both of them ending their campaigns in this state, in different parts of the state, but really ending their campaigns in the state. Kamala Harris joking on Saturday Night Live with, who's the woman that plays
Maya Rudolph.
Maya Rudolph. Saying, I voted today. Do you happen to live in Pennsylvania? And she said, no, I don't. So this was a really, really big state for both of these campaigns because of the swing state nature of the campaign. She had the full support of a governor who won this state. And looking at, do we have the breakdown of Pennsylvania?
And we actually, not just breakdown of PA, we'll get there in a moment, but we have some major news to report right now. You're looking at the electoral map as it stands right now, but we can now report, this map will update in a moment, we can now report that NBC News projects former President Donald Trump has won another term in the White House. Again, we can now report former President Donald Trump projected the winner of this race for the presidency. It culminates a nearly decade-long arc in politics for him. He won the White House in 2016. In 2020, suffered a narrow defeat in his bid for re-election. And now NBC News says former President Donald Trump has become President-elect Donald Trump, and in January will take his second term in office as president. A momentous, historic night in our state, which was called earlier, and in our country right now. Deanna, your reaction?
Well, congratulations, President Trump. He's worked really hard to make an extreme comeback. And I feel like it's been night and day into his character and his presence as a candidate. So very proud, very excited to see how he leads our nation into a different direction, and really hope that he brings us together and creates unity amongst all Americans.
We are told now that former President Donald Trump is a minute away from taking the stage. Fal, at this moment, what's going through your mind?
I thought that, watching and reading about the polls and understanding that polls are just a snapshot in time, everybody felt like it was going to be a 50-50 race. It was going to be neck and neck, and the results don't reflect that at all. I mean, the results are quite the opposite. So it's pretty remarkable.
It's certainly a red wave, a lot of cracks in that blue wall, as Deanna said, an indicator of where the country is. A close race, but not that close, not as close as 2020, not close enough to, it's a clear winner here in this race. And it's just an indication of where the country is right now. Those who are frustrated with Democrats, who are frustrated with how the Biden administration was taking the country. He was vice president for 8 years, president for 1, and America has spoken.
Some pretty remarkable historic data here as well. Former President Donald Trump is one, forgive me here, we're going to come back to that in just a moment. We've got some historical data, but the thing about historical data is you've got to crack open the history books sometimes, so we're going to keep an eye on that. But Fal, what happens next year? If you're a Democrat, if you're a Democratic strategist, a political pro, what happens tonight? And what's happening in the weeks and months to come?
Well, tonight you go to sleep. Tonight it's time to go to sleep. But you wake up tomorrow. Look, this is not the first election Democrats have lost. It's not going to be the last one that they lose. I think tomorrow what needs to happen when folks wake up and kind of, come to terms with what happened, they need to start looking at what happened. Why did the red counties turn more red? Why were the Democratic counties not as blue? I mean, again, the New York thing kind of blows my mind that it was maybe more than 1 million votes, less than Biden. So, I mean, we have to have a conversation with ourselves to say, okay, what are we doing wrong? What is not resonating with voters? What is not? And at the end of the day, I mean, you have, again, you set your sights on for 2026. You have midterms. You have a lot of seats up for grabs, both on the state level and federal level. If I'm advising them, I'm telling them to start recruiting now and get up and start recruiting and start fundraising, because you're not going to be able to break through the message unless you have that money. And then you need to kind of start looking towards 2028. What kind of candidates are we going to put in the primary process? Are we going to coalesce? Are we going to spend the money and campaign appropriately to actually reach people with the policies that are going to help them move their lives forward? Not, hey, you don't like this guy, he's a little offensive, you need to vote for us. There has to be a tangible policy statement, and this is what we're going to do to follow it.
I would love to see Kemp 2028.
So that is, that's the big question, right?
We've asked him.
Faith, we haven't. You have Faith.
I've asked him a couple of times. Governor Kemp, if you're watching right now, Cody has my phone number.
Call and tell us.
Let us know. As we're looking at live pictures there in Florida, it looks like some of the Secret Service team is coming to do their routine sweeps, making sure that everything is all set to go. And this is usually what we see before the former president will come up and speak to his thick crowd of supporters there.
And you know that.
2 o'clock in the morning.
And you know that, Faith, because you have covered so many of these campaign events over the last few months.
We've both been out there, Zach, on the front line.
We have seen a lot, as have many Georgians, and that's what happens. That's for as many traffic jams and political text messages and ads we see in Georgia, which some, probably many, probably almost all folks find annoying at times. Let's call it what it is. It's also a great privilege to be a voter in Georgia.
Yeah.
It's a great privilege to be a journalist in Georgia because you talk about having a front row seat to history. We really have it here. And you talk about being in a place where your vote matters. If you're a Georgia voter, if you got that Peach State I voted sticker, if you got it today, if you got it earlier the last week or the week before in early voting, you know when you're going to the ballot box, when you are one of the record-setting number of Georgians who voted in this presidential election, more than in any other election in state history, you know the decision you're making has real impact. It can change. It has changed. It will continue to change the course of our nation's history.
There's a couple folks on the screen now. Vivek.
Ramaswamy.
Oh yeah, there's Vivek.
Yeah.
And Doug Burgum, yep.
We're seeing these live images now, and
Is that
West
Rudy
Pole.
Giuliani next to him?
I think we're in the wide shot here on our coverage, but yeah,
I don't have my glasses on.
And this is the part of the night where if you're wearing them, you're sort of squinting a little bit too. But it's worth staying up because we're talking about history being made here. We're going to see some more in just a few moments. We are told. I am the messenger here only. We are continuously told that we're going to hear from former President Trump in short order. We're seeing somebody walking on the stage right now. This is just...
He's definitely coming up soon. I think this is the routine security sweep. This is what we see at every Trump rally, every Harris rally. They really take their time to make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed. And given what happened the day when there was the assassination attempt, I mean, the security has really, really stepped it up.
Yeah.
And in their minds, people are there to see him. They will wait as long as they need to make sure that the security protocols are in order. But
boy, do they wait. Yes.
But by all indications, he should be coming up very soon. The question is, Deanna, how long do you think he'll speak tonight? He's known to be a little long-winded.
I've been to rallies and parties where he's spoke for 2 hours, but I don't think that he has to do that tonight.
And Deanna, just hold that thought, but this is, if you've been to a lot of these rallies, you know what we're seeing here is a kind of significant moment. This is usually when a staffer for the former president comes out to the podium, checks that the microphone, the podium, everything is set to kind of the right level, the right height, everything is squared away. We may be getting a mic check here shortly. He's probably checking the teleprompters to make sure they are in working order. This is as keen an indication as we've seen so far that the former president really is just moments away from taking the podium. Now, we're going to be keeping a close eye on these live pictures, Deanna, as you watch them.
Yeah. So
what are you thinking?
Looks like he's ready to read his speech, his acceptance speech, which is really exciting. He has teleprompters up. And so, ideally, it'll probably be nice and sweet and short.
What do you hope to hear from him tonight?
I hope to hear a message of unity, right? I think that's what everybody wants, especially since he's flipped so many voters and he's brought new people into the Republican tent. And he's created a different administration, kind of like picking and choosing different individuals, different parties, right? We have a former Democrat, we have an independent, and so with that really should bring the message of unity for his second term and what that looks like for America.
Val, do you think Trump can unify the country, or do you believe some rhetoric has been divisive, and it's going to be hard to get around that.
I mean, I think some of his rhetoric has been divisive, and it is going to be a hard pill to swallow. I think it would be great for him to come up on stage and try to unify and give a unifying message. I think that coming from him, I'm not 100% sure how people would react to that, but I think it would be a step in the right direction for him to come out and say it and state it and put it in the atmosphere.
How much has the Republican Party changed since 2015, when then citizen Donald Trump entered the race for the White House? In the almost decade that former President Donald Trump has been a figure in national politics, how much has the GOP changed, Deanna?
Well, we've had several transitions, right? So we've had the 2015 party, and then we had a 2020 party, or some of those people who were new and came in and were upset that we lost. They call individuals like me the establishment. So I think that now we can kind of bring us all together, whereas before we were very divided, very, very divided. Mm-hmm. As you see, that Sean Steele race was so extreme and very important because of that reason alone.
And I mean, just to underscore that, the man who was former President Trump's vice president, Mike Pence, nowhere to be seen in the 2024 iteration of the Republican Party, at least insofar as former President Donald Trump's campaign is concerned. Fal, there have been a great deal of evolutions within the Republican Party over these last roughly 10 years. What kind of evolutions do you expect to see on the Democratic side?
Well, I would hope to see on the Democratic side, a change in messaging, a change in how we reach out to any voter. I mean, we were once the party, the big tent party, right? And in 18 and in 20, you saw a lot of the suburban votes kind of switch to the Democrats. And I think we need to go back and talk to those folks. And also, we have to get out into the rural areas, and specifically speaking in Georgia. We cannot just continue to focus on just the metro area, Turnout just metro, and then just be solely dependent on that. We need to get out into these rural areas where Trump expanded his margins, and we need to go talk to folks about the issues that they care about.
And go ahead, Gingrich. Oh, Newt Gingrich we're seeing on the screen now too.
Former Georgia congressman.
Oh, in the middle.
I wonder too, Fal or Deanna, you could speak to this. Come next year, come 2025, come January, we will have a new president, and the country will have to get behind that person. Mm-hmm. Congress will have to get behind that person to, shall I say, make America great.
Yes, you shall. Again.
My question is, and is that on us? No, that's on NBC. We are seeing an image, it looks like, of the former president getting ready for his speech. But my question is, regardless of who is in the White House, the country's going to have to get behind them. Is there a path to coming together, to reaching across the aisle for Congress to make policies that will help Americans progress, to bring down those prices, right, to bring protection to those who feel like they're not safe? Right. We're also seeing Mr. David Perdue, one of Georgia's former senators here, who we had the pleasure of interviewing not long ago.
Somebody you just spoke with not too long ago.
Someone we just spoke with not too long ago. But back to my question, do you think that the country is going to be able to get behind him to make it a greater place for people?
I'm going to let you go first.
Of course. I mean, I could be happier. I don't know. Yes, of course. We have no
a better
choice.
Question: How can Congress come together? And of course, we're still trying to see what the balance of power is going to look like. But in a campaign that has been so divisive and kind of nasty at times, how can they put that aside?
I think it'll really take the leadership of President Trump and his administration and the diversity that he can bring to his administration. And so I think that'll really help bring other people on board, right? Some people who probably didn't believe or don't want to believe. I think having other individuals who probably can connect with those folks in Congress, let's say our Democrat counterparts, that'll really help.
Yeah.
You know, I think I was listening to some political podcast the other day, and they were talking about how Trump the candidate was different than Trump the campaign, and that if he could rely on folks that could reach out to those people, maybe there might be a path.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, he kind of showed that he might not need one because it's kind of a mandate. He won. He expanded his his margins, and in most of the areas that we've seen, the Senate flipped, and then the House still hangs. The power still hangs in the balance.
For example, let's talk about the bipartisan immigration law that some Republicans said that they did not get on board with because it was just not a good law. Democrats said, no, you didn't get on board because Trump told you not to get on board. Are we going to see 4 years of that?
That would be tough, and ideally we don't want to. Again, the message of unity probably brings the bill to where we can have negotiations to, give a little to get a little, is what they say.
Compromise. Yeah. What are your thoughts, Zach?
My thoughts are that Deanna and Fal, you both have seen so much in Georgia politics and in national politics. It's an axiom of politics that you end the campaign on a message of unity. No matter how bruising the campaign is, you traditionally end on the kind of high note, the uplifting beat, right? Yeah. Inside there are real brass tacks, there's real tactics, there's real strategy. And stand by here because we are seeing some developments in these live pictures we are showing
President Trump is on
right
the stage.
now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see him here there,
Yes,
Faith?
he's walking up to the podium. Can we take a live listen in, guys? Can we bring up that volume? There we are. We see President Trump and his wife Melania as well as Barron. We see Donald Trump Jr. My eyes are bad, Zach. Who else do you see up there?
It looks like the full Trump family there. Former President Donald Trump taking a moment before getting to the microphone. It looks like he is soaking in the moment here. And you can be sure it is loud in that room right now. We're hoping to get some audio up momentarily. Here comes former President Donald Trump, projected to win a second term in the White House, stepping up to the podium right now. You see his family filing in behind him, the theme song of his campaign playing overhead in a venue that we can be sure is packed in West Palm Beach with his supporters. A historic moment.
There's Senator J.D. Vance and his wife Lucia.
Now the Vice President-elect and soon to be second lady.
The crowd, phones are out, people are so excited. We hear that I'm proud to be an American. That theme that has carried him really throughout the whole campaign. We see close-ups of Eric Trump, we see Joe Rogan on the
That's
stage.
Dana White. That's Dana White.
Excuse me, Dana. And you see Trump really just interacting and taking in the moment, a moment that he did not have 4 years ago, but a moment that I'm sure he is cherishing after a long campaign. Let's listen in, as I believe he is about.
There's the Speaker of the House right there, Mike Johnson. You can only imagine what is going through former President Trump's mind right now, and there he goes. We're going to take it full right now. Let's listen in to President-elect Donald Trump.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
Say something. This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And a very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and And the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires went down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it. I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you were just listening in to now President-elect Donald Trump and his Vice Presidential-elect J.D. Vance, along with several others on stage. Trump clearly giving an acceptance speech saying that he is excited, motivated, going to be energetic, a big night for democracy and freedom coming into the country as we continue to see these live pictures out of Florida.
And Faith, I want to make sure we're particularly clear about something here. You're seeing a banner in the lower third of your screen here. NBC News, we want to clarify some of our internal guidance on this. NBC News is stating that now that former President Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, there is no path in which Vice President Kamala Harris could win. They say she had to win Pennsylvania to win the race outright. Still, formally, former President Trump closing in on that formal 270 electoral vote margin. But again, NBC stating that now that he has won Pennsylvania, the language is that there is no path in which Vice President Harris could win. We just want to be very particular and very clear on what you're seeing on your screen. Having said that,
and clearly what we saw was certainly an acceptance speech, one full of promise, one full of taking back the country, saying that it was a historic night, saying that he brought in votes that Republicans historically have not brought in, saying that he brought in the African American vote, the Latino vote, the Arab American vote, all of those different groups coming together to vote for him. So, and I think throughout the night we have been talking and looking at the results, and maybe our panelists agree that that is one thing that certainly is making history tonight, Seth.
Yes. And on that note, we want to bring in our panelists who have been with us throughout a long, long evening.
Thank
Republican,
you all so
thank you,
much.
truly, thank you very much. And I know our audience feels the same. Your insight is appreciated. Republican strategist Deanna Harris, Democratic strategist Val Sabak. We both listened in to the former president's remarks live. Deanna, you've been smiling ear to ear for a number of hours now as
I
we've
think
seen
that you
these
were
results.
actually mentally in that room as we were watching it.
As you listen to that speech that had a lot of similarities to many of his campaign speeches that we've seen over the course of the last few months, Deanna, what stood out to you?
Again, I talked about the message of unity, and that's what we really need. And then he talked about having a diverse administration. He talked about the things, the actions that he's going to put in place and improve for our nation. And so that's really what I think most people wanted to hear, and that's the reason why they voted for him.
And speaking of unity, he said, success will bring us together, but I want to put America first. Val, do you think he'll be able to bring, did that touch your heart? Val, do you think that he'll be able to bring the country together?
You know, that has yet to be determined. I mean, we saw in 2016, the country moving from 2016 to 2020. I think it still had some rifts, and I think that there is going to have to be a kind of working together to kind of heal. So, I mean, that has yet to be seen. I would hope so. But that's to be determined.
And let's be clear, we're looking at reaction. I've been looking at reaction online and just kind of monitoring different, I've gotten text messages from different strategists. There's a lot of emotion out there. There was a lot of hope on the Democratic side, but that hope did not come to fruition. And Zach, as we were looking at the numbers here, this was not a close race.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's one of those, maybe we can pull this up on the screen, maybe not, but I asked this question, and Faith and I, you and I both have been talking about it before the night even started. Even if in the final breakdown, the actual popular vote is reasonably close, or the breakdown of votes in the battleground states is close, if they all tip in the same direction, it's going to look like an electoral blowout. And you're seeing these results now in a lot of our battleground states. Former President Donald Trump up Arizona, up in Georgia, up in Michigan, up in Nevada, up in North Carolina, up in Pennsylvania, up in Wisconsin.
That's a lot of red on that.
That is a clean sweep of the battleground states as we see it right now at 2:57 a.m. Does this tell us that the country has shifted dramatically in a political direction, or does it mean that a handful of battleground states have moved enough to swing the Electoral College, but we remain an ideologically fairly 50-50 split country? Deanna?
That's tough for me to answer because I really don't have any previous election data to compare it to. 2020 was very different. We suffered a pandemic. We had different voting styles, right, where we were mailing in ballots and a lot of other.
But we were also coming out of 24 years of Donald Trump, and a lot of voters made it clear at that time that they were ready for something different, similar to now. People are saying that they want something different than that. Well, I didn't mean to cut you off.
They're going back to Donald Trump, though. So did they really want something different then, or maybe it was just panic of what the media made people believe, right?
I'll push back that a little bit. A lot of news outlets, it was a scary time during the pandemic, and news outlets did their best to be responsible. We can't speak for everybody, but I know that Zach and I, during that time, reported trying to be responsible, but it was a scary time for a lot of people.
Yeah, so that could have influenced the situation. Yeah. So, you know, we have an opportunity to make a good comeback, I think, and I believe that President Trump will unite us, and like he said, success will bring us together. So that's what I really look forward to.
And like we were talking about before, I mean, come January of 2020, the country is going to have to move forward. No matter which side of the aisle that you were on, the country's going to have to come together. And Congress is going to have to make laws and changes and move forward.
And if things hold, talking about making laws, if things hold, Republicans could have a trifecta in the White House, in the Senate, and in the House, control of the House, not yet projected, not yet called, but Republicans currently, going into this election, had a majority in the United States House of Representatives. If this does come to fruition and Republicans have a trifecta, Fal, do they have a mandate to legislate and legislate quickly?
The way I look at it is if it was on the Democratic side and this was happening, we had a trifecta, yeah, that's a mandate. So I mean, like, look, not only did he win the electoral vote tonight, he's on track to win the popular vote. You know, if I'm sitting in their shoes, in President Trump's shoes, yeah, I mean, I would think that it would be a mandate. I grew my margins in districts or counties all over the nation. Red districts went redder, and the blue districts were a little less blue. And so I think now it's time to, if I'm on the Democratic side, I need to dig in and figure out what happened. Why did this trend go that way when we were looking at trends? And I mean, I was looking at trends from 2016 to 2020 in some of these really rural areas that were starting to trend Democrat. Why were those gains erased?
Well, certainly, as Deanna put it earlier, a crack in the blue wall, a lot of cracks in the blue wall. We will continue to monitor these results as we go through the night. But ladies, I have to say, thank you so much for coming on. Thank all of you who have watched our stream since 7 o'clock tonight. Zach, thank you for being an incredible co-host. It's been a historic night, so we really do appreciate it.
It surely is. Faith, you make it easy. You're a fantastic co-host. You make my job very easy driving the map here.
We've been on this trip for quite some time.
We have been. You guys are original Georgia Vote guests. We're so grateful for both of you. We're grateful for all of you at home who've been watching us all evening long. We want to end with this. Two important notes. First, 11 Alive Morning News. It starts at 5 a.m. on TV, on broadcast. Set your TVs for that, because we're going to have a whole lot more politics coming up your way. And you can keep watching 11 Alive Plus. We will be live streaming election results throughout the evening.
Because they are still coming in.
Yes, they are.
But it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so we want all of you to get some rest, and we're also going to get some rest. And we hope that you join us for a live episode of the Georgia Vote coming up this Sunday. We will be there. So
Sunday morning at 11 a.m. For now, on a historic evening, it is 3:02 a.m. on the East Coast. We say good night and thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you. And with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are, everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down, but I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon, that's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires went down. I called Elon Musk. We've ever seen. What a hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires went down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink, is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast, it was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. we've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. Now, he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. just as I did in my first term. We had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
live. Deanna, you've been smiling ear to ear for a number of hours now as
I
we've
think
seen
that you
these
were actually
results.
mentally in that room as we were watching it.
As you listen to that speech that had a lot of similarities to many of his campaign speeches that we've seen over the course of the last few months, Deanna, what stood out to you?
Again, I talked about the message of unity, and that's what we really need. And then he talked about having a diverse administration. He talked about the things, the actions that he's going to put in place and improve for our nation. And so that's really what I think most people wanted to hear, and that's the reason why they voted for him.
And speaking of unity, he said, success will bring us together, but I want to put America first. Val, do you think he'll be able to bring, did that touch your heart? Val, do you think that he'll be able to bring the country together?
You know, that has yet to be determined. I mean, we saw in 2016, the country moving from 2016 to 2020, I think it still had some rifts, and I think that there is going to have to be a kind of working together to kind of heal. So, I mean, that has yet to be seen. I would hope so. But that's to be determined.
And let's be clear, we're looking at reaction. I've been looking at reaction online and just kind of monitoring different, I've gotten text messages from different strategists. There's a lot of emotion out there. There was a lot of hope on the Democratic side, but that hope did not come to fruition. And Zach, as we were looking at the numbers here, this was not a close race.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's one of those, maybe we can pull this up on the screen, maybe not, but I asked this question, and Faith and I, you and I both have been talking about it before the night even started. Even if in the final breakdown, the actual popular vote is reasonably close, or the breakdown of votes in the battleground states is close, if they all tip in the same direction, it's going to look like an electoral blowout. And you're seeing these results now in a lot of our battleground states. Former President Donald Trump up Arizona, up in Georgia, up in Michigan, up in Nevada, up in North Carolina, up in Pennsylvania, up in Wisconsin.
That's a lot of red on that.
That is a clean sweep of the battleground states as we see it right now at 2:57 a.m. Does this tell us that the country has shifted dramatically in a political direction, or does it mean that a handful of battleground states have moved enough to swing the Electoral College, but we remain an ideologically fairly 50-50 split country? Deanna?
That's tough for me to answer because I really don't have any previous election data to compare it to. 2020 was very different. We suffered a pandemic. We had different voting styles, right, where we were mailing in ballots and a lot of other
But we were also coming out
happened.
of 24 years of Donald Trump, and a lot of voters made it clear at that time that they were ready for something different, similar to now. People are saying that they want something different than that. I didn't mean to cut you off.
They're going back to Donald Trump, though. So did they really want something different then, or maybe it was just panic of what the media made people believe, right?
I'll push back that a little bit. A lot of news outlets, it was a scary time during the pandemic. And news outlets did their best to be responsible. We can't speak for everybody, but I know that Zach and I, during that time, reported trying to be responsible. But it was a scary time for a lot of people.
Yeah, so that could have influenced the situation. Yeah. So, you know, we have an opportunity to make a good comeback, I think, and I believe that President Trump will unite us, and like he said, success will bring us together. So that's what I really look forward to.
And like we were talking about before, I mean, come January of 2020, the country is going to have to move forward. No matter which side of the aisle that you were on, the country's going to have to come together. And Congress is going to have to make laws and changes and move forward.
And if things hold, talking about making laws, if things hold, Republicans could have a trifecta in the White House, in the Senate, and in the House, control of the House, not yet projected, not yet called, but Republicans currently, going into this election, had a majority in the United States House of Representatives. If this does come to fruition and Republicans have a trifecta, Fal, do they have a mandate to legislate and legislate quickly?
The way I look at it is if it was on the Democratic side and this was happening, we had a trifecta, yeah, that's a mandate. So I mean, like, look, not only did he win the electoral vote tonight, he's on track to win the popular vote. You know, if I'm sitting in their shoes, in President Trump's shoes, yeah, I mean, I would think that it would be a mandate. I grew my margins in districts or counties all over the nation. Red districts went redder, and the blue districts were a little less blue. And so I think now it's time to, if I'm on the Democratic side, I need to dig in and figure out what happened. Why did this trend go that way when we were looking at trends? And I mean, I was looking at trends from 2016 to 2020 in some of these really rural areas that were starting to trend Democrat. Why were those gains erased?
Well, certainly, as Deanna put it earlier, a crack in the blue wall, a lot of cracks in the blue wall. We will continue to monitor these results as we go through the night. But ladies, I have to say, thank you so much for coming on. Thank all of you who have watched our stream since 7 o'clock tonight. Zach, thank you for being an incredible co-host. It's been a historic night, so we really do appreciate it.
It surely is. Faith, you make it easy. You're a fantastic co-host. You make my job very easy driving the map here.
We've been on this trip for quite some time.
We have been. You guys are original Georgia Vote guests. We're so grateful for both of you. We're grateful for all of you at home who've been watching us all evening long. We want to end with this. 2 important notes. First, 11 Alive Morning News. It starts at 5 a.m. on TV, on broadcast. Set your TVs for that, because we're going to have a whole lot more politics coming up your way, and you can keep watching 11 Alive Plus. We will be live streaming election results throughout the evening.
Because they are still coming in.
Yes, they are.
But it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so we want all of you to get some rest, and we're also going to get some rest. And we hope that you join us for a live episode of the Georgia Vote coming up this Sunday. We will be there. So
Sunday morning at 11 a.m. For now, on a historic evening, it is 3:02 a.m. on the East Coast. We say good night and thank you.
Bigger than it has ever been before. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. No, he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance, because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank obviously President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me, just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like
all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Morning News starts now.
So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
A political comeback. Former President Donald Trump projected to be the president-elect. Key battleground states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina paving a path back to the White House.
We've waited 4 years for tonight. This was our rematch.
This morning, election workers are counting the final ballots.
Fair and safe election, then they would understand that we do have fair, safe, and honest elections in the state of Georgia.
A historic day for Georgia and across the country.
We are waking up to a historic moment. For the second time in our nation's history, it appears President Trump will return to the White House in a non-consecutive second term.
Overnight, Mr. Trump declared victory over Vice President Kamala Harris, although NBC News has not yet officially called that race yet.
So former President Trump is the predicted winner of the 2024 presidential election, and this was all about the road to 270. So here is a look at the Electoral College breakdown as it stands at this hour. The key battleground states yet to be called are Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. Alaska and Maine also yet to be called, but are predicted to go to Donald Trump, which will push him over the necessary 270 electoral votes needed to win.
Look at the vote in Georgia. Trump won Georgia by just over 2 points. He has 50.8%. That's roughly 115,000 more votes than Harris. Overnight, we heard from Mr. Trump from Palm Beach, Florida. He's vowing to fulfill his campaign promises when he's back in office. We'll have more from him later this morning. Vice President Kamala Harris did not speak at her watch party last night, but plans to address the nation this morning.
We have full team coverage for you this morning, but first we turn to meteorologist Chesley McNeil, who has a weather impact alert for us today. Chesley.
Yeah, we are expecting some rain to move into the area. We haven't had a whole lot of rain in our forecast area for a while now, and so yeah, this may shock you just a little bit. And we're expecting some showers showers again in here as we head through the afternoon. It's been 5+ weeks that we haven't seen widespread rain, let's put it that way. The greatest impacts will be south of the city of Atlanta. Some of our southernmost counties could be some wet or slick roads out there. Minor flooding, mainly down to the south and east is what we're talking about. No rain out there right now. You can see that moisture down to the south. That's where it's coming from. It's going to build up into our area. So the central and southern portions of the state will experience the bulk of the rain. Here in North Georgia, we'll get some scattered showers starting this afternoon, and that may linger at least into tomorrow morning. Low-level cloudiness right now in the form of fog. You got less than a mile visibility over towards Gainesville, just over a mile visibility in Canton and over toward Athens, even down to the south. You got some spots down there as well, so be careful driving in, at least for this morning. Temperature-wise, mild, because we have the clouds in place. We'll see those temperatures warming up into the 70s for this afternoon. In fact, 74 degrees, your afternoon high. Crash Clark, over to you.
All right, Jesse, appreciate that. Usually we're just keeping an eye on some leftover construction. They wrapped everything up 285 westbound right around Riverside Drive. They were eastbound as well. A lot of flashing lights out there. That looks like it's gone. Your downtown, well, I should say midtown commute, pretty quiet. Of course, a lot of our rush hour is going to all depend on what happens with that rain. Even the smallest amount will change the landscape of our rush hour. Right now, though, if you're doing that midtown to downtown ride or vice versa coming up from the south side, you're in fantastic shape. Going to give you condition green. You're less than 10 minutes on either side of the connector.
Thank you to all the Georgians who did their duty to vote in the safest, most secure election in our nation's history. Millions of voters showed up to vote, and you voted in record numbers.
The race for Georgia was called at 12:35 overnight, being the first battleground state to flip since the 2020 presidential election. More than 5 million people casting their ballots here in the Peach State. Our election day didn't go off without some hiccups, though. Voters pushed through scare tactics at several precincts when someone called in bomb threats that led to evacuations. But the show went on, leading to some of the fastest results we've seen in a Georgia presidential election. Another key race in our state ended as predicted. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis beat Republican challenger Courtney Kramer. And a precinct in Camilla, Georgia opened late, so to make up for lost time, voting there just wrapped up an hour ago. We are covering all angles for you of Decision 2024.
All right, let's get to our team coverage of local and national races. Ariana Manise, Liza Lucas, and Molly Oak all with us this morning.
All eyes, of course, on the race for the White House.
All right, let's begin with Ariana Manise with our political team who's walking us through the vote totals across our state. Ariana, where do we stand right now?
All right, so Cheryl, if we start by looking at the entire electoral map, we see that Vice President Kamala Harris with 219 electoral votes, former President Trump with 266. Now, if we look, we see that Maine, New Hampshire, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, as of right now, as it stands, is too close to call these states. But as we've mentioned, former President Trump, he is still projected to win this race. We know you need 270 votes to be named the winner, but we see that former President Trump, he's sitting at 266. And the reason that he is projected to be a winner. Now, if we look at these scenarios, possible scenario. So as we know right now that Alaska and Maine, they're expected to go to former President Trump. So if we turn these two states red, as of right now, this is just a scenario. Vice President Kamala Harris, she'll have to win victory in New Hampshire, in Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. And if we look at the vote totals, we see that she still does not have 270 votes to claim victory in this race. And we see that former President Trump, he'll have 273 if the races in Maine and Alaska are called for him. Now, if we go back to looking at where the electoral map stands of right now, looking at some two key swing states that we saw flip in this race. We saw Pennsylvania as well as our state of Georgia. Those two key swing states, they flipped this time around, which is why we're seeing the current electoral vote count sit at 219 and 266. Now, coming up in my next hit, I'll have a breakdown of the congressional races because control of Congress was at stake as well this election cycle, as well as the outcome of state house races coming up in my next hit. Sending it back to you.
Ariana, thank you. Let's send it over to Liza Lucas, now live at the state capitol this morning. Liza, the Georgia Secretary of State is touting Georgia's election as record-breaking and a big success. 73% of active voters cast a ballot despite the hurdles that we saw in counties. A lot of things happening here on the election day.
That's right, and you spoke off the top of some of those hurdles. We were talking about those bomb threats. 60 threats received in counties across the state, and yet the Secretary of State noted that we still had that record turnout on Election Day, and we went into Election Day with record turnout for early voting. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger praising the resiliency and efforts of county election teams, the poll workers, and those who've worked behind the scenes to pull off a smooth experience for voters. His office continuing to lean into the numbers reported throughout the day Tuesday. We're talking about the short wait times to vote and then the timely turnaround by election teams to process ballots and deliver Georgia's results. Again, that official count coming in at midnight.
What other state in the country had a 49-second check-in time so that you had end up with a less than a 5-minute wait time during the whole process, and you're voting in and out the door in 10 minutes. We've worked hard to build a team. We built hard to provide the voters the very best voting experience.
Now, circling back to those threats that we mentioned off the top, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger had a message to those who tried to interfere in Georgia's election process, basically summing it up as you messed with the wrong Georgian. We will hear more from the Secretary of State's message in that regard coming up for you at 5:30 a.m. And then pushing ahead at 10 a.m., we will hear directly from a press conference the Secretary of State's team is planning to hold at that hour, and we'll bring you the latest on air and online. Live at the Capitol, Liza Lucas, 11 Alive News.
Liza, thank you. 11 Alive's Molly Oak joining us in Atlanta this morning. So, Molly, let's go a little bit deeper here in the A. How did our counties do locally?
Yeah, we're checking in on a couple of different counties here in the metro. First, let's check in on Fulton County. That's where we are right now. Leaders say they knew Fulton County was ready for the 2024 election and say yesterday, well, simply put, proved it. They added they're pleased with how things went, not only at the polls, but also at the election center. The one hiccup the county faced, law enforcement says there were 32 bomb threats at different polling locations, which leaders say were all not credible. Over in Cobb County, leaders report it was also smooth sailing, aside from around 300 absentee ballots that had to be duplicated and manually entered into the voting system. And then back here in Fulton County, while it did deal with those bomb threats that you've heard myself mention and Liza as well, this is what leaders were saying over in Gwinnett County, also dealing with bomb threats.
It looks like probably the last number as far as Gwinnett election day turnout is going to be right around 100,000. I haven't got the exact number yet, but it's going to be right around 100,000 voters that came out and voted in Gwinnett today. So pretty good about that. Like I said, record-breaking turnout, definitely ahead of the 2020 totals.
Now, coming up in the next half hour, you're going to hear from more of our metro counties on how Election Day went for them. Back to you guys.
Molly, thank you. Make sure to download the 11 Alive Plus app to stream your device this morning. We have full coverage from election night, plus Mr. Trump's full acceptance speech just a few hours ago. 5:10 on your Wednesday morning. We've got a weather impact alert, Chesley.
Yeah, we're expecting some rain to move into the forecast area, although the heaviest of which will be over the central and southern portions of the state. We'll get some rain in here as well. That could lead to some trouble on some of the roadways out there. So we're going to update you folks and let you know the impacts. All right, here we're going to start off with clouds. So as you're heading to the bus stop this morning, temperatures will be in the 60s, right around 65 degrees, between 6 and 7 by the time we get to 8, right around 66 degrees. We'll watch that temperature climb a little bit into the 70s. We'll hit that by 11 o'clock. We're anticipating that around noon we can start to see some isolated showers in the area. I'm suspecting that it will remain light, at least here in the metro. There could be some spots just south of the city where we get some decent amounts of rain, some heavier amounts of rain. Well south of us will be where the heaviest rain will be. Here's how it all plays out. Forecast track model shows clouds in place, at least for this morning. We'll have mostly cloudy skies today. Don't expect much in the way of any sunshine. Then you see those isolated showers popping up. This is by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll be watching again south of Thomaston, south of Eatonton, where some of that heavy rain will be. Light, steady rain in some of those areas. Notice that bulk of the heavy rain stays down to the south and east of us and slides over toward our east. We're going to hold on to the threat for showers in the forecast at least until tomorrow morning, and then small chances of rain for the rest of the week. We'll talk more about that in the 7-day outlook in just a few. Crash, over to you.
All right, Chesley, appreciate that. As usual, just tracking some construction. Look on the right side of your screen there. You can see that little single barrel, a couple of barrels out in that right lane. This is 75 southbound Central Avenue. If you're heading off to the the airport down on that south side, yeah, maybe encountered not even a brake light or two, just a little bit of slow stuff as you see those crews out there working. We always want you to go slow through those GDOT work zones. But if you're off to the airport, whether it's the 75 international side or maybe if you're heading domestic, the west side perimeter or Camp Creek, all roads leading to the airport in pretty good shape. TSA wait times all less than 15 minutes. Hopefully GDOT will get these barrels out of the way. We'll get that rush hour going in about the next 30 minutes or so. Aisha.
Crash, thank you. Coming up this morning, 11 Alive's Ariana Manise with our political team is at the big board to walk us through winners in the congressional races. Welcome back. If you're just tuning in with us this morning, we are taking a live look at the electoral map for the presidential race. NBC reports that President Kamala Harris has 216 electoral votes, and former President Trump has 266. Trump is projected to win the presidency for a second term. Republicans will win control of the Senate for the first time since 2021 after Democratic Senators Raphael Warnock and Don Ossoff of Georgia were elected and helped tip the balance of power there. So 7 states worth 53 electoral votes have yet to be called. VP here still need 51, while Trump needs just 4. We're still waiting on results in Wisconsin, Nevada, Michigan, New Hampshire, Maine, Alaska, and Arizona.
So Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger has emphasized that faster result in Georgia was the priority this year, and with record turnout, Georgia's race was called overnight about 12:35. For that, we're called national race for about around 2 a.m. In 2020, it took 4 days to call the race. As the country waited for Pennsylvania to finish counting mail-in ballots on Saturday morning, President Joe Biden was officially declared the winner. Ariana Manise joins us now with a look at the congressional races.
So, Ariana, this was the battle between the red and the blue as Republicans gained 2 seats. That was a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that is certainly a big deal. And if we look at some of the other keywords that we're looking at, in Fulton County, District Attorney Fonnie Willis, she was up for re-election. She won by 180.
7,000 votes, more than 118,000 against her Republican challenger, Courtney Kramer. And as you mentioned, other congressional races that were on tap. Brian Jack, he is claiming victory in Congressional District 3. Now, there was no incumbent in this race. Representative Drew Ferguson, the Republican, he decided to retire, which is why we had two newcomers in this race. And Brian Jack, he claiming victory in this race. He went to work in the Trump White House. He also worked as an advisor for the 2024 Trump campaign. Looking through Congressional District 6, Lucy McBath claimed victory in this race. She is considered an incumbent, but she is switching districts. She is switching from the 7 to the 6 district due to redistricting. That was also the situation in Congressional District 7. Richard McCormick, he is not an incumbent for this race, but he can be considered an incumbent. Once again, he is switching districts to the 7th district from the 6th district due to redistricting. Him claiming victory in this race going through Congressional District 11. Barry Louder, the incumbent in this race, he also claimed victory for this challenge. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she was supposed to win this race, but she is the incumbent. She's winning. And we want to look at another key race. In the State House. In the State House. Bruce Berry. So Michelle Maynard, she was the incumbent in this race, but she did switch party affiliation. She lost her race. We have a newcomer in this position, Bruce Berry. Coming up in the next half hour, I have another look at the electoral map as we continue to look and map out the electoral map as far as the race for the White House. Let's get back to you.
All right, a little weather impact alert for today because of rain switching back into areas. It's been a while. No miles since we've seen. Some measurable rainfall around the area. We've had a couple traces, some very light rain. We'll still see light rain today, but we think we'll get a little bit more. Now, south of the city, into the central and southern portions of the state, where we're expecting the bulk of that rain to be thanks to a hurricane that's down in the Gulf that will continue to push through the Gulf and spread moisture our way. Some flooding is possible, especially for the central and southern portions of the state today. A few of our southern counties are included in that watch. I'll show you that in just a minute. We're looking at nothing out there right now. Clouds are in place. Low clouds as well, so you got some spots. So careful as you're driving in. Temperatures are in the 60s, close to 70 degrees, and a lot of spots you got 70 right now, and coming to that is your one spot 68, and time 69 degrees toward the land area. 62, 58, those two cool spots up there in Blair's. And clean. Those temperatures rise to 70 degrees. That's okay. My average was close to 68 degrees. Right back off to the west, now it's stationary, so we're not going to see much movement as far as these showers and thunderstorms over here to the west. And you see there's a mixture of the case for us today. The clouds will continue to build in, and the moisture will get in here as well. So we're anticipating some showers, light, to move into the metro area for this afternoon. Still got an easterly flow out there. Our winds on the lighter side as well. High pressure over here to the north of us, bringing in that easterly flow. You can see again that stationary boundary back off to the west of us. That's where it's going to stay. Won't be until we get toward next week that we'll start to see a front begin to push through, and that'll help to take some of this moisture out of the atmosphere, and drier air will begin to work in. So you're looking at the bulk of the rainfall mainly down to the south and east. That's where you have that yellow and some of that red in there. Heavy amounts of rainfall. You're talking maybe up to 5-6 inches down there for us. And so on the lighter side, maybe up to ½ an inch in a few spots, and mainly that's going to be south of the city of Atlanta. So our flood watch starts at 1 o'clock this afternoon. It will be for our southeastern counties. You're talking about Jasper and Putnam County included in that. You can see maybe up to 2 inches of rainfall there. And then again, as you make your way toward the metro area, that really sharply starts to drop off. So this is where the bulk of the rainfall will be, and where we have our watches, flood watches for this afternoon. There it is, Hurricane Raphael, looking at 90-mile-per-hour winds. That has picked up since our last update. Looking at it moving to the northwest at 14 miles per hour. There's the storm there. There's Cuba, and that will move across that peninsula there and continue to move into the Gulf, possibly as a Category 2 hurricane. As it moves into the Gulf, will weaken somewhat, and notice how the cone of uncertainty starts to widen out a little bit. This could drift a little bit further over toward the west, or it could move a little bit further to the north up toward Louisiana. Louisiana, and so we're watching that. No direct impacts for us at all here. We'll just be looking at some light showers around. There you have it. Isolated showers starting around the noon hour. Heavier, steady rain a little bit further down to the south, and that's where it is forecast at least to stay as far as the heavy rain goes. We'll hold on to the threat for some scattered showers right on through the afternoon into tonight, going into Thursday as well. We're expecting those showers to stick around as we head into the morning on Thursday. We'll begin to dry it out somewhat as we head into the weekend. 20% chance. We'll hold on to it Friday through Sunday. For the most part, you're going to see a mix of sun and clouds. Temperatures will remain in the 70s. Crash, over to you.
All right, Chaz, appreciate that. Crews picking things up right now. In fact, you can see some of the flashing lights here as they move backwards and pick up the barrels. Let me step out of the way. You can kind of get the whole picture there. A live look from the Sky Tracker. This is along I-75 down south, right near Central Avenue. Obviously not causing any delays. They're only blocking up a right lane. If you're off to the airport, you're in great shape. In fact, 75 coming up from the south side along with I-85 equally as nice, and I'll give you a little bonus there. 675 for our friends that roll from Stockbridge up towards Rex and Ellenwood. Again, just watch your speed as you get past all these GDOT work zones like this one, 75 south at Central Avenue. We're back right after this.
Welcome back. A busy election day and through the night across the country and certainly here in Georgia.
We are continuing to keep a close eye on some of the locations you voted on. In Gwinnett County, the T's transportation tax, it failed again. More than 53% voted against a transportation sales tax.
In Cobb County, a transportation sales tax on the ballot there so voted down. Coming this morning, several states still not called yet this morning, but it appears a projected winner is an elect Trump. We will let you know what we know about the race.
Later on 11 Alive this morning, Molly Oakwood from Caldwell County stamped up the voting process yesterday here in Georgia. Stay with us.
Starts now.
Former President Donald Trump predicted the 2024 presidential race.
The greatest political comeback in American history.
The Trump van's ticket likely headed to the White House.
We've never had this kind of turnout before.
Record-breaking voter turnout in Georgia, a battleground state showing its power as voters make their voices heard. Good morning, first at a historic moment in U.S. history. For the second time, it appears the president will go back to the White House in a non-consecutive second term.
Overnight, former President Donald Trump declared victory over Vice President Kamala Harris, although NBC has not officially called that race just yet.
Mr. Trump is the predicted winner. And because it was all about the road to 270, and you see where he is, it is looking highly likely that he'll get there for Harris. As we look at the Electoral College breakdown as it stands, the key battleground states yet to be called. Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada, also Alaska and Maine yet to be called, but are both predicted to go to Donald Trump, which push him over the necessary 207 electoral votes needed to win.
Trump won Georgia by just over 2 points. He has 50.8% of the vote. That's roughly 115,000 ballots more than Harris. Overnight, we heard from Mr. Trump from Palm Beach, Florida. He came to the podium vowing to fulfill campaign promises and fix the country. We'll have more from him a little later. Vice President Kamala Harris did not speak at watch party, but plans to address the country later this morning.
Of course, we full key coverage for you this morning of Decision 2024, but we want to help you get out the door with meteorologist Chelsea McNeil with weather impact alert.
Yeah, because we get some rain in the area. It's been a while since we had some, so we want to alert folks that area. Some rain coming back to our forecast area. We're not huge amounts of these in the metro area. South of us, we'll see the bulk of the rainfall. Southeastern counties of our state. We're looking at a decent amount of rain, or a good amount of rain, at least for a while, over 5 weeks. We haven't seen a whole lot of it. That's going to lead to some slick spots on the roadways, of course, get the leaves, and cause a little bit of flooding as well. So minor flooding expected to be mainly over the southeastern portions of the state and switch portions of the state. No rain really in the state right now. We're watching taking place down to the south. That is where it's going. If we do a front back off to the west of us, you see the thunderstorms over part of Louisiana, Arkansas, into parts of Tennessee and part of northern Mississippi. But that won't make it over here. That front saw will get almost rain from the south. There's some clouds in place right now. Most of the times when you go outside this morning, or you're in morning commute, some level cloudness as well. We do have fog. Some spots are less than a mile visibility, like Gainesville, down through Thompson. 2 miles visibility over to places like Athens. Got temperatures in the 60s, upper 60s, close to 70 degrees. Some will top off right around 74 for afternoon high today. Let's go to Crash right now with the show on the roads.
All right, Chess. We've been watching construction 75 southbound. It has wrapped up at Central Avenue, so we're taking a line. I look at I-85 near Jimmy Carter Boulevard. Of course, we want to take a peek at what we call the Big Three. Well, we start with I-85 because I-85 usually kicks off rush hour a little bit after 6 o'clock. For now, we're going to enjoy it. Look at that speed, 71 miles an hour all the way to Midtown. In fact, 475 right behind you. With the if you're rolling out of Marietta, or 400 or I-85, you're looking smooth. Of course, yesterday we had a little bit of a lighter than normal rush hour. A lot of school districts are out with the election. Of course, that will change, and we'll certainly keep an eye on the weather. Back to you guys.
Thank you to all the Georgians who did their duty to vote in the safest, most secure election in our nation's history. Millions of voters showed up to vote, and you voted in record numbers.
It was a record-breaking flip as well. The race for Georgia was called at 12:35. Overnight. Now, Georgia was the first battleground state to flip since the 2020 presidential election. That really started to shake up big boards across the country. We had more than 5 million people that cast their ballots in the Peach State. Our election day, though, it didn't go off without a few hiccups. Voters pushed through some scare tactics at several precincts when someone called in non-credible bomb threats that led to evacuation. What's showing on, leading to some of the fastest results we've seen in Georgia presidential elections. Another key race in our state, and as predicted, full-time district attorney finding Willis beat Republican challenger Corey Kramer, and we are covering all those races. So this is 2024.
Let's get to our team coverage right now and how Election Day went specifically in Georgia. Ariana Manise, Liza Lucas, and Molly Oak covering it all in detail for us.
So of course we know the spotlight is a presidential race, right, between Trump and Harris. But we begin with Ariana Mace.
All right, Ariana. Walk us through the vote totals across Georgia. Some of those key counties have been so interesting. Where do things stand right now?
Sure, let's take a look at the state of Georgia. We'll see that we had record-breaking turnout. When you look at what the vote total is for 2024, 5.2 million Georgian children to vote, and when you look at 2020, 4.9 million voters showed up. So record-breaking turnout, as the Secretary of State mentioned. Now, if we take a look at how each candidate performed in each county, we take a look at the core metro counties around Metro Atlanta. As expected, Vice President Kamala Harris, she won core counties, which is typically a Democratic stronghold. But when we take a look at how she performed compared to President Biden in 2020, we see President Biden, he had higher vote turnout for 2020 compared to 2024 for President Kamala Harris. He had 2% of vote with Vice President Kamala Harris. She had 71.9% of the vote for Fulton County. Of course, she in Cobb County. If you look at voter turnout, you see that former President Trump, he did pick up some votes in Cobb County, although he did not claim victory in this area. We look at Gwinnett County. This was considered a decider county by NBC News. Vice President Harris, she did win this county, and we see she did not perform as well as President Biden this time around. We also see that former President Trump, he also picked up some votes in Gwinnett County as well. We looked at DeKalb County to see how Vice President Kamala performed. She did not perform as well once again as President Biden did in 2020. He got 83% of the vote. Vice President Kamala Harris got 81.9% of the vote. So taking a look at some of the counties and how each candidate performed across the metro. Now coming up in my next hit, I'll have a look at some congressional races because the Battle of Congress was also at stake this election, as well as some state house races. So, back to you.
All right, Ariana, thanks so much. We have some breaking news to share with you. NBC just called Wisconsin for former President Donald Trump. That officially takes him over that 270 electoral vote threshold.
Winning Wisconsin right now, that's giving the former president 276 electoral votes, going well beyond that 270 needed to win. As Ariana showed us in the last half hour, even if you gave President Trump just Maine and Alaska, that would have taken him over. So VP Harris would need to win everything that was left, and that still wouldn't have gotten her to the 270. And so that is why those early projections came in with multiple states left to be called. Math just wouldn't have ever gotten her to that 207. So breaking news coming out of Wisconsin there.
All right, again, NBC calling Wisconsin for Donald Trump. He now stands at 276 electoral votes. Okay, 5:38. Now let's get back to our local coverage here. Liza Lucas is at the state capitol. Liza, we knew that all eyes would be on Georgia, and the Secretary of State's office is really praising how the voting process happened, not just with turnout, but short wait times and timely results.
That's right. In fact, we were told by the Secretary of State's office that the average wait time was around 2 minutes when we talk about voting on Election Day. That's huge compared to what we have seen in prior elections. We've covered those long lines in prior elections many times. Now, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger was also able to report Trump's lead fairly early in the evening, coming on about 10:45 last night to talk about that lead after promising early results throughout the course of Tuesday. Now, Raffensperger also really praised his team's effort to create a secure and fair election process, something we've heard him reiterate throughout the course of this. He echoed points we've heard him previously mention as well, talking about the clean voter rolls and technology like electronic poll pads that help streamline voter check-in. We should also say he's sending a lot of praise to the counties and the poll workers who contributed hours of preparation and hard work, particularly those teams who delivered results on time election in spite of the bomb threats at dozens of polling sites. And to those who initiated those threats and tried to interfere with Georgia's election, he had to say this.
You messed with the wrong Georgian. Your attempt to sow discord and strife didn't work. We'll meet you and beat you next time as well. Counties around Georgia received 60 bomb threats, and yet we still had record turnout.
We expect to hear more from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger throughout the course of this morning, including a scheduled 10 a.m. press conference. We will be at that press conference and bring you the latest from that briefing on air and online. Live at the Capitol, Liza Lucas, 11 Alive News.
All right, thank you so much, Liza, covering the state. Turning now to Molly Oak, covering our local communities and counties. Molly, so how did we do here locally? Any mishaps that people had to get through?
Well, Aisha, overall, most people say it was smooth sailing in our local county. So let's break things down across the metro. We're going to start over in Cobb County. Leaders say things went well, aside from around 300 absentee ballots that had to be duplicated and manually entered into the voting system. Heading over to Gwinnett, although a polling location was evacuated due to a bomb threat, leaders praised the record-breaking turnout. And in DeKalb, also having a handful of locations stay open later due to bomb threats, though leaders say overall, things going well in Gwinnett, or DeKalb, as well. And here in Fulton County, another one that dealt with bomb threats at polling locations. Law enforcement saying none of those were credible. Here's what leaders in Fulton County said about their update last night.
And the results of today's election prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Fulton County, Georgia was ready for the 2024 election. We have had 177 precincts, 1,800 well-trained professional poll workers who did an outstanding job.
Coming up in the next hour, you'll hear from more of our counties in the metro. Guys.
Molly, thank you. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia is one of Mr. Trump's most loyal supporters, and she won a third term in the 14th district, which now extends into Cobb County. She was in Florida at Mar-a-Lago when she shared this victory speech.
I just want to thank all the wonderful people in Georgia's 14th district for your support and hard work.
She easily defeated Democrat Sean Harris, a retired Army general, with 65% of the vote. Make sure to download the 11 Alive Plus app to your streaming device this morning. We have full coverage from election night, plus Mr. Trump's full acceptance speech there.
All right, 5:42 now, getting you outside this morning where we are expecting a wet Wednesday, Chesley.
That's absolutely right. We got the low level cloudiness in place, and so the showers won't really get in here until later on this afternoon. It'll come as isolated showers first, and then we can expect to see maybe a little bit more widespread light rain to be in the area as we head into the evening and into tomorrow morning. But right now, at least we're on the dry side, but we do have the clouds in place. Low level cloudiness, even some fog in some spots, so be very careful. So as you're waking up, that rarely happens. But as you're waking up for your morning jog, we are looking at well, temperatures in the 60s, right around 65 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. By this afternoon is where we expect to see a few isolated showers. So if you have that tea time, well, know that it will be on the wet side in a few spots. You're looking at 74 degrees for the afternoon high temperature. We'll hit that between 3 and 4 o'clock. Temperatures don't change all that much. In fact, we'll hold on to the clouds. We'll see the wet weather sticking around at least through Thursday morning. 73 degrees will be the high temperature. Low threats for rain as we head into the weekend, but we'll hold on to partly to mostly cloudy skies. 74 on Friday. Saturday, we're looking at 73 and then 73 degrees on Sunday. All this above our average. We should be in the upper 60s this time of year for highs. Crash Clark, over to you.
All right, Chesley, appreciate that, my friend. Keeping an eye on a pretty quiet start to the Wednesday ride. We'll take it behind me. Your West Expressway, I-20 out around MLK inside the perimeter, but we'll start outside the perimeter on I-20. Winston, Douglasville, Villa Rica, Lithia Springs. Not bad at all if you're getting in early. Now's the time to do it. East Expressway, equally as nice. Conyers, Covington, Lithonia, Stonecrest, and if your travels take you inside the perimeter, those I-20s remain absolutely perfect, as I just showed you. In fact, let's give you condition green, less than 15 minutes from Conyers to 285. Same thing in from Douglasville to 285, and we'll give you one more peek. There it is, I-20 around MLK. I saw the MARTA lights lighting up, so folks are waking up for the Wednesday ride. Aisha.
Crash, thank you. Coming up this morning, 11 Alive's Ariana Maniz will join us back at the big board to walk walk us through the winners in the congressional races.
Plus, we also take a look at some local issues that were on the ballot, many of which are impacting your wallet.
Breaking news right now. Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States. This is a live look at the electoral map for the presidential race. NBC reports Donald Trump has defeated Harris with 276 votes, and VP Harris has 223 electoral votes. This comes as Wisconsin just declared President Trump the winner, and that win put him over the necessary 270 electoral votes needed to clinch the presidential win. So Republicans also a big deal here. They want control of the Senate. And it's the first time since 2021 after Senators Warnock and John Ossoff, both of Georgia, were elected and helped tip that balance of power. The GOP will also maintain control of the U.S. House.
Ariana is joining us now with a look at congressional races.
So Ariana, we talk about this battle between and blue. We know 2020 Georgia was such a key focus with Warnock going up against heavy left where that runoff the also would win, but now that power has shifted once again. House and Senate, that means Republican power is strong.
Yeah, that is right. If we look across the country, as you mentioned, Republicans, they picked up two seats in House of Representatives. They're already in control of the House. And as you mentioned, they now control the Senate. We saw in West Virginia, Jim Justice, now Republican Senator Jim Justice will take over that seat, which was once in power with Senator Joe Manchin, who went from Democrat to Independent. Now, if we look at the state of Georgia, all 14 congressional seats, they were up for re-election. 13 of incumbents, they were running for re-election. Now, the one race that was open was Congressional District 3. The incumbent Republican Representative Drew Ferguson, he decided to retire. So this race was between Republican Brian Jack and Moore Kelly. As you see, Brian Jack, he is claiming victory in this race. He won worked at the Trump White House. He also was once invited for the 2024 Trump campaign. Now claims victory in that seat. Also, we want to take a look at District 6. Lucy McBath seat. She switched from the 7th to the 6th district. She now claims victory in this congressional race. So, Congressional District 7, which McCormick was not. Come for the seat as it was once held by Lucy McBath, but he also switched congressional districts. Now, in the 7th district, he also won his race. Coming up in my next, we'll continue to look at the entire electoral map and more local races. Sending over to you, Chesley.
All right. Thanks, Ariana. We're going to look at for you today because we're just getting rain pushing back into our forecast area. We haven't had much measurable rainfall in a while, so some rain coming back into the area could be a little bit. For some to do with that wet or slick commute that we'll have later on this afternoon. Some minor things also. Mainly south of the city and down to the southeast portions of the state is where we're going to find that thanks to tropical moisture. That we can go area. There's now low southwest. We don't have anything overhead now except for the clouds. Below cloud in forecast areas, we do have some of the fucking as you're driving in. It's not widespread, but we isolate the acid fog out there. Temperatures are close to the 70-degree mark. In fact, we're already there in Georgia's Rome. We're coming in 69 degrees in Marietta, Atlanta down through Peachtree City, 68 in Thomaston, 62 up in Clayton and LaGrange. Those are your two cool spots this morning, but we'll see those temperatures rise into the low 70s. We hit those yesterday. I think we're right back there again for this afternoon. Had a little bit of sunshine during the afternoon yesterday. Today, I think we'll be seeing much in the way of sun at all those clouds. We're continuously building in as the moisture continues to build up from the south. 60 back off to the west. You see thunderstorms associated with it. Not much movement with this because it's stationary. After blocking that, it's moisture enough in the south. The edge of our forecast area getting the heaviest rain. The southern portions of our state, we're going to find those huge amounts of rainfall. You see, this is more the yellow and red. You're talking about close to 6-7 inches of rainfall. For the metro area, though, up to 1/2 inch. That's got a huge amount of rain here at all. In fact, those showers, and then get into more of the widespread light rain once we get to the evening. You see where we have the flood watches right now, which is like Morgan County, Jasper, Putnam County, Greene County as well. Our extreme southeastern counties under that flood watch kicks in at 1 o'clock this afternoon and will last through Thursday evening. So we're expecting, again, those amounts to be a little bit heavier down to the south and east. Hurricane Rafael now winds up to 90 miles per hour as it heads toward Cuba. Will continue to slide further off to the north, possibly as a Category 2 hurricane, making landfall there. And then moves into the Gulf as a Category 2 hurricane. And then once it gets into the Gulf, will start to weaken somewhat back down to a tropical storm before making any type of landfall. But where will that happen? Some models show that moving over toward Mexico, some into Texas, some also into New Orleans. So we'll be watching that as well. But again, as tropical storm status, because it will weaken by then. No direct impacts for us at all, but some of that moisture will start to move further off to the north. So we'll be impacted by that, of course, with the clouds and the low threat for rain. Again, mainly over the southern portions of the state. Forecast track model shows isolated showers by this afternoon possible. Could become a little bit more widespread. Now notice our model keeping a lot of that down to the south of us. Some of that could spread up to the north. That's what we'll be watching for later on tonight into tomorrow morning. Expect a few scattered showers around for your morning commute on Thursday. Will linger into early afternoon before things begin to settle back down. In fact, we should get some sunshine in here as we head into Friday afternoon. A few breaks in the clouds, but we'll see more clouds moving back in. In fact, we're going to hold on to a low threat for the rain right on through the weekend. By next week, though, things will start to settle down. We'll get the sunshine back in, and those temperatures will start to go up even more as we head into next week. Keep in mind, we should be in the upper 60s for this time of year. We're in the 70s for today and tomorrow. We'll stay there through the weekend and into the beginning of next week. Crash, over to you.
All right, Chesley, appreciate that. We're definitely going to stay weather aware. We know what a wee bit of rain can do to a rush hour. Hey, hello, East Side Perimeter. Not bad at all. 285 as you're making your way in around Memorial Drive. In fact, that entire east side from I-20 up through Spaghetti Junction looking smooth. No trouble on I-20. Even the Stone Mountain Freeway's looking swell. Hey, speaking of Stone Mountain, check it out. It starts this weekend. Your Stone Mountain Christmas opening Saturday, running all the way through till January 5th. StoneMountainPark.com. ElectoralMapShift.com for tickets and info. Always a lot of fun out there as we take another look here. I-20 in from Conyers looking good. That east wall and even the Stone Mountain Freeway give you another look. The east side perimeter. Probably got about another 20 minutes or so till the rush hour officially wakes up. Cheryl.
Thanks a lot. Crash time now is 5:54. Coming up this morning, people not only voted for president yesterday, they also voted on several local issues. We'll let you know which ones passed and which failed in about 3 minutes.
Sisters and current sheriff Democrat Keith Taylor won the term 57 weeks.
And County incumbent Sheriff Craig Owens won his re-election with more than 56% of the vote over current Sheriff Craig Owens, 56.45 over. Hey, shut it down. After your stream, this morning on. You'll find Russell 7 along news at 6. See you on the other side.
11 Live Morning News starts now.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
A political comeback. Former President Donald Trump projected to be the president-elect. Key battleground states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina paving a path back to the White House.
We waited 4 years for tonight. There's no rematch.
The Gwinnett election group on the final ballots.
Fair and second election, they would understand we do have fair, safe, and honest elections in the state of Georgia.
A historic day for Georgia and across the country.
And breaking news within the last 30 minutes. NBC has called Wisconsin for Trump officially putting him over the 270 electoral votes needed to claim victory.
He now sits with 276. NBC officially called the race and projecting Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States.
We are keeping an eye on the Electoral College breakdown, and with that win, the only battleground states, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada, have yet to be called. Also happening a short time ago, New Hampshire was called by President Kamala Harris, taking her up to 223 electoral votes.
With 100% of votes reported in Georgia, Trump won Georgia with 50.8% of the vote, about 115,000 more votes than Harris. Overnight, we heard from Mr. Trump from Palm Beach, Florida. We expect to hear more from him later today. Vice President Harris did not speak at the Party last night, but plans to speak later this morning.
And of course, we're going to continue our team coverage all morning for you of Decide 2024. But first, we got to get you ready to head out the door. We got Wet Wednesday on tap.
Yeah, we're going to grab rain gear before you leave the house, just in case you get hit by one of these kind of showers that will pop up in the area. We're going to call it an alert because we haven't had rain here in a while, especially widespread rain. Now, I think it will be on the good side. Through the afternoon, but it's been a minute since we've had some rain around, and so that could lead to the roadways also sign flooding, especially for our extreme southeastern counties and the choice of the course of the state. If we don't count. Not much over us right now. You can see some of the showers down to the south. We are anticipating Hurricane Rafael moving up into the Gulf as it does. It will spread distribution northward and spread some of that rainfall our way. I think the heaviest which will be down the south and east of our area. Showers more likely, at least here. Especially through the overnight going into Thursday. Now, below that is in place where we have some fog out there in places like Ames. You're down to almost zero visibility from the south there. 2 miles visibility over toward Athens, 5 miles visibility in the Grange, but less than a mile, half a mile over down towards Thompson. Some isolated fog around. Be careful as you drive in. Temperature-wise, we're in the 60s right now. Close to Atlanta. We'll hit 74 degrees for an afternoon high temperature for today. Press Clark, over to you.
All right, Tesla, you make a good point. We haven't seen rain in a long time. We haven't driven in rain in a long time. We got to think about that, especially as we have darker showers later on in the evening. Right now, that's I-85. It's that time where I-85 is going to start to slowly fill up, and that's right. Normally go to see the rush hour beginning 316 starts to get a little bit heavy side, and then we can merge with 85 as we're looking live right here from the Sky Tracker. For now, though, we'll keep you with condition green, same with 475, 75, usually late to the party if anything. There they are, big free. Condition green will give you one more. I-85 is their way south from 316 through Norcross. Sorry to fill out.
Thank you to all the Georgians who did their duty to vote in the safest, most secure election in the nation's history. Millions of voters showed up to vote, and you voted in record numbers.
And Secretary of State Bradbury said the state was ready to hinder that record vote turnout. The race for Georgia was called just after 12:30 while we were speaking. Now, Georgia was the first battleground state to flip since 2020. More than 5 million people cast their ballots in the Peach State, but we did see some problems with bomb threats that led to evacuations, but the show went on because they were non-credible. It was one of the fastest results we have seen in Georgia presidential election. A local race we were definitely following for you, Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis, who won re-election, beating challenger Courtney Kramer. She will continue to lead the 2020 election interference case against President-elect Donald Trump. This morning we are covering all angles for you of Decision 2024.
All right, let's get back to our team coverage of local and national races. Ariana Medis, Liza Lucas, and Molly Oak all stand by this morning.
All eyes, of course, on the race for the White House.
So let's start with Ariana Medis with our political team taking a closer look at President-elect Trump's path back to the White House, Ariana, it ran through swing states like Georgia.
Yeah, if we look at the entire electoral map we see right now, former President Trump with 276 votes passed that threshold to be named the winner in the race for the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris with 223 votes. You still see as we wake up this morning, there's still a few states that have yet to be called. Maine, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska. And we do believe that Alaska is expected to go to former President Trump. And some states that we saw, some swing states that we saw flip this time around, we saw Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and of course the state. Now a little closer at our state to see how the candidates perform. President Trump claimed victory in the entire state. We look at the 4 counties in Metro. President Kamala Harris claimed victory in counties throughout the Metro. If we look at some of the counties that former President Trump flipped compared to 2020 when he ran up against President Joe Biden, we have Baldwin, Washington, and Jefferson. They went for President Biden. This time around, we saw that the former president he was able to flip Jefferson, flip Washington, as well as Baldwin. And we also look a little closer to see the performance, like Gwinnett County, which was considered a decider county in this race. Vice President Kamala Harris did win that county, but if we take a look closer to see the performance, she did not perform as well as President Biden did in 2020 in Cobb County in particular, for better than President Biden did. In Fulton County, she did not perform as well as President Biden did in 2020. She got 380,000. Former President Biden, he got about 200 votes more than she did. All right, so coming up our next hit, we'll have to look at congressional races because all 14 of Georgia's congressional races, they were up for re-election. The battle of Congress was at stake this time around. Cindy, back to you.
All right, so interesting, Ariana, a real story in this race. Liza Lucas at the state capitol this morning. Liza, Georgia broke records. 73% of registered voters cast a ballot. The Secretary of State is saying this was a success all around, even though they had to overcome some threat evacuations and delays.
That's right. In fact, there were about 60 bomb threats made over the course of the day, according to the Secretary of State's office. And even with that, as you mentioned, we still had record turnout. With early voting, and then also election day as well. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's election teams across the board, as well as poll workers, for the resiliency made it through those hurdles and those threats. He also committed to work behind the scenes to office. Experience for voters. His office also continuing to lead the numbers reported throughout the day on Tuesday. We're talking about short wait times to vote, and then also the timely turnaround by county elections to process ballots and get Georgia results as we waited. Again, the race called around midnight. Take a listen.
In 3 to 5 minutes, people were ready. They had their cart ready to start voting. In and out in 10 to 15 minutes. And so that happened throughout the entire state. No complaints about long lines. So we improved them. And so we'll fight and continue to do that every day for the voters of Georgia.
We expect to hear more from the Secretary of State this morning at a scheduled press conference. That's going to happen about 10 a.m. And as for those threats and those who initiated those threats, the Secretary of State basically said, you messed with the wrong Georgian. We'll continue to follow here at the Capitol. Liza Lucas, 11 Alive News.
All right, Liza, thank you. Sending it now to 11 Alive's Molly Oak joining us from Atlanta this morning. So how did the candidates in the counties do here locally, Molly?
Yeah, let's start off here in Fulton County, Aisha. Leaders said they knew Fulton County was ready for the 2024 election and say yesterday proved it. They added that they are not only pleased with how things went at the polls, but also at the election center. Now, the one hiccup the county faced, law enforcement says a handful of bomb threats evacuated different polling locations, which leaders say were all not credible. Now, heading over to Cobb County, leaders report it was also smooth sailing, aside from around 300 absentee ballots that had to be duplicated and manually entered into the voting system. And in Gwinnett, here's what leaders said in their update last night.
It looks like probably the last number as far as Gwinnett Election Day turnout is going to be right around 100,000. I haven't got the exact number yet, but it's going to be right around 100,000 voters that came out and voted in Gwinnett today. So pretty good about that. Like I said, record-breaking turnout, definitely ahead of the 2020 totals.
And coming up in the next half hour, you'll hear from more counties around the metro about how their election days went. Guys.
All right, Molly, thank you. Be sure to download the 11 Alive Plus app to your streaming device. We have full coverage from last night's election night, plus Mr. Trump's full acceptance speech there.
6:11 now, getting you ready to head outside, tracking a weather impact alert because we got the rain coming. Finally, Chesley.
Yeah, some more rain moves back into the area. I do think the bulk of it, though, will be down to the south and east of us. We'll get into some scattered showers later on this afternoon, especially into tonight, going into tomorrow morning. So heading to the bus stop this morning, it will be dry, but it could be foggy in some spots. We got low-level cloudiness around, so be on alert. 65 degrees between 6 and 7 o'clock. We'll get up to 66 by 8 o'clock this morning. And then we look at our hour-by-hour forecast. It shows at least by mid-morning into this afternoon, some isolated showers could begin to develop. Certainly we'll be in the 70s by the time we get to 11 o'clock. We're in the 60s right now, and that's where we'll stay at least for the morning. And then 71 degrees by 11, 73 by 1. We'll hit the 74 degrees between 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. Then watch the temperature fall back down into the 60s by the time we get to 7 o'clock tonight. We'll hold on to the threat for the rain, although I think it will be scattered showers later on tonight through the overnight going into your Thursday. Thursday afternoon, things should begin to taper off. Is the weekend any better? We'll let you know in the full forecast straight ahead. Crash Clark, over to you.
All right, Chesley, it's been a quiet start to the rush hour. We'll take it. Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport and your south side perimeter. Let's take a peek. Maybe you're off to the airport, want to get an early start on a very long weekend. There you go. Not bad at all. Whether you're taking the connector, you're coming up from the south side or the west side perimeter, one of my favorite ways to get to the airport, cutting right across Camp Creek and still keeping an eye on those times inside. All gates, all checkpoints, less than 15 minutes as we take another look at the south side perimeter. Folks are starting to slowly wake up, and of course we are keeping an eye on all things weather. Aisha.
Crash, thank you. Coming up later this morning, 11 Alive's Ariana Manise with our political team is at the big board to walk us through winners and the congressional races. This morning, we are waking up with a president-elect. NBC has called the race for Donald Trump, who will become the nation's 47th president. With 100% of the vote reported here in Georgia, Trump won Georgia with 50.8% of the vote. That's about 117,000 more votes than Harris. Now, we think back to 2020 when it was tight, he only won by about 11,000 votes. Biden in 2020.
Now, he made gains in Georgia and across the country. Former President Trump is also winning the popular vote in addition to the electoral vote count. The total number of individual votes for each candidate from all 50 states stands at this number now. President-elect Trump has more than 70.8 million votes. Vice President Kamala Harris, 65.8 million votes. Think back to 2016 when Mr. Trump won. He won the Electoral College, lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton. Let's take a look at some of Georgia's congressional races now. Ariana Manise.
Ariana, we know that this was a battle between red and blue. Republicans gained 2 more seats, and this morning, one thing is for certain, the numbers really matter.
That is right, Aisha. Good morning. Yes. Looking across the entire country, as you mentioned, Republicans, they gained 2 seats in the House of Representatives. Republicans, they were already in control of the House, but they widened their majority by 2 more seats. They gained a seat in Pennsylvania, as well as gained a seat in Michigan. The incumbent in the race in Pennsylvania, he lost his seat in Michigan. That seat was held by a Democrat, but it's now open and now filled with a Republican. And when that majority widens, that means more votes for legislation that Republicans support. Now, if we take a look at the state of Georgia, we look closer to our congressional races. All 14 congressional districts, they were up for re-election. Of the incumbents, they were running for re-election. We start with Congressional District 3. Right here, the incumbent's race, he was fighting Republican Drew Ferguson. In this race, Brian Jack claiming victory. Brian Jack, a Republican, who wants to work to the Trump White House, also was the advisor for the 2024 Trump campaign and win victory. Congressional District 6, Lee McBath is seen as the incumbent in this race because she was once in District 7, but because of redistricting, she switched districts to District 6. She claimed victory in her race. Another district that flipped was Congressional District 7. Rich McCormick, he won this race. He is seen as the incumbent. He also switched districts to District 7. He won in his race. All right, take a look at Congressional District 11. Barry Loudermilk, the incumbent, he also won his race. And also Congressional District 14. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she also won her race. Now, I want to point out a state house race that was also open. Sean Steele, the incumbent, he won his race. Now, the important thing about this race is that Sean Steele, he's one of the defendants listed in the election interference case, but the incumbent, he won his race. We're going to look at the electoral map as votes continue to come in overnight from other states across the country. Chesley?
Thanks a lot, Ariana. We're going to look forward to that, folks, because we're anticipating some rain into our forecast area. I haven't had decent amounts for a while now, over 5 weeks before we had heavy rain. And Helene moving through the area, so we had that very heavy rain, put us into a surplus, but it's been dry ever since. We've had traces here and there, a little bit of light rain. I suspect the rain will be light again today, but could add some spots on the road. Also, a minor thing, just to the south of the city of Atlanta, south of I-20 is where you're going to find the heavy rain. Over toward the south and east, as well as our southeasternmost counties under flood watch. So this afternoon, talking about that in just a minute. Right now, there's not much going on. You're probably saying, where's the rain? We don't have it out there right now. In fact, rain well down to the south of us. We do have the clouds in place, even some low cloudiness. So it won't be pretty today. It's going to be a great day on the outside. Next to the clouds, temperatures are in the 60s this morning for the most part. You're looking at 62 degrees. You're cool. Out there in Blissville and Clinton, 70 over into Georgia's Rome. So that's the warm spot. 69 degrees in Marietta, 68 and 66 now in Carrollton, Turnout. We'll see rise to the 70s today. Of our average for this time of year, we should be around 68, 67 degrees. We'll be above the 70s. For afternoon highs today. Got a stationary boundary off to the west of us, riding along that. You see the showers and the storm not making their way that rapidly over toward the east because that boundary is stationary. So it's going to stay right there. Little waves of low pressure will ride along that, keeping the showers there. Our rain won't come from this feature. It will come from the south. In fact, we're tracking a tropical system that's going to move into the Gulf that will spread that moisture northward. So we'll see the bulk of it in the central and southern portions of the state, but we'll get on some of those showers as well around here. You can see the heaviest of rain well down to the south and east of us. We're talking maybe up to a half an inch in some spots. The further north you go, the drier it will be. In fact, the flood watch kicks in at 1 o'clock this afternoon and will last through Thursday evening, mainly for our southeastern counties. We're talking about Morgan County, Greene County, Jasper and Putnam County included in this flood watch. Up to about 2 inches in this area of rainfall is certainly possible, so minor flooding is expected there. All right, how about this hurricane? It's Rafael. 90-mile-per-hour winds right now. It's in the western Caribbean Sea. We'll be moving over toward Cuba. You can see where we have the hurricane warnings there. It is a Category 1 hurricane, but could possibly strengthen to a Category 2 hurricane as we head through the afternoon into tonight. All right, and it moves into the Gulf. After it will pass over Cuba, will move into the Gulf, possibly as a Category 2 hurricane, and then weaken somewhat as it moves closer to, I'm trying to make some landfall here. Some models show it just dissipating out to sea, but as a tropical storm could make landfall anywhere from Louisiana all the way over into Mexico. That's something we'll be watching for as we head into the upcoming weekend and early next week, but no direct impacts from this storm for us. Again, just some of that moisture coming our way. We have the clouds in place right now, isolated showers around by this afternoon. Again, notice the bulk of the rain stays down to the south of our area. It will linger into Thursday morning. We're expecting a few scattered showers for your morning commute. Again, scattered. Not everyone gets wet, but we'll have it around. In fact, we'll hold on to a very low threat for the rain up into the upcoming weekend. So Friday, you're looking at 74 degrees for the high, 20% chance for the rain. We'll hold on to that 20% chance right on through the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. Mix of sun and clouds or mostly cloudy skies will be the call, and those temperatures will remain above average. You're looking at Saturday, 73, Sunday the same, 75 degrees on Monday as we begin to clear those clouds out. Get some drier air working in here by Tuesday with temperatures approaching that 80-degree mark, 77 on Tuesday. Crash?
All right, Chesley, appreciate that. It's a slow to wake up rush hour. Little bit of orange right here out on the West Expressway. Folks in Lithia Springs waking up. Pretty much the same thing if you're coming in on the East Expressway, and that's all we're seeing right now. Just starting to slowly wake up. A little bit of volume picking up as you roll in past Six Flags. Same thing on the east side, Stonecrest and Lithonia. Nothing out of the norm there. So there you go. About 20 minutes now from Conyers to the perimeter. Same thing from Douglasville to 285. You see the speeds have reduced, and we'll give you condition yellow as we take an I-20 look. That's the West Expressway around Fulton Industrial Boulevard on the right side of your screen. Those brake lights are as folks start to approach 285 and make that disastrous turn to either 285 north or south. And believe me, there's going to be a lot of construction out there in the next couple of years. They're going to be redoing that entire interchange. Cheryl.
All right, 6:23 now, Crash. Thank you. Coming up this morning, a look at the results from local issues on your ballot. That's in about 3 minutes. Time now at 6:26. Welcome back to our Decision 2024 results.
Keeping a close eye on some of the local candidates and issues you voted on. 5 city council seats up for grabs in the new city of Mulberry Gwinnett County. Tim Sullivan's District 1 with 72% of the vote. Our Michael Culverman's District 2 with 73%. Kyle Shields District 3 with 55%. And Michael Brubby from District 4 by 79%. And likely a runoff here in District 5 between Buck Ingram only receiving 40% of the vote there. Remember, candidates have to receive 50 plus 1% of the vote in order to be declared the winner here in Georgia. In that county, the T-spots were the transportation sales tax. It failed. More than 53% voted against a transportation sales tax.
Transportation expansion also a no-go in Cobb County. Voters there turning down the transportation slot tax. You can see results from your community's election scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Coming up this morning, several states still have not been called, but it appears there is projected President Elex. We'll tell you more about the race in just a moment.
Plus later on, we'll local Caldwell County handled the voting process yesterday here in Georgia.
Eleven Live Morning News starts now.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
First at 6:30, President Trump meeting historic. Political comeback following 2020's election loss. Trump is the second person in U.S. history to win 2 non-consecutive terms as commander-in-chief, playing crucial swing states like Georgia.
We have another weather impact alert because of rain. How long will it be around? And hit your neighborhood. Okay.
Georgia flips back to red and helps send Donald Trump to the White House again. Some voters pushed through scare tactics and evacuations to cast their ballot. How Each county handled the process.
Good morning, everybody. Here it's the victory for former President Trump. Now, President-elect becoming official while we were sleeping. So just about an hour ago, Wisconsin was called for Trump, taking him over the 270 electoral votes needed to win.
And a lot of important local results we're following for you as well. We'll have live team coverage in just a minute. But let's get you out the door with your weather and traffic on this Wednesday morning. Shelly, the weather and alert day.
Yes, it is. Because of the pushing in. We're not talking about huge amounts of rainfall like they had Helene that was pushing through, but there's some tropical moisture that's going to move to our area, which will mean some rainfall our way. We haven't had decent amounts of rainfall in a while here, 5+ weeks. So that could lead any rain, really, to some slick roads out there. Some minor flooding could take place, especially in the southern portions of the state and towards the southeast as well. Some easternmost counties in our viewing area. Moisture coming in from the south. We don't have much over us right now except for the clouds. We do have low level cloudiness out there as well, but the rain will start moving toward the afternoon, starting off as isolated showers and then a little bit more widespread showers this evening. Less than a mile visibility over toward Gainesville, so we do have some fog in some spots, but over Athens. 3 miles visibility, 5 miles visibility down toward Thomaston and LaGrange. Excellent visibility right now in Marietta, Carrollton, Peachtree City, and up toward Georgia's Rome. 60s right now, starting off this morning. We're on the south side. We'll be heating up into the 70s today, right around 74 degrees for your forecast high. Okay.
All right, Jesse, I appreciate that. I think maybe all of us were a little bit late last night into this morning because it's a very lit party crowd and a very slow development hour. A little bit volume picking up. We expect to peak that downtown traffic. You see a little bit of that orange there. That West Expressway makes its way onto the Connector North. But if you're heading south through the city, down on the south side, or coming up from the south side, you're working the downtown area, you're going to like what I'm about to show you there. Less than 10 minutes still, you see the speeds dropping a little bit, indicating we do have a few more folks down roads. Well, all in all, that's not a riders will take a live look at your connector on the right side. Northbound traffic around University. And you can see right there the G.dot message board, only 5 to 7 minutes up towards 70th Street. Aisha.
All right, Carson, thank you. 6:03 this morning, we are waking up with the president-elect. NBC has officially called the race for Donald Trump, who will become the nation's 47th president. With 100% of the votes reported here in Georgia, Trump won. The beach state was 50.8% of the vote. That's about 117,000 more votes than Harris. Going back to 2020, that margin by one Georgia was only by 11,000 votes. So put that into perspective. We have more than 5 million Georgians to cast their ballots here in 2024, and we saw those results, Cheryl, in record time.
So we're getting a live look now as the Arizona state count continues in Maricopa County. The race has already been called for Trump, but Arizona does not have 100% of reporting as of now. VP Harris is expected to address the nation a little later this morning. We want to get back to some of our key races here locally with our team coverage for you on how Election Day laid out in Georgia. Ariana Manise, Liza Lucas, and Molly Oak all standing by.
And of course, the spotlight is on the presidential race between Trump and Harris.
So let's start with Ariana Manise with our political team at the big board who's walking us through the totals across the state. Ariana, where do we stand now?
All right, so Cheryl, let's start with looking at the higher electoral map. We see President Trump with 276 electoral votes. Former Vice President Kamala Harris, 223. Now, when we first came on air, Wisconsin and New Hampshire, they weren't called, but both candidates, they each picked up a state, but it was Wisconsin that put former President Trump over the 270 threshold. You still see that Maine, Michigan, by Arizona, and Nebraska is too early to call. Now, this race, what can do for President Trump? Pennsylvania is flipped this time around, Wisconsin, as well as Georgia, our state. Now, let's take a look at our state totals. Now, former President Trump, he won state by 170,000 votes compared to the 11,000 in 2020 when he ran against President Biden. Now, we saw record-breaking turnout for this time around. 73% of registered voters in the state, they turned out. Now, the question is, did that high turnout turn into more votes for former President Trump? Now, if we take a look at the counties that we saw flip in favor of former President Trump, that was Baltimore, that was Washington, and that was Jefferson. Those three counties contributing to former President Trump's win in the state of Georgia. He also picked up some rural votes across the state. We saw former Vice President Kamala Harris. She also won many counties in the metro. She did not perform as well as President Biden did in 2020. Coming up in my next hit, I'll have a look at some of the congressional races as well as state house races that was at stake this time around. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Turning out Eliza Lucas live at the state capitol this morning. Live at the Georgia Secretary of State. Georgia's election as record-breaking 73% of registered voters cast a ballot. Despite hurdles, we saw things moving pretty quickly on election day.
That's right, and this is pretty unique and a success compared to what we've seen in years past. We've been there as the lines have been long in previous elections. We've been there in the early hours of the morning, still waiting on results coming in. Neither was the case when we talk about election day this year for the general election, and what we saw play out. Listening again to the State really touted it. In fact, the line average before the line on Tuesday was only about 2 minutes, and then Secretary of State Raffensperger was able to report Trump's lead around 10:45 last night after indicating all did. We shot the results pretty quickly. Raffensperger further praising the chief create a secure and great process. He's echoed points we heard previously mentioned about key voter rolls and technology like electronic poll have made it easier for voter check-in. We also did a lot of praise to poll workers, counties, and for all their preparation and hours of hard work, particularly those teams to deliver results on time in spite of bomb threats at dozens of polling sites. And to those who actually initiated those threats and tried to interfere in Georgia's election, Raffensperger had this to say.
You messed with the wrong Georgian. Your attempt to sow discord and strife didn't work. We'll meet you and beat you next time as well. Counties around Georgia received 60 bomb threats, and yet we still had record turnout.
We will hear more from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's scheduled press conference here at 10 a.m. at the Capitol. We'll bring you his message as now we have the results not only in Georgia, across the country. We'll keep you posted on all fronts. Live out Eliza Lucas from Elex News.
I'd like to thank you for the state to local level this morning. Atlanta this morning. So, Molly, let's talk about how the counties did here. Any mishaps?
Yeah, we're breaking down things around the metro. Aisha, so let's first kick things up in Cobb County, where leaders say things went well. One thing of note, around 300 absentee ballots that had to be duplicated and manually entered into the voting system. Now, over in Gwinnett, although a polling location was evacuated due to a bomb threat, leaders praised the record-breaking turnout. Then heading over to DeKalb County, also had a handful of locations stay open later due to bomb threats, though leaders say overall things went well there also. And here in Fulton County, another county that dealt with bomb threats at polling locations, law enforcement saying none of those were credible. Here's what leaders said in their update last night.
And the results of today's election prove beyond a shadow of doubt that Fulton County, Georgia was ready for the 2024 election. We have had 177 precincts, 1,800 well-trained professional poll workers who did an outstanding job.
Now, overall, the counties we've heard from said things were smooth sailing, with results coming in fairly quickly. Guys.
Molly, one of the big races there in Fulton County, of course, was for District Attorney Democrat incumbent Fani Willis, won convincingly with over 68% over Courtney Kramer. Make sure to download the 11 Live Plus app to your streaming device this morning. You'll find full coverage from election night, great analysis, plus Mr. Trump's full acceptance speech.
6:40 now, getting you ready to head out the door on the weather impact alert day. Chesley, how are we looking?
Well, I'm looking bad. It's gray. At least we don't have any rain to deal with, right? We're expecting that rain to come in at least by this afternoon. Low-level cloudiness. You can see the tops of the buildings over here in Midtown, Georgia, at least from the view. You're looking at the clouds overhead. Some low-level cloudiness, even in some spots creating some fog, so be careful as you're driving in. Now, this morning's jog will be a very pleasant one at least. Temperature-wise will be around 65 degrees. We will have mostly cloudy skies out there, but again, expecting it to remain dry. It won't be until this afternoon that we're anticipating some rain pushing in. Light showers will be around today. 74 degrees, your afternoon high temperature. We'll hit that between 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. You may be dodging some of these raindrops. I don't think it will be as widespread as originally we thought. I think it will be some scattered showers in the forecast area. Temperatures above the average. We'll hit 74 degrees for a high today, staying right there as we head through the rest of the week and into the upcoming weekend. Keep in mind that we should be in the upper 60s this time of year. It is November, but temperatures will remain at least in the 70s. We'll hold on to a threat for rain through tomorrow morning, and it starts to taper off a little bit. We'll keep the clouds in place for your Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with only about a 20% chance for an isolated shower. So the rain chances remain on the lower side for us, but it's our southeasternmost counties that we're more concerned about. In fact, parts of our area are under a flood watch. We'll show you that in just a few minutes. Let's go over to Crash Clark now with a check on the road.
All right, Chesley, yeah, we're going to definitely stay weather aware. We know what a little bit of water can do to our rush hour. Unfortunately, that was my camera that went dark on us right there. But you can see the overall map there. A little bit of red, a little bit of orange. Things are starting to build up a little bit. Yeah, I-85 southbound 316 starting to really thicken up. There you go. You got a peek at it before that camera goes out again. Not bad on 75 through Marietta, Georgia 400. Still quiet out of North Fulton. And here we are about 21 minutes from 316 down to the junction. That's kind of standard stuff. 642. It's actually not as bad as it normally is. Things are moving, but obviously getting a little bit crowded for your ride through Norcross. Aisha.
Christ, thank you. Coming up on 11 Live Morning News, Ariana Manise with our political team will join us back at the big board with a major shift of power in Congress. She'll break down the